Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another RGL cast. My name is Jarrett, and I'm here with Space Ghost to bring you guys the grand finals of this RGL Invite 6v6 season. It's all come down to this. Blood, sweat, and tears has been poured through all the teams in this division throughout the past 3 months. But after this playoff race, only two have been remaining standing, and after tonight, only one can be crowned the victor of this season, the champion. They will take away the grand prize, and the loser will go home with second place. Got a long night ahead of us and quite an interesting map pool that we'll get to in a bit. But Space Coast, how you doing, my friend? And what do you think about this grand final matchup we have ahead of us?
I'm very excited, and I'm happy to be casting grand finals. And if you were going to mention it, I was going to mention it. The interesting map pool. I think that's definitely going to be a topic of discussion. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting because they definitely very unusual map picks. But we should probably go over rosters first.
Yeah, that's probably right. It's important to make sure that everyone who's kind of showing up new, didn't really follow the whole season, just showing up late to see the grand finals. That's pretty normal. To know who is actually in the server, and even for people who have been watching throughout the entire time, know that the grand finals not being played with any ringers or substitutes or anything like that. So I'll go ahead and cover the Froyotech roster first. It is Banny and Slim on Scout, Mirman and Blaze on Soldier, Habib on Demo, and Skis on Medic.
And for Witness Gaming, we do have Yite and Brandslam on Scout. We have my game just crashed. There we go. All right, we have Laz and Ash on Soldier. We have Artist on Demo, and we have Lol Guy on Medic. And I do want to point out for all the new viewers there that this is actually Artist's first season of Invite, I believe. So I think it's he did join a pretty well-established team, but I think it is a pretty big accomplishment going into Invite your first season and making it all the way to the very end at Grand Finals.
Yeah, and another cool thing to note is it's pretty much a repeat. I'm pretty sure, unless my memory serves me incorrectly, I think 10 out of the 12 people in this server were in last season's grand finals as well. The only two people new. Actually, it might be three. Either way, there's a lot of similar players, and it makes sense. There's a lot of talent on both these rosters. They pretty much stayed relatively consistent to make sure they're put in grand finals once again. So interesting to see who's going to come up on top this time. Froyotech, they've taken championship after championship, and they've proven that they're pretty much the best team in North America for the past bit now, maybe even the world if international lands would be kind to us and allow that to happen once again. But nonetheless, they've been performing pretty great, and Witness Game are going to have a lot on their plate to try to defeat them. But we've seen some close matchups this season, so it's not necessarily out of their hands. And I'm really excited to see what kind of performance that we're going to be able to see tonight. Is it going to be I think there's been two maps that have been like maybe a little bit one-sided, and then two maps that literally down to one round could have gone either way. But the one mid-fight, one Uber drop, one little tiny play brings around in your favor and takes it for your team. So I'm really excited to see what's going to be happening on this setup, which is probably we're going to be going to now, is the maps. Both these teams had to pick 4 maps total. Froyotech is going into a 1 map advantage for going through the playoff race, or not the race, but going through the playoff run undefeated, while Witness Gaming had to go through the lower bracket. So Froyotech gets a 1 map advantage, and we're going to be having 3 Koth maps as well as Sunshine be featured here tonight. So we're probably gonna lose our breath on this one.
Yeah, Koth is always really exciting viewing, and they're very back and forth. And I think it is interesting that there's only 3 King of the Hill maps in the pool, and we managed to get all 3 in grand finals. So it's not something that just one team prefers. It seems that both teams really kind of even not prefer, but really enjoy at least. They think they both have a fair shot on it to duel it out. Although the one 5 CP map pick, Sunshine, was by Witness Gaming. They picked Sunshine, so that is the second map. So if Witness Gaming come off to a rough start, we'll only have to do 1 King of the Hill map.
That's true. You do have to keep in mind, because of the 1 map advantage the Froyotech has, if they win 2 maps, it's done. So Witness Gaming got a little bit of a tall task ahead of them if they want to be able to take this. But it's definitely in the cards. We've seen plenty of upsets happen on Koth maps. I think most of the upsets that have happened this season, and even seasons past, have been on Koth maps. I think the good news is we're having some people join now. So before we get too deep into talking about prediction stuff, we do have one small segue. It's gonna just take a second. It's new, so it's important to talk about just very briefly. I think we have some merch that's actually in development and is able to be acquired if any of you are interested in some shirts or something like that, RGL flavored TF2 styled. stuff. I think the information will eventually be shown up on the screen, as well as different points throughout the cast to remind you of its existence. You can see the link over on the right there. So if that does interest you at all, here's some examples of some of that. So if it piques your interest, then go for it and take a look at it and see what's up.
Yeah, we got some tasteful ones. We got some ones that can reveal your power level a little. We got some good ones out there. Nice, very variety selection.
And don't worry, this is probably going to be a reminder throughout multiple points in the cast. They're going to have a lot of downtime. We got a lot of maps to go through, so it's not like you're going to miss your chance right now. But hey, you never know. You can take a peek now while we're waiting for people to get in the server. Shouldn't be too much longer though. So let's go ahead and talk about the first map on the table, which is going to be Product, the pro version of the map that everyone's familiar with, Viaduct. It's pretty interesting. I think the map picks have actually been the least practiced to the most practiced. So Viaduct, I think, was played like maybe 2 times by Froyo in the beginning of the season, and not at all by Witness. And when it comes to recent Viaduct practice, it's pretty much whatever you've been able to play this week. And even though you've had like 4 maps on the table to practice, so I don't think this is exactly a map within many maps that you've been able to really spam practice. So it's gonna be really interesting to see what teams have kind of shown up to the field with in terms of their first takes on how they want to kind of try to play it. They haven't had weeks to fix little small things about their play. They haven't had very much of a chance at all to figure out how the opponents really like to play it to a very large degree, to do a lot of counter stratting. It's going to be a lot of adaptation on the fly, and like we always say before, that Viaduct before the other Koth maps came into the pool, it was very traditionally a serious upset map. So when it comes to who is going to come up on top, it's really anyone's game.
Yeah, I think Viaduct, it's kind of known for being a little bit of a scout paradise. Scouts have a pretty free time just running around shooting all the sad sad soldier classes. Demos have a fun time sometimes. But yeah, I think another thing to note on Viaduct is that Product, excuse me, is that we do have a lot of potential for maybe off classes or different things like that. You also have to worry about the forward hold. I think it's definitely an interesting map pick. The map, when I think of the cast we did, where it was Froyo versus the 3rd place team, the Sandblast team, Forward Gaming. And what I remember most vividly from that matchup is I remember the flank of Froyotech running ruthlessly behind the flank of Forward. So if I was Witness Gaming, I'd be worried out for just watching Blaze and Slimnish just walking at your flank and rolling them. That's, I think, going to be perhaps a big problem.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that, but we've also seen plenty of Witness gaming maps run that way too. Not necessarily, Product because they haven't played it, but other maps that allow you to, try to find a way to maneuver some of your teammates behind. I think most prominently in my memory has been, we've seen a little bit on Villa, we've seen a little bit on Snakewater, but Witness Gaming really likes to do pretty much the same thing. If you give them an opportunity to go behind, and it's especially during a moment where they need to force something to happen or they're going to be, losing the point, it's pretty common for them to go for it. So it's going to be interesting if both teams do decide to come out of the gate with that being pretty much their strategy, is just go behind and see where that lands. But who knows? Maybe they've decided, either of these teams, that maybe that's not necessarily going to be their style. I think we've seen some other strategies coming out from these teams when it comes to other maps. I think from Witness we've seen a lot of double bombs and trying to just take out a demo. We've seen a lot of just trade 2 soldiers for a demo and work off of that, which, you said it before, Demoman's extremely strong on Viaduct, so that's not necessarily a bad idea. And given the space of this map is slightly more constricted to a lot of bigger maps, I could see that finding a little bit more success in comparison to, I think we've tried to see him do it on Viaduct, didn't really run too much success. But I think we're starting to see some teams already up here, so I think we're going live in real time, double checking.
Well, relatively soon.
Oh, relatively soon,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about I know Froyotech I wouldn't consider them a team that really off classes on Viaduct. Everyone in the server has a lot of experience on Product. It's one of the most commonly played maps. Maybe not one of the most commonly, but everyone has a lot of experience on this map. And I know some teams really like to run Sniper. Some teams, even like to run silly things such as Engineer. At least a while ago, I remember Invite Team, a certain Invite player doing that, who will go unnamed. But,
True.
I know Froyotech isn't a traditional off-class on Viaduct team, but I do think we have some players who it might not be their go-to, but if they're, kind of losing, I think we might see some, Yite Sniper or maybe Ash Sniper, probably halfway through this map, I'd say.
That's true. I would
possible.
say out of all the Koth maps, this is definitely the one where you see off class the most. This This was the map that you would pick if you were like a mid-level team and you just had like a really good sniper player. You just have him off class and win the game for you. And as other Koth maps got introduced into the pool, I mean, people try to off class, but it doesn't necessarily find the same success. You can't be protected as much or find enough sightlines, and I guess it's mostly sniper. I mean,
It's the sightlines, yeah.
yeah. Technically, you can play other classes, but we're not really talking about the other ones per se, because that's less prominent of like a super strong thing that you'll see as like many teams do. So it's going to be interesting because I don't think we've seen tons of off-classing from either of these teams, especially for Koth. So that if there was going to be a moment where you're just going to have someone play like 5-10 minutes of sniper to try to win you the game, this could be that map.
Yeah, I definitely think it is. I think another thing to talk about is Witness Gaming. I remember on their Bagel match, Witness Gaming really liked that was a very close 4-3 in semifinals, I believe. Witness Gaming really liked to kind of edge the point without taking. I felt like they weren't, they just kind of kept fighting and fighting. They never really they didn't Uber exchange that much. They were very content to sit with their Ubers. How do you feel that it's going to play on this map compared to a map like Bagel?
I feel like it's less viable if you're in an offensive position to play slower like that. So it's gonna be pretty snowbally in terms of if you are able to take the point and your defense is extremely solid, you're gonna take off way more time off the clock. I think Bagel is the most upset type Koth map in the pool currently, and it is the most forgiving if you find yourself in a disadvantageous position at any moment. So I think it makes sense why that map was so close, and I think this map will give you a little bit of an idea of who is able to hold onto their advantage for the long haul when they're able to get it. Especially because the forward hold is so much stronger. But we're going live. Quick Preds.
Yeah, quick Preds. I'm gonna say it is Froyotech's map picks. I'm gonna like Froyotech 4-2. I'd say. I think Froyotech might drop a couple rounds because it's Viaduct, but I think they'll come out on top. It is, it is their map pick.
I agree with the sentiment. I'm thinking 4-1 or 4-2 or something like that. But we are going into the first mid. Both soldiers luring out to the high ground to apply a little bit of spam onto these demos who are trying to put out monstrous amounts of damage themselves, but no one necessarily pulling the trigger. Everyone's just staying on their own side of the map, no going behind, no double bomb to take out an immediate target, just trying to feel things out. But Blaze immediately jumping the gun, trying to go over onto the side of the enemy team's concrete. Will hurt Lazleaks a little bit, and they're actually taking some position on the point. If he's getting very weak, though, will get blasted back instead of the spam backwards. Blaze barely living 16 HP, and will eventually eat an arrow, and it's going to be Yite that does eventually fall. So 1-player advantage, 2-player advantage for the side of Froyotech in this current fight. A lot of players, though, they're losing some play. Oh, they're losing health, but it's going to be Witness is actually losing the players. Froyotech.
Here comes Froyotech. They smell blood.
Oh, they're out from, they're, the drop! Did he just barely get that, or did he just not see the sticks in the air? I'm thinking, he had that, he just did not see the sticks.
He wanted to get through the door, and Habib had a perfect sticky just waiting for him, so he was unable to retreat. So, Little Guy with the first drop of the match, very quickly in, and Witness Gaming are going to try to maybe do a bit of a salvage play, but at the end, they're not going to get any kills, they're just going to be feeding here. Actually, they're still trying to fight, they're just trying to dry. Little Guy's already back up because his respawn time so fast, but Froyotech's in like a pseudo forward hold here with skis on cliff instead of the traditional spot.
Oh, Habib somehow surfs out that damage. What the heck? But trading out 1 for 1, you respawn faster as a side of Witness, but you still want to get Skis' Uber out of the equation. If things go too south of Froyotech here, they could use this Uber, but Witness Gaming still have some ideas in their pocket. Oh, all the way behind. Oh, Skis misses the first surf, is going to have to use for that, and their sack is going to be overall a success. But Blaze on the chase, as well as Mirrorman trying to apply some pressure. Low Guy's not quite out yet, but I think they feel safe enough on the cliff despite being down 2 classes, but they got to be careful. Froyotech is on the chase themselves. Yeah, they know the player out, and they know they're healthy enough to actually push through now. Ouch taking a lot of damage. We'll get actually all the way back. Slam and Guy are just next to each other, not shooting each other, but they will eventually have so many. What? Where did that even come from? Did Blaze go and spawn? Blaze was in spawn.
Yeah,
Blaze
that makes
did
tons of massive sense. Flank. Everyone was so focused on trying to leave cliff. I've never seen Froyotech do so much cliff aggression. They're just like sending 3-4 players onto their cliff, and it's just Witness Gaming are kind of being confounded by it, I think. And there goes an immediate pick from Habib. The trap on China gets Ash, so that's 1 less soldier to work with, means that's that much less space you have. And yeah, they know it. They're like playing very passive here, but Skis does have Uber out here, so they need to do something quick.
Yeah, we talked about the snowball, and it's already starting to start. You're halfway through the clock time, and still have Uber disad because some unfortunate things for the side of Witness Game, but they're trying to make some moves now, get some bombs.
Here comes a
Artist going extremely deep, but no damage onto Skis quite yet. Maybe some last rockets from Ash will actually surf him out of his friendly soldiers' rockets themselves, and Skis living with about 60 HP, gonna eat that pack, and that sack being unsuccessful looks like it's another forward hold in the books for the side of Froyotech here.
Yeah, we do have the forward hold, but RGLgg does have an Uber to work with here, so this is going to be probably a pretty quick exchange. We do have Ransom on Pyro, going to try to be able to get through that door against the double soldier spam, and here it comes in. They actually get Blaze instantly. I take that trade.
Yeah, you respawn much faster, trying to make some space. The soldiers are pretty much giving up their lives, but they're actually not even dying yet. Laz at 7 HP and somehow lives, takes the pack and an arrow, and now they have a player ad going, and it's no soldier spam from the side of Froyotech as both soldiers are in the grave. Just Habib on the point. Laz gonna bomb to get him to at least back up somewhat, but the Uber's still in the equation. Guy is actually gonna take the Uber, not Ransom. Habib almost, pretty much 1 digit HP, but Artist jumping in there, trying to get him the Uber, will eventually escape out. It's gonna be Slemnish down for this post fight, but a lot of weak players on the side of Witness, so it's difficult for him to use this player advantage quite yet. It might give it a little bit of time for Slum to spawn, but immediately the bomb's coming from Ash. A lot of positioning and to get skis very low, gonna make it hard for him to commit. It's actually Habib gonna go for an attack to get low guy once again. Artist popping in the air, will eventually get cleaned up by the last rock. Actually not even, but will eventually died. Not the player I thought was going to be doing it, but Froyotech, I think they recognized it. That was lost. They just going for the sack and got probably much more than they initially expected.
Yeah, I think so too. I was too busy watching a pickaxe go from Ash onto the flank, but the real pick there was on RGLgg, guys, because now Skis has that again. Skis has had like pretty much, I don't think he's had this ad yet. Like, it's been super permanent advantage for Skis.
Yep, and this is going to be the last hurrah for the side of Witness when it comes to this round in particular. Immediately dropping to Habib, leads a little bit forward, trying to get some damage on him to clean him up. Billy and an arrow and still lives, spinning in circles. And that's a full wipe for Witness and a round in favor of Froyotech.
That was a pretty dominant round from Froyo. After that initial drop from RGLgg, Witness Gaming, I feel like they really couldn't recover their footing until like kind of the very end there when they finally got that like Uber trade. But yeah, that was so dominant from Froyo with that just aggression on the cliff. I really haven't seen like that 60 team really play like that, so aggressive on that side of the map.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to find holes in the Witness Gaming defense, and I think the lack of being able to practice too much is showing at least a little bit, but new round, new them. Immediately trying to bust in over onto the side of the concrete, gonna give up one to be able to take Blaze out. And Ash trying to get away from his life with his life, but will not find himself so lucky.
Ooh,
but
Habib down.
Cleaning up Habib. So no dome man for the side of Froy. It's gonna be a little bit difficult to spam these players off the point. Witness Gaming just standing proud on top of it, trying to apply so much damage onto the Froyotech team to get them to back up at least a little bit, and the cap will go in their favor.
Yeah, they got that cap without using their Uber. It kind of reminded me of how they like to play Bagel. You know, they just kind of pressured enough and they finally got the point there. So now it's on Froyotech to do something. This Gaming going to be sitting very happy with Uber and the point for, I think, the first time this match.
Yeah, I think the last time they got the point, they didn't necessarily have the Uber.
Yeah,
We're probably going to see another Uber exchange here. Banny running forward with Habib. Going to be a 2v2 scenario when it comes to people inside this Uber. Not really going to find too much damage, except maybe just a little bit onto unflashed Uber targets. But at the end of the day, pretty much everyone's healthy here in point control. Still in favor of Witness, bleeding down the clock, and Froyotech are on the roof. They know they have to make something happen, and they're trying to bring over some damage over to the side of Conquer. But on their exit, they're actually taking some damage themselves. Mirror Man going to die, so it's one player advantage for the side of Witness. Got to heal up at least a little bit, expended some health to be able to collect that kill. So it's going to take a sec for him to launch an attack. But even then, they might not even need to. They own the point right now. You know, war of attrition goes in their favor.
They're bleeding a lot of time here just off of this kind of spam. And, like, yeah, Froyotech's trying to edge here. They're actually getting a lot of edge point time, but Witness Gaming kind of a lot healthier now, so they're able to, you know, fight off the scouts. So now it's on Froyotech. Again, Froyotech's just trying to edge the point here, but Witness Gaming's health is good enough that they're just able to spam them off. I think Froyotech's just waiting for another Uber exchange. That's what it looks like to me.
These artist pipes, though, they're just taking Habib out of the picture. I don't feel like Habib's being able to put up too much damage, but at the end of the day, it's still Froyotech are still finding a way to be able to put themselves on the point and cap that just by corner capping it. So once again, even Uber's situation where we might see an exchange coming out of the side of Witness when they want to push this into their favor, but Froyotech are holding on to this at least for now, trying to put the time back in their favor. You have Blaze at least a little bit weak, so gonna have to air it up. I think everyone's pretty much healthy at this point, but Brandsam running forward with the Uber, trying to get onto skis, will eventually pop. Ash getting in the Uber as well, and Yite, pretty much everyone on the side of Witness has gone forward to try to create some chaos, trading 1-for-1 at least for now. Ash gonna clean up by the side of Banny, but maybe taken up by Yite. Will indeed, and all this chaos so far, I mean, a valiant effort, but so much resources expended and not enough on the plate. So RGLgg, the last survivor, getting out, and so far it seems like Froyotech are in a decent spot to turn this clock timer back in their favor.
Yeah, the respawns managed to work out in such a way that, you know, the respawns weren't super late, so this is going to be pretty much another dry fight with Skis having, you know, 25% ad, so it is cost, so it's definitely workable if they're close enough in it. Some Witness Gaming have to kind of make a play, see if they want to dry fight here, if they want to go, you know, use something a little more aggressive. And it looks like they're just kind of, yeah, they're sitting pretty, just kind of waiting for something. A lot of really early aggression from Banny there. And actually, Laz is going to fall, but they're going to trade blades. So Oh, actually, a lot of kills. Excuse me.
Yeah, everyone all across the board is dropping. Only 2 left alive for the side of Witness, and it looks like the aggression play from Froyotech is going to net them a full wipe. Oh, and Bandy dies to the solemn vow at the very end, but it's like you said in the pregame. I think Froyotech is trying to, have some affinities for going behind. They saw a moment where Laz alone and definitely jumped on it, and even though they lost some players, it definitely allowed them to hold on to the point for the long haul, and we got Bandy on a respawn for this upcoming fight for a couple seconds, but they have an Uber to make sure that this clock goes under 60 seconds in their favor.
Yeah, they do have to kind of get this force, and so we're probably going to be seeing a sack coming soon. Look at the Habib stickies. They're on the ceiling. Yeah, everyone in the server, I think, at least Froyotech assumes it's coming. Witness Gaming actually doesn't. Well, okay, here they go. Yeah, Last is bombing behind. Both soldiers are bombing in. Froyotech is so passive, though. Look how passive they are.
Skis takes one rocket. Oh, the sticky! The late artist bombed the sticky over the cliff. Skis had no sight of that whatsoever because of the height of the cliff, and all it needed was one sticky for him to drop that Uber. So good plays coming out of Witness, making themselves scarce just enough to make Skis feel like he had a false sense of security. And yeah, that's a pretty good spot for Witness to be in. But yeah, they do have to worry about the sniper. He is inching towards China. I don't think he's been quite seen yet. The first shot is always a dangerous one, and the first shot is all he needs. So medics immediately equalize, and now Witness can't even cap. Yeah, they don't want to lock out low guys spawn.
Yeah, for those who don't know, if you do cap the point on King of the Hill, your spawns get worse. So Bandy's surfing away from a rocket, but yeah, so they have to wait for low guy to spawn. But they lose so many other players. If they cap this point, it's going to be disastrous for them. They have to wait until Artist and Laz and Ransom spawn, and then they can cap. So Froyotech's going to get overtime here, which is kind of what Froyotech want. Even though they full wiped, they're probably pretty happy overall.
Yeah, overtime is very, very good. So I think they made the best out of both teams honestly made the best out of a bad situation. One play after another trying to salvage the best they can. And yeah, Froyotech are in a pretty good spot, but Witness Gaming hold control over the point. So if they get an Iron Man hold here, this could be a round for them. Trying to bust out a forward hold, able to do so pretty much, I think pretty simply. I don't think they were able to set up the forward hold very, very quickly. So it didn't really come into fruition. So it's pretty much a dry fight at this point. Even if things elongate, we're pretty much going to see an Uber change for the most part. It's going to be the scouts that are taking a little damage. Actually, the side of Artist as well. So it's hard for him to take a lot of damage. Yeah, there's a soldier initiation coming from the side of Laz and Yite trying to push forward, but Yite immediately two-shot Laz with the flank, though, trying to land onto these grouped-up players. And
here comes Ash trying
out just the distraction for it. Yeah, Ash doing a very good job making sure he uses the distraction. Both these soldiers on Witness Gaming are baiting each other absolutely perfectly, waiting for one of their soldier partners to go in, and then they come in and try to swoop it and go off the distraction to avoid damage themselves. But all this cap time, Froyotech needs to cap it and you win. Immediately, Uber coming out, trying to get as much damage as possible. Artist dropped extremely weak. We'll get the flash to live, at least for the very end of this. Bombs onto the enemy team's cliff from the side of Froyotech, trying to license fan. Bandy getting weak, but it's going to be the side of Witness that's falling. Artist for HP, and they don't have enough players to get on that cap to block it. All that cap time before the Uber exchange nets Froyotech in a pretty good spot to be able to just stand on it, kill some players, and take the half for themselves.
Yeah, that was a pretty clean half from Froyotech overall. Although I will say, Witness Gaming in that second round, that was a lot better than their first round. They kind of, I feel like the first round they kind of, pulled a little oopsie. They had, they had some drops, and then they weren't able to really get back in the round. But I think Witness Gaming showed there that even though they lost that round, they were definitely able to put up a good fight. They played the round, I think, the way they wanted to play the game, as opposed to the first round.
Yeah, I think pretty much it comes down to the two things we talked about in the pregame. The first thing being that, this is a Froyotech pick. Probably deliberately because Witness haven't really played it. So Witness are going into this with very minimal practice over the past couple months, as well as can be pretty steamrolly if you're able to get a good forward hold down and really lock down and burn a lot of time. And we saw Froyotech do that at least like 2 to 3 times throughout the past 2 rounds. And Witness Gaming, I think they tried to at one point, but it's a little bit too slow, weren't able to have the opportunity. So it really proves that if you're able to get a full wipe and just play pretty much flawlessly, even one fight, you are rewarded extremely heavily on this map compared to other ones. At least in Koth.
Yeah, I see actually Artist managing to top the DPM charts, at least on the logs, with 388, although Habib, only 8 DPM behind, and he actually has 12 kills, so, Artist is doing all the damage that he can, but, it's kind of on his team to help him get the kills. It's Demo, he can't really get kills by himself, so that kind of explains the frag discrepancy, and I just see a lot of sad soldiers, honestly, especially Mirrorman and Laz kind of. Mirrorman at least having the good KD, but Laz having a rough time out there, and I don't blame him. Viaduct Soldier can really be like that sometimes.
Realistically, given the positions that we've seen both these teams in, I think Witness were in many more positions where they needed to just straight up sack most of their players to try to go for a force, especially because of that first round that we saw, where Skis pretty much had Uber advantage the entire time. So you can't just walk into an enemy team that has Uber. You want to try to get out of them. So, you know, if you're just gonna burn 4 to 5 players to try to get rid of it, your death stat is gonna be like inflated at least a little bit. I feel like
Yeah.
these stats would have even looked worse if this went to a third round, just because of how many sacks they've been needed to do the first bit of the game.
Yeah, it's Viaduct Soldier. It happens, and even then, I don't think the stats are indicative of his performance. I think Laz played a pretty solid game overall. You know, I saw him at least on paper what he was doing looked very fine. You know, he was bombing in and out. Him and Ash had pretty good synergy in that second round. So, you know, that's how it'd be. I do see I do see Habib eating 35% heal. So Habib just being the good old tank for skis to heal.
I mean, that's demo man life, honestly.
I'm surprised how little heals Artist is taking. Like, he's still taking top heals, but, you know, only 28% compared to Habib's 35%.
Yeah, I think it's probably just mostly because of the sacks.
Yeah.
The fights
Wait.
go much quicker, and you don't necessarily need to like tank your dome and like on offense because you're just gonna bomb in.
Yeah, Blaze is also just not. Blaze is just a health pack machine. It's not taking any heals.
True, that is one quality of Blaze that sometimes you don't see it on some maps just because of the geometry of the maps and where the health packs are. But if he has the opportunity, he'll survive off health packs for a very long while. And this is definitely a half where you can definitely see that reflected in the logs.
Yeah, Blaze is probably the most impactful player where you don't see it in the stats at all. Like, it's really hard to tell in the stats that Blaze is having an impact on the game, but if you watch the game, you could just tell Blaze is just so dominant on the flank. It's insane.
For sure. And then when he does have really pretty stats, you know that he's doing really well then.
Yeah, just, you know, the very selfless roamer gameplay. You love to see it. And on that note, we're going into our second half here. Froyotech is up 2 rounds to Witness Gaming 0, so Witness Gaming got to pull out some tricks here and get back on the board.
Yep, time for adjustment is over, and it's time to get into the next mid. It's the same thing I think we've seen the previous times, at least a little bit of spam, not necessarily pulling the trigger quite yet. We do see a lot of weak Witness Gaming players, particularly Lolguy. With Lolguy's health, it's going to be really rough for him to actually run forward if his team ever wants to W, so he's just trying to regen at least
He's
for
in
now.
one pipe territory.
Yeah, that's pretty sketchy. Yeah, but it's just letting Froyotech know. They recognize
so many players
this.
on the flank.
Oh, and Ash, he dies of fall damage, and Mirman just causing chaos.
They got skis, though.
Yeah, he finds the hole in the team to be able to look himself through and make sure he caught skis off guard. So with the medic down,
okay, they cleaned up Habib, yeah. So this is overall, even though Froyotech might cap this point, actually no, they're not even. They're gonna back up. So yeah, Witness Gaming here with full Uber, and they're standing on the point. So yeah, I think it's Froyotech's turn to sack, and I think we only saw one Froyotech sack so far. It's been I don't really remember them doing that much.
Yeah, I think they only really been in this position maybe like once, I think. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, they might not even sack. They might just try to start it as a dry and kill the flank or something instead. But you never know. You could always do a little bit of both. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. We do have some positioning being taken by the side of Froyo and Witness Gaming. Try and hold strong, but they're actually pretty passive. They're on their own bats pretty much, just taking the high ground for spam. But that's just allowing the Froyo to just get on the point.
Oh, here comes the
will
Uber.
have to come out.
This is so deep.
He ate Habib's stickies while Uber didn't launch them. So
Skis got launched in.
Skis surf, but he had to surf towards the enemy team to survive, and that's going to be death either way. So far, Mirman, though, might be last raw. His first rocket missed a little bit, but the shots from his Loguy's teammates did not quite hit the mark, so Mirman still gets the kill at the end of the day. That was quite the salvage. I honestly didn't think it was going to get that kill, but at the end of the day, Loguy falls.
Yeah, poor Loguy is kind of trapped in the corner by Mirrorman, but you know, Skis does have ad, but it's only 30%. Everyone managed to spawn so slowly that Froyotech's probably going to take this point, but Witness Gaming's going to be in a position to refight this with, you know, I assume they want to because they don't want to have to be on the receiving end of a Froyotech.
On the move.
They get Blaze immediately. Yites behind. There's a lot of chaos happening, and they actually they're chasing on the flankers behind.
I'm trying to cause some chaos, but they're going to trade 2 for 1, which is not necessarily that great from short term. Long term, they do respawn a little bit quicker though, so they have an opportunity where Blaze might not necessarily be there per se, but Froyotech, they're taking use of the player ad themselves, trying to push onto the point and actually kill Artist, who's a little bit too far forward, as well as Ash, who tried to make space to at least get something for that trade. Laz is going to be able to find something to sneak his way and be able to kill Blaze and actually bring 3 people back, sneaking his way into the enemy team spawn, and that's given his team a lot of room to be able to make sure Habib's extremely damaged, gets popped on, and this Uber. There's no scout. They're not chasing that low guy. Is safe and sound. He's probably going to get an Uber of his own.
Yeah, Mirrorman's behind here. He's getting back with his team here. It looks like Witness Gaming might get this point without using, which would be the ideal situation. I know Froyotech doesn't want that to happen, but I don't know how much they can do to block it, really. Witness Gaming just have to, you know, cap once and they're good.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot on how to be, but he's pretty passive.
Yeah, here it goes. Yeah, so point for Uber, and here comes the sack.
Yeah,
Little guy
that
pops
is
immediately.
a successful force. Yeah, they do get some kills as well. So not only did they get this force, but they get some advantage to use in terms of player ad, because you can look at the clock and see that Slem is just a little slightly before Yite, and they didn't even need Slem. Just get Habib, Mirman, Blaze up, and they'll probably start the dry push here in a couple seconds. And even if it goes long enough, they're not able to take it. They do have this ad in their favor now with that low guy force. So Witness Gaming, they got a tall task ahead of them to try to hold on to this point and make sure the timer stays in their advantage. But there is a small window where they can have something operable. Froyotech sneaking towards the side of the rock, trying to apply some pressure before the rest of the team gets there. But it seems like Witness Gaming are pretty much here in full force.
The
We're at
damage
a
on
clean
players though.
Yeah, we're at a clean dry fight, but Froyotech do have their ad in play now. So Witness Gaming have to play pretty far back. With low guy playing
Comes
safe,
a bomb behind.
yeah, that's going to lead to a bomb. He's hitting the
Oh, they
first
get the
surf,
force.
but yeah, pretty good play from them. It only really took Ash, and they might have a couple of people. Actually, Laz is still existing. Will not quite find anything, though. So it's two soldiers, it's pretty efficient, and they got their Uber safe and sound and spawn and in a spot to try to push back and take this point for themselves.
Yeah, Froyotech capping took 10 seconds off of the respawn timer for Laz and Ash, so they're up immediately, they're ready to fight, they have this full Uber. I want to see if they try to take this without using the Uber, or if they want to just, full send, see how cool Skis is. I think it depends on where Skis is, I'd say. Although Yike dropping immediately, here comes the flank pressure, Slemish and Blaze behind, just pausing terror,
no
and here comes the Uber.
An Uber with no scouts and Ash dead too. There's
Artist
a little bit
left.
of a crumble. Artist is just out of there. He knows it's over, and Logai trying to escape. It will eventually find his teammate.
Slem's got 2 pipes.
Slemmy gets the Timmy too and just dies. But at the end of the day, I'm sure Froyotech is happy with what's transpired. Their play, taking over the enemy team's concrete, has found success, and they've owned this point for at least a little bit longer to try to turn the round timer in their favor. Down a scout, but they do have an Uber ad to work in their favor. So Witness Gaming got to play this fast. They don't want to get Ubered on.
They know. Oh, Skis immediately gets landed on. He's actually. Oh, Laz.
Oh, clean up by Laz.
Yeah, off of the solo pretty much. It was just kind of a solo sack while everyone else held W. The only one on Skis, and Blaze is gonna try to make some space here, but ended up getting scout class, and it's just Slemish on the flank. Really not much to work with, and I guess if Beeb's on Cliff, he's just trapping his own China.
Yeah, Witness Game pretty much played that perfectly. They knew they had to play that fast, or that Uber was gonna, be pretty dicey. So it makes sense that of all the targets, you kill Skis as well. So Witness Gaming, full Uber
got saved by a super sick. I don't know if you saw, but Ash got airshot by Habib. Is going to crater, and Logai airshot to save him. It was a big play actually there, making Ash live.
Logai's arrows have been on point so far this entire match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you see, Froyotech trying to enter. Oh, so Skis nice to trap, and they have full Uber. This is Witnesses Gaming's round to lose. They have no heals. Here comes Habib bomb, massive Habib bomb, and Logai pops. He knows he can't drop that. And Froyotech's in behind, but they're not getting any kills here. They get the Uber, but I don't know if it's gonna matter. It depends all on Yeah, they're getting all these kills. They get the Uber, but that's it. Now they have to take this dry fight and win this dry fight.
Yeah, they salvaged the best they could, really, but at the end of the day, a forward hole here might lock things down. Cliff is not necessarily taken out, but I don't think that's the route they're going to go through. It's main and the far right from the side of Witness Game's perspective, but there's actually a lot of overtime. Both demos trading, soldiers bombing onto the point. They got to get as much cap time as possible if they want to win this Ash. Bombing to try to create some space for his team and still living, at least for now, so it's okay if this cap goes the way of Froyotech. If you're on the side of Witness, you know that, in the long haul, you have an overtime at the bare minimum. With the Blaze death, maybe you have a little bit of bleeding room.
That's so smart.
Yeah, but it's pretty much going to be even Ubers at this point. You got to be careful that you don't have your soldiers. If you get too aggressive here for the side of Witness, Froyotech could punish you once again. But looks like they're playing pretty much safe, waiting for the soldiers. Yite poking and prodding at least a tiny bit. Froyotech also playing on their own side as well to make sure they're playing extra safe. And I'm curious to see who's going to be the first team to go ahead and pull the trigger. Probably for the side of Witness, because they got some time to take off.
Traps, and here comes the Uber exchange. They know they got to make something work. The exchange is coming. They're trying to get the point during the Uber exchange. Very smart play. They get the point time now, so they have time to work with. They have to get the trade kills, but Ash is going to fall immediately, getting sent fast. But the point time for Witness Gaming is so strong. They're not on the point. Witness Gaming they almost get the cap.
And Artist jumps to their China behind them, and Laz is in spawn still behind. This damage, though, I am surprised at least a little bit by the execution, but it's still going to work out. The bow? The
guy? He kept. Man, he chased the frag and he got the cap.
Oh, I probably didn't think that he was the last person left alive, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to lie. From bird's eye view, that looked really weird for the side of Witness. But what do I know? It works out in their favor.
Yeah, I guess their strategy was they could just edge the cap while the Uber exchange was happening, and then they figured, our respawns will come, and we're not going to lose the round because we have overtime. So it made sense in theory. And on that note, coming to another mid here, and it looks like when it's finally on the board and Froyotech wants to go deep, they instantly get Artist. But they get Skis on the posts, and no one else is really dead, so they manage the Skis. Blaze trying to chase Logai, though. Logai out the
Ash
spawn.
Rocket. Yeah, Ash is going to fall here. Yeah, just very, very, across the point. Nice rocket coming from Ash there to make sure. The B death is going to be pretty important because it takes a lot of time to set up your traps, and it's probably the most important part of any sort of forward hold existing ever. So him being the late spawner is really bad.
Yeah, Witness Gaming knows they can just hold W and they can't instantly die, which is very nice. And Froyotech also know that. Oh, here comes Mirrorman trying to make some space, but Froyotech know that Logai's gonna come up as Uber first, so if they're too close. But Witness Gaming does lose 3 here. They do have an Uber soon.
Bow.
The Logai bow, they do get slimmed. It gets Logai gonna fall for it though. But Witness Gaming gets the point and immediately loses everyone. So disastrous for Witness Gaming because, you know, now Froyotech has Uber advantage and the point, so kind of back to square one.
That was good from Blaze cutting him off at the end there. It's only, pretty much going to be the only death here, but they're going to go ahead and let him spawn with this cap. You know, it gives Witness a little bit more time, but it's completely worth it to make sure your own team spawn doesn't get extended. But because of his death, not going to be able to forward hold here, but they do have a decent ad to work with for the side of Froy, so Witness Gaming probably sack City once again, but the question is how exactly are they going to pull it off? Trying to inch the way forward, up the slope a little bit, some soldiers taking some positionings for their bomb locations. Ash taking a lot of damage though, going to have to air it up, and it's going to slow things down at least a little bit, but Froyotech are in a pretty decent passive spot trying to avoid it. They know it's coming, they're just waiting. So far it's been the story, and Artist flings himself in there, he cuts off his exit. Cuts off his exit, but Ski's not quite enough damage. I think he went so soon that the soldiers weren't able to actually use the fact that Skis was a little bit caught. So yeah, good plan in theory, but the execution just a little bit off. And now Froyotech, they got this forward hold going with an Uber ad to, or not ad, but an Uber to at least hold on to the doors a little bit longer.
Yeah, we do see the Bransom on Pyro, so Witness Gaming also knows there's a forward hold, and we're going to see Witness Gaming have to get out of this door without getting immediately just losing a bunch of players, because the double soldier spam is so strong here. That's why you run the Pyro in the first place, and Bransom is at the door just flaming people. They actually get Slumdish, they get Mirrorman, last the only trade. They do get the kills, they get the force here, which is probably pretty good for Witness Gaming.
And Ash lives. Ash out here playing a jump map here and somehow survives that, so
that's huge.
That's pretty good. I mean, usually you don't necessarily expect I mean, you can, but a lot of times, at least for Witness, you don't expect a sack play, but just going through that and making sure that Logai doesn't, you know, use his Uber, it's a pretty good play for them, switching things up. So now they got the ad to work with trying to break into the point.
Make some time up though.
Yeah, it's a lot of time off the clock. The forward hold's gonna be pretty deadly, but we'll see if the execution here is for the side of Witness trying to take back the point for themselves. Froyotech have their full team here trying to spam them down. Artist taking a lot of damage, as well as Ash. The health for Witness is not necessarily superb.
I don't know
and
who's hitting all this,
damage. They're taking the slow side they just eventually just have to use to make sure they live.
Here
Artist
comes another
forward,
Artist bomb.
but
Artist is so deep
he's so deep. Oh, he might. He
lived.
I was gonna say he might not get flashed, but
the post on Logai. Logai's caught up. He's gonna fall. Both soldiers trade for Logai here, which makes sense because now Witness Gaming can't really cap the point. Ash has 3 health. You know, a very sad position of the soldier class. And Froyotech still have Uberad, and they have Skis to work with. Yeah, Ash gonna clean up at the end. So, you know, Witness Gaming do have their spawns a little sooner, but not soon enough to make a huge difference here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do a really, really good job here getting this force and somehow skirting around it to, you know, try to get, you know, cap time staying on the board and enough people alive to maybe even fight right after.
Here comes the Uber.
Oh, but Logai popped there. Habib collecting that kill for himself as well as Yite. So 3 down with the addition of Laz, and it seems like this sack is going to be a little bit more than traditional, losing your medic. With Ash falling as the 4th player, it's just Artist and Branson left alive versus the entire Froyotech team. Artist jumping forward will not really find anything, and Branson is being the last person there. I mean, Yite and Logai have to run through 6 people.
Yeah, there's no way they can make it.
This would be the highlight of the century, but I don't think it's not feasible.
They get Mirrorman for the logs, but that's it. So Froyotech up 3-1. They managed to, you know, punch right back after losing that first round. So, you know, match point for Froyotech. They only need 1 more. Witness Gaming do have an upward climb, but it is Froyotech's map. So I think Witness Gaming may have expected Froyotech to win this, but that just means they have to play perfectly from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, this was the map they didn't necessarily have tons of practice on, so you could say that as they play this, they're going to get better and better. They took 1 round, who says they can't do it again, but Blaze bombing in, finds a rocket on a log up, he surfs that to the pack, going to be safe, and it's like pretty much a hold S-miss mid. Spare Yite, who's going to take a lot of damage, but will somehow snake his way out, not cleaned up. So 1 player advantage inside of Witness in the longevity of this fight, trying to rush forward onto Banny. Rocket from Ash. Ash is going to barely, he lives through all these Witness Gaming players are baiting each other perfectly. So far, this mid is superb.
Mirrorman has 2 health and spawn and dragged so many people back. Massive play for
Mirrorman. They're gonna clean up Slim too. He's gonna take 1 down with him, and Mirrorman is behind if he's able to find a health pack. We might just get cleaned up, but the pipes from Habib being sure the Artist of all people.
Mirrorman's lived. He had 2 health and spawn.
Wow. So was immediately a good start from the side of Witnesses. Immediately turned around, and Froyotech have found their footing. They found the hole in the plan. The little mishap didn't necessarily take into account, and somehow took this mid for themselves.
Yeah, I think Mirrorman living there was huge because everyone went back for him, and if they got that frag, they were going to be able to just walk forward, have a good old time, fight Froyotech. But because, you know, Mirrorman was alive and they had to think about the soldier behind, that just made so much space for Froyotech. And here comes Uber changes and Veep dropped.
He took so much damage pre-Uber just from pipes from Artis, and that's going to be a demo down for the side of Froyotech, which is really bad long term. They're already out. You see them at the bottom, but they know they don't want to fight this. Maybe a sack if they so desire. They're waiting for the timing if they are going to do it. Mirrorman and Blaze getting positioned. They're trying to make some moves. They're getting a little bit aggressive, but not a full-on sack. I don't think they necessarily saw an opportunity. Probably looking to see where Lolgai was standing, but didn't exactly look right. Just going to wait for Habib to get up, and it's going to be a dry fight to try to take it back at this point, but Witness Gaming trying to hold on to this for the long haul.
He just like setting up traps while like on the enemy team pump. It's kind of funny. But anyway, we do see Froyotech kind of trying to edge the point here. Witness Gaming is going to get their Uber first, but Artist is so hurt. That's going to
he just dies to a V-pipe as well.
The last two, the spam from Froyotech is insane. Yeah, Witness Gaming, no, they have to back out. That actually equalized Ubers because Lolgai had to spend so much time bowing that Skis was just able to beam people up to, you know, equalize those Ubers. So big plays there from just a Froyotech spamming class was able to hit all their damage.
Yep, so when they run in here, it's definitely going to be a Uber for the side of Skis in retaliation. I mean, depending on how things go, but trying to work the way up the slope, got your team all ready to go, and it's only the question of when. Branson taking the Uber, trying to run into Skis. Actually damage on Habib, taking the flash. Ash taking the flash to try to cause a distraction, maybe go behind. We'll think against him, but Bandy chasing him down, trying to collect this kill to add a player into his collection for his team, but it's actually, he barely escapes with 5 HP and is able to make sure that Last is dead in the grave with the help of Slemnish as well. So one player advantage for the side of Froyotech, and they own the point too. They didn't even have to press this advantage if they don't want to. So for the short term, Witness Gaming are going to be hard stuck to try to take this point, but they have some cap time in their favor. Might be a little bit difficult, but it is totally possible.
Here comes the ×4 on the point. Yeah, they're going to try to edge it, but they're going to lose Yite in the process. So now they have to delay their point time a little bit. Yite actually had a very unfortunate respawn there, like 11 seconds. So he's going to be lucky he's up.
He's just getting tossed around, but doesn't quite find it.
Here comes Mirrorman. Mirrorman's trying to go behind. He's just playing a jump map. He's T6ing around.
It didn't look good for him. Good for him.
I was just impressed. He like went at warp speed from one side of the map to the other. So Witness Gaming going to try to edge this point again. That should be a lot better, you know. Now that Blaze is down, that's one less spamming class to deal with. But well, pocket soldiers are just sitting at the top of the rock, spamming down, doing so much damage.
Laz just found Blaze's rollout timing and landed on him perfectly.
Branslam's can eat a pipe though. Slam just trades at least.
Yeah, so this trade is actually Froyotech favored. They respawn much quicker, so they could just wait for the window of opportunity where they have more players, and they're starting to poke around. They know
Witness
it's coming.
Gaming do have Ubers their exchange, which will definitely buy time, and here it comes. So Witness Gaming, here comes the Uber exchange. It's basically a 3v3 here. We're seeing Bandy getting very aggressive though, and they're not gonna be able to really punish him. They're kind of back on their own foot. Ash gonna bomb for some space, and they find Blaze with a pipe. That's a huge play. And Froyotech's backing up on their concrete. They know that they have a lot of hurt players. Oh, so they're silvered.
This is very smart from the side of Witness. They knew that they have a longer walk for their teammates to get there, so they made sure they ended that Uber on their own side of the map. Don't get super greedy. Let them get a little bit of point time, whatever. They actually baited that kill to make sure they can hold on to this for at least a little bit longer. Still got some time to shut off the clock if you want to take it into the under 60 seconds in front of the other team mark. But spam, it's pretty heavy on both sides. Habib taking a lot of damage as well as the side of Laz. Laz arrows all around, and it's going to be Bandy that's extremely aggressive and will find Laz alone on the flank. Yeah, he's actually going back for a pack. He's going to leech off of Lolgai, and Bandy will find him as well. It's the time for the Witness Gaming flank a little bit off, and Lolgai will die from a bomb from Blaze. So only 3 players left alive, left to salvage. They will collect Blaze and Mirror, and Bandy behind, though, might collect Artist if he finds his shots and gets a little bit of damage, but will probably, actually, may not even get cleaned up here.
Damage.
Yeah,
he's
just
Ash running
around.
Die
instead.
Yeah,
giant plays from Bandy there.
Yeah, Bandy's just taking like a bunch of 1v1s and winning all of them. So massive plays from Bandy. They're going behind, getting his team a lot of space, and Skis has full Uber at and the point here. But fortunately, at least Witness Gaming doesn't have to worry about the forward hold, which is definitely, the forward hold would buy a lot of time off the clock. So at least then they can go for their sack, try to get some point time maybe, hope for the best. We'll have to see what they want to do.
Yeah, forward hold would probably be endgame here. Artist is actually very aggressive in relation to his team, and that's going to make things rough. Lolgai has to play pass because he doesn't want to get Ubered on and die, but because of that, it means that everyone here is unhealed. They're going to pull the trigger, try to bomb in. That's enough to get the force, actually, so it seemed a little bit rough how slow they were actually playing that.
Look at how aggressive Froyo is.
I mean, it's able to find, they find some success, but not enough.
They're running into spawn.
Yeah, they know.
That's so smart.
If they just buy time here.
Habib is literally 28 health. Look at this. This is the most aggressive thing. Oh, they're all dying.
See, even if Froyotech die here, the fact that they're slowing them down. Yeah, Brandslam just run past them. He knows I have to get the point.
That's actually big brain plays from Brandslam. Skis did live, but yeah, that might be one of those wild plays that's smart, but wild plays I've ever seen. Skis is caught behind on their cliff, has to take a scout 1v1.
Yeah, Froyo gets a little bit greedy there. I mean, the idea of necessarily going to spawn at least a little bit, sure.
It made sense, but Habib was 20 health in spawn.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit reckless. They thought that was in the bag, but I mean, with Skis dead, it's gonna be pretty hard for them. I mean, they got a dry push coming up, which they could try to take the point back there, but this Ash sniper could be monstrous. It's always the first shot that's the most scary, and he hasn't been quite seen yet.
And it's defense sniper.
Yep. We'll have to see what he's able to get with his first shot. He's hiding for now. He's waiting for the call when the good spot
they're
is
gonna
peeking.
call when somebody peeks,
He's
just
peeking
standing
now.
out there.
They see it. That just means, yeah, they saw it, but that means Froyotech has to play slower or fast.
He hits the air shot onto Mirrorman, though. Habib dies instantly, too. Not going well for Froyotech on the immediate. They do get Brand Slam here, but that's...
Skis pipe, he can't come in. So much damage from both sides. It's just Slem and Skis left alive. 3v2, but Ash is on Sniper still at 4 HP as well, so this could be clutched by Slem if he hits his shot. Oh, no. Yite will find that.
Wasn't sure which player to hit, so Ash lost sniper. He gets Skis!
Oh, the perfect shot at the very end.
But look at the respawners. The respawners for Froyo coming in. They don't have heals, but you know they just have more bodies.
The cap time.
They Ubered. That's so smart.
Gonna salvage. They get one at the very minimum. Froyotech has to get on. Well, they don't have to get on the point, but Blaze is gonna try to cause
point time
some
might be
chaos.
massive.
Yep, Blaze getting on it, causing a distraction, living for as long as possible so the teammates can get there. But we'll see follow-up from your man as well as Slemnish getting any kill they can. Just play off the faster respawners, trying to salvage and make sure this round goes in their favor. Oh, Ash gonna fall in a 4v5 scenario right here in favor of Witness Gaming. The rest of Froyotech is rolling out, trying to get on this point, but not quite there in time. So we got a pretty close game here. It's gonna be a Witness Gaming round, leading us to 3-2 in favor of Froyo.
I think Froyotech might have regretted going into spawn as opposed to just doing a forward hold. I thought Froyotech was gonna forward hold and it was just gonna be over, but you know, I like the theory from Froyotech. It made sense, but I think they were just a little too hurt to do it. I think if, you know, Habib was above 20 HP and didn't die instantly, that could have been a much bigger play. But I like the theory.
Yeah, I mean, the deal is you can play suicidal in the last seconds of the game just to slow them down.
If Brand Slam didn't get behind, it would have been over.
The execution of that spawn camp was just off enough to make sure that Brand Slam, snuck through and was able to, get on. And they actually, it's not even just Brand Slam too. They pretty much wiped inside the spawn without Brand Slam even participating. So there was some blocked onto the spawn that was not quite there. They didn't make sure that everything was all said and done. And honestly, my 2 cents from watching this is they probably could have just won with a normal hold. But either way,
they could have forward held. And they would have won.
Normal forward hold, they probably could have won that in my 2 cents. But either way, it is what it is. The fact of the matter is it's a 3-2 in favor of Froyo.
It's new. And I think it works on paper if the conditions are right. I just think the execution and the conditions weren't quite there, but that's all right. They're Froyotech. You know, I'm sure they know why it didn't work either. You might even see it again in the future at some point. Who knows? But
it's adaptation.
I like seeing new things like that. You know, it's pretty rare to see something that aggressive in sixes. You know, it's already an aggressive game mode, but just running into the enemy's team's spawn, it shows a lot of game sense to try new things.
True. High risk, high reward, and the risk was definitely big at that time. But taking a look at logs here, it's actually Habib that's gonna be top of the charts by a lot here, entering the 400 DPM club, and we actually get to see a little bit more higher stats. I think it was last half we didn't really see too much of the double-digit department in many of the stats, but I think that's just because we actually played 3 halves this time around. What are you looking at here when you first take a peek at what we got numbers wise?
The Froyo frags look a lot more even across the board. Everyone's kind of, putting their part in, doing their work. Whereas Witness Gaming, Ash is getting left out to dry, but at least in the KD. But I think Ash is having a really impactful 6-16 game, which sounds kind of silly, but I feel like when I'm watching him play, he's making good decisions and he's doing his job. He's just, sometimes you just don't get kills. It happens.
Yeah, it feels like from some of these fights that Laz and Ash are actually performing off of each other in particular.
Yes, they're playing off of they're baiting each other very well. Like Laz will bomb and then jump away, and then Ash will bomb, so they don't really have a chance to go chase and clean up the soldier because they're just perennially just baiting each other, which is really annoying to play against.
Yeah, I mean honestly, sometimes when I cast, if I feel like okay that guy's dead, I'll call his death prematurely. Only if it's I'm for sure. And by far, Laz and Ash have been the 2 players the most this season where it looks like, that player's dead. I'm going to say he's died. And then somehow they just live with 8 HP. And I'm like, oh, they didn't die. And that's just because they know their timings very well and they make sure that if they're going in at the absolute perfect moment where they're not going to be looked at just enough where they can find a way to sneak out. So I'm really having my eyes on them for the the third half here, because they can really go big. Another chance for both these teams to try to adapt to the little small things about each other's play, and curious to see how both teams are gonna make the little adjustments they need to come out on top at the end of this match.
I think one thing to note too is Banny with 6 deaths and Skis with 9 deaths. So Banny dying a lot, significantly less than his medic. Say 6 to 9. If it's Viaduct, and your medic has more deaths than your pocket scout, that I don't know what exactly I would say that indicates, but it's definitely probably not what you want to see.
The only thing I can think of that's like normal gameplay is like sacks or like pseudo sacks onto Skis during dry fights or whatever.
Yeah.
That work, and because Banny's ignored and Banny lives through the subsequent scrappy fight. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I can think of. Looks like Habib is out there doing top damaging the server. So as we said before, this is a very good demo map. There's just a lot of players and you can shoot a sticky and it hits 4 players. It's very possible. So definitely the demos out there are having a good old time. Yeah, when you look at these logs, what do you see?
I mean,
that's new.
I think the default really that we have to say it at some point throughout the whole Koth tirade that we're gonna do. So might as well say it now. Medic deaths are gonna be extremely important.
Yeah.
You look at a couple numbers on the screen and you'll be like, oh, there's like a couple difference. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's not super crazy, but if there is one that can be super crazy, it's 100% going to be the amount of deaths you have as a medic. Because if you're not able to be there to have your Uber built up, and you're gonna have to have it reset, and you can't heal your teammates through certain fights, it's gonna be really rough.
Yeah.
Especially because it's a bit of a walk to get back to your team unless you have scout speed, to get there super fast or anything like that. So the fact that Low Guy has 6 deaths and Skis has 9, it's not a big difference, but
it's the little things, especially how close it was.
It's the little things that add up. And if you're trying to think about things that might have went wrong in terms of if you're Froyotech, be like, oh, we won that first half. What changed this time? Well, I mean, if you do stat analyzation at all, that's the first thing that I would look at. It's like, oh, what happened there? Yeah.
I think it also explains why Froyotech had better kills and more damage than Witness Gaming, but they lost 2-1, and I think that kind of explains it. They had one more Uber. I think it just explains Skis was just alive a little less than Lol Guy, and maybe that little advantage in healing can kind of add up. So even though Froyotech's getting more kills just off of Witness Gaming sacking and stuff, it's still Witness Gaming get the dub, and that's all that matters. And one thing to note is, it's been a while since I've seen Banny Sniper, especially on Koth. Like, we see Banny Sniper, I'd say once a match. It happens, you see it at some point. But I didn't expect to see a Fro Sniper on Koth, and I didn't expect it to be not Slimnish.
I feel like we've seen more Banny Sniper
we have.
This year than we have in, the past, 5 years.
Maybe he's just getting bored of playing, 30 minutes of Scout per 30-minute half. Who knows?
Maybe he's just picking it up. He's like, sure, why not?
Yeah, it's a good class, I understand. I'm just surprised because when I think Sniper on Froyotech, I definitely think Slimnish.
100%.
Yeah, Slimnish on Sniper is terrifying. Although Slimnish on Scout is also terrifying. We'll have to see. But on that note, we're into the third half. Witness Gaming have 2 rounds. Froyo have 3. So Froyotech need 1 round to win. Witness Gaming need 2.
Yep. This mid could definitely set the pace, especially because last round was double overtime, so every little fight is gonna matter. You definitely want to set yourselves ahead at the end of this mid fight. Pretty much normal, at least for now. No one's quite going in yet. Hurt. Yeah, we've seen that too. Low Guy a little bit hurt. It's gonna be hard for them to commit. Although last time we saw the Low Guy hurt and they tried to go off of it, they didn't really find a whole lot of success. So
he's gonna get. He gets Blaze. Nice shot from Last. That trade ends up Last being. That's pause.
Yeah, it's pause.
Ooh, okay, our first pause of the night. I'm looking. So. One team's not a scout, one team's not a soldier. Look where there's a scout chasing Laz the spawn. So I guess it's kind of even on the point, but look where Witness Gaming is. They look like they want to kind of hold W. Or maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
I mean,
look, there's 3 players looking back for Laz. Look at Froyotech. There's 3 players running by. They need to kill Laz.
Yeah, the thing is Lags won't be able to say exactly how much eyes he's drawing because of the walls in between grass and the spawn. So it's pretty much going to be on the side of Witness to notice that themselves, but they kind of have to get through Habib first, so it might take them a sec to.
But Habib might get 3v1'd.
Yeah, it might take them a sec to realize.
Very quick pause, so probably just someone briefly lagging. Hopefully not
they
huge.
Do realize
yeah,
they
do
realize it.
Habib's. Oh no.
He almost takes that Brand Slam with his last breath, too. too,
Yeah.
but Laz eventually does get
That was
chased
a
down to
heads
at
up
least
play
get that
from
kill.
Laz. Yeah, heads up
true.
play from Laz going to spawn, dragging all those people back. So kind of like Mirman that first time, but Froyotech still don't want to give up this point. But Witness Gaming have close. Banny's gonna fall, just trying to block the point, gonna instantly eat a pipe, but then just fall. So big plays there, and Yates holding W. Look at Witness Gaming; they want to take this in.
Oh yeah, Froyotech detransitioned, but a little bit slower than some of their teammates, so they almost lost the people getting out. But at the end of the day, they will at least all 6 of them stand, and Witness Gamer are going to be able to take the point and hold on to it to start the clock ticking down on the favor. But Froyotech, they have the Uber ready to try to take back the point for themselves. The question is, when will they use it? They have their sodas up on the high ground, at least trying to get some spam, and the Uber will actually get forced out. It didn't seem like the scouts were exactly ready. He'd trying to bomb forward and get some damage on Ars.
Trying to run
will
behind.
get some damage, and Yike gonna fall. The flank plays are happening from the side of Froyotech. They chase Laz as well, so 2-player ad for the side of Froyotech with some people behind as well as even Banny. Banny's in main. He's gets some damage on the log, but they do know it, and he is able to escape. At least now Banny's on the chase though. Low guy's just stuck. He's 8 HP and gonna get cornered by these people coming in from
there's
Cliff.
no hope, and that's a full wipe. So heads up play from Froyotech there, flooding the flank with 3 players, and I feel like you're Witness Gaming, there's really not much you can do as a flank player if you have 3 guys just running at you like that, and a post Uber too, so you can't even get healthy. That was a very just heads up like strategic play from Froyotech, and there's the pause. It was actually a Froyotech pause.
Skis
lagged. Oh, he lost his Uber, didn't he?
So their forward hold immediately got squandered as well.
That might be the most unlucky timing for a pause, other than like having full Uber.
That's pretty not good for the side of Froyotech. But Witness Gaming, hey, I'm sure they're happy to take it.
Yeah.
Oh, yep. So, bombs coming in from Ash, a little bit alone. He's actually going to bomb into the enemy team, which he thought would be safe territory, but no, it seems like the red concrete is just taken by the side of Froyotech.
Yeah.
Witness Gaming haven't figured out that seems to be
He's up pretty soon, though, at least.
The
just
A-game.
A little 10 seconds. But yeah, Witness Gaming just there. They know they have Uber out here because Skis lagged out. So I think they're going to try to use it. It's equalized. It's not even. Skis is having the heal. He's having the building of his life right now. And Branson's going to fall to a pipe.
I think Olga didn't have a target or was airing people or something, but
I don't know what happened, but
this is not that huge.
Skis just built that Uber so insanely fast, that's crazy.
Yeah, so it's going to be pretty much even Bransam respawning, so it's going to be hard, but they are going to take this Uber with their...
The beam might fall, though.
Not on the beam.
They dropped the beam.
So much damage. These actually cleaned up, and Laz jumping behind is all dueling Mirror Man, so this Uber exchange is going to have one person behind. They're going to go back and clean up and kill, but...
every day.
Yeah, true. So they have some room to work with in terms of class composition, as well as some space, trying to push back onto this point, but the Blaze flank...
The Froyotech scouts getting very aggressive. They get Bandy a lot of damage off of that. Mirror Man in, he's going to get Ash, and he's on low guy. Can he get the next rocket? No, he can't, but Witness Gaming is so hurt. Artist is going to fall, and it's just Brand Slam and low guy versus pretty much a lot of Froyotech players, but they do have better respawns. They're going to be in quickly, whereas Mirrorman and Banny have a kind of long ways to wait, but Witness Gaming kind of backing up here, so the time's slowly ticking down on this game.
I swear Mirrorman has a sort of invisibility cloak whenever he gets in someone's hitbox. No one else can see him. He just lives inside of the enemy team for much longer than you initially expect.
Flash is going to die too.
They
Look at
arrive and
Skis is on
immediately
flank.
melt.
Froyotech is just pushing their heels flank.
This is an extremely great play. They know this window where they have Disad is extremely small, so they're trying to clean up Witness Game before it even happens, and they force the Uber in the most perfect spot, but not quite enough. Ash with the salvage,
Kills are insane.
making sure that Skis does indeed fall, and the beginning execution was great, but after,
Volgai got the Uber just in the nick of time, and Ash was just, not Ash, Artist was able to hit like 2 pipes. He just, that Uber was super clutch. They were able to get a bunch of kills there, and that kind of set them back in this round. They do have a lot of time to make up, but they have decent ad. This is definitely, they're in a good situation.
Pretty much making the best out of a bad situation, textbook, but overad for the side of Witness, but it will not come quite into play. It is dry for this approach of Froyotech trying to take back the point. They got a lot of time in their favor, but if it takes too long, the Witness Gaming will hold on to this and put themselves in a good spot. Once again, flank plays. It's going to be take number 5 where we see Froyotech go into the enemy team concrete and try to apply some damage, but it's going to be Artist. Oh, he got arrowed the last second, so Mirrorman not able to find the frag. Blaze behind though, trying to chase the frag, gets the direct rocket on Artist, will live at least for now. Arrow missed though, but it seems like there's enough initiation to clean him up, but they're so passive, there's so much cap time though. 5v5 scenario, Froyotech still trying to take back this point, but they're afraid to get onto it, even despite Artist backing up so far. I'm a little bit surprised, but he's, eventually does get melted by Scout distraction, as well as E blocking forward, though. So. Yeah.
And they have an Uber here. They're going to Uber exchange to buy time. Very heads up play for Witness Gaming. They know they need the buy time for the demo to come back. Ash lives. He's running. I don't think he has ammo. He's running away with a pickaxe.
They've lost so many players though. 3 dead in this post Uber. So it bought time. At the end of the day, Froyotech are able to take back.
They do have a dry fight. They have like They have like
25
one red bar.
seconds,
They need to
though.
get point time here. That's their big thing. And Froyotech's getting very aggressive. Blaze is hurt though. This could end up disastrous. Yeah, there goes Blaze. They trade Yite for Blaze, which you'll take because, you know, that's just an extra player to not spam on the point. And here we go. It's Witness Gaming have to get point time now, or else they're just gonna pretty much lose very quickly.
Yeah, there's no overtime, so there has to be aggression right now. Bomb coming from Ash, causing a distraction. It's
gonna
going to
be
be over onto
full
the flank. Slamnish and Mirror Man
not
are
standing
just
on the
caught
point.
in the middle of the connector, but yeah, not on the point. I think there might have been a bit of miscommunication there on who was actually going to be standing on the point there.
Yeah,
so I
they,
guess
yeah, they had
muddled
it, but
comms.
I think they all thought that each other was gonna do it, so you know they kind of cloud9'd that, but that's okay.
Muddled comms.
Yeah, muddled comms, but overall, I think Witness gave a good showing in that match, and it was a 4-2, right? I guess that's what we predicted, so that's kind of what I expected. They gave a good showing, but at the end, you know, a little too little, too late. Froyotech take map 1, and on to Witness Gaming's map pick of Sunshine, the only 5 CP map in this pool for this playoff match.
True, it's going to be interesting to watch. And realistically, I feel like if you're Witness, just like making a spitball prediction, I feel like this is the map that you like didn't expect to win out of the set if you were going to win.
Yeah.
Because we talked
Probably
about
the
it
most,
before
like,
that
kind of coin flip map. I think it was not coin flip necessarily, but like they had to like pull out some hidden tech. I think to really upset that.
well, one, it's very snowbally, and then two, we also said that the practice difference was the biggest out of all the maps. I think the rest of the maps here, the practice has been pretty much equal. It's going to increase in amount. Like I think Clearcut, the last map, has been played the most from both these teams. But it's pretty much even in terms of the matches that you had to play throughout the regular season. Well, this was like Witness didn't play this at all. They had this week to prep for this map. So I think you're looking at the other 3 maps before you even played Product in the first place.
Yeah, I do think though it's interesting to note that again, like we kind of said in the pregame, the Froyotech flank plays coming in that last round were so huge. Just the Froyotech flank plays were insane. They just I feel like I don't really see other teams doing this as much too, where they just send like they just run their whole team into concrete and just every single invite player who's like on the receiving end of it just dies instantly.
Well, I think they're noticing that they're playing Witness Gaming is playing very soldier denial heavy.
Yeah,
so a
like
lot of the times they're a little bit back, but I think it's more so they're keeping Yite with the combo to the extent and the positioning where when Laz gets jumped on in concrete, Yite can't help him as quickly as he could to like prevent that death from happening. So even at the bare minimum, like the kills are gonna happen and it's a distraction. So I think Froyotech definitely recognized that all right, they're gonna try to deny our soldiers by the combo, so let's just avoid the combo. And it did that multiple times over and over again, and I don't think that Witness I think they made some adjustments, but there were definitely some moments where you from both teams in this match where you could see like a team had like the right idea, but when they tried to do something with it, it just didn't come to fruition. And probably obviously more often for the side of Witness didn't really work out than Froyotech given the scores.
Yeah, so I guess going into map 2, Witness Gaming, so now Froyotech, if they win a map, they win grand finals, they, you know, win the season. Good job, Froyotech. So Witness Gaming have to win the next 3 maps in order to win. So if you're Witness Gaming, I think this is a must-win map too, considering it's 5 CP. I think it's, you know, I think Hoth is just an inherently more back-and-forth game mode than 5 CP in terms of, like, how do I put it? It's not as snowball-y, I think, the next 2 maps. So I think Witness Gaming really need to come out strong in this map. So if you're Witness Gaming, you know, what are you looking at for? What are you thinking?
Probably mid-fight wins, mostly because if you don't get a solid footing in the mid and just end up on your own last, you're not really going to be able to play the game. And I'm really excited to see how that necessarily unfolds, because I feel like a lot of their strategies have been I think they work really well for smaller map types, so they just try to eliminate like a certain class or go behind per se. And going behind on Sunshine isn't really like a super strong thing in comparison to other maps. And trying to pick a particular class that's out of position, like surprising, is kind of hard because you can kind of see most of what's happening and your targets are pretty far apart. So I'm curious to see what their game plan is going to be for the mid fights, because if they try to do what their staple's been throughout the regular season, it might be a little bit difficult for them. But before we get too deep into a Sunshine analysis, we're in between maps, gotta wait for the teams to get their stuff together. So probably gonna take a small ad break of like 30 seconds, 2 minutes, something like that. And we'll be able to go ahead and plug the merch that we have up on the stores. You can take a peek at if you're curious about t-shirts and stuff like that. But we'll be right back for just a little bit, not too long. You can get a drink or something, and we'll be back shortly to show you guys what's gonna happen on Sunshine. Welcome back after that little break. We are returned. We have some people in the server, so probably not too much longer until we get the game rolling. But while we are waiting, here is the merch screen so you can get an idea of what's in store. If it piques your interest at all, you can go ahead and check out the link on the right side of the screen. You can maybe get a shirt for yourself if you desire to. But we're going to be going into the match shortly, I can only imagine. It seems like most people are moving around. I don't think we've necessarily entered live time quite yet, but
yeah, we do see some off classes.
I think it's just Lowell guy that's standing still, and that's about it. So probably not too much longer. This is the second map of Sunshine. Froyotech are 2 maps up, and if they take Sunshine, they take the grand finals. And Witness Gaming, they got to win Sunshine, then Bagel, then Clearcut to take it for themselves. So they got a long road ahead of them. I'm curious to see how long that road is going to get traveled tonight.
Yeah, I think Bagel, considering last time we saw Bagel as a 4-3, I think Bagel is very winnable for Witness Gaming, and since Clearcut is their map pick, I think Clearcut also very winnable for Witness Gaming. I'm honestly most scared of, I think, this map, honestly. I think playing Froyotech at 5 CP is very scary, because it can very quickly get out of hand, and they can just drain the time away.
I 100% agree with the sentiment that it's interesting because this is a Witness Gaming pick.
But it's also.
But from an outside perspective, this seems like out of the 3 maps that are left,
Froyotech picking this map.
Yeah, out of the 3 maps that are left, this is the one that feels like it's the hardest for Witness to win.
They really. This is their must-win map, and I think it would have been definitely easier if, like, I guess all their maps are must-win maps, but I think this one definitely to have a. I think once you open up the grand finals and win a map, a lot can go differently, but you gotta win this map or else you just insta lose. So it's definitely, it's
fitting that it's up next.
Yeah, it's all the this one's could be for all the marbles if Froyotech come on top. We'll have to see. We do have we're just waiting for one of the teams to ready up. We do have Lowell guy standing still, an engineer, and the Slumdish pre-game sniper.
Yep. I think we are live in real time, so we're hitting the under 60-second mark. So I guess it's time to go ahead and talk about some predictions, what we think this map is going to have in store for us. Space Ghost, what are your initial thoughts about this Witness Gaming pick?
I think, in my heart, I think Frey are going to win because they win a lot, but I'm going to say, because it's Witness Gaming's map pick, like 5-4 Witness Gaming. Go big or go home.
It's weird to think about because this feels like a pick that you.
I think
it was picked less for. I think it was picked less for Witness, like for themselves, and more for. Yeah, because I think there have been some moments where Froyo has had shaky moments, so they just look at that and be like, "Is that their weakness? Let's exploit a weakness." And I try to go for it.
I think earlier in the week or something, Froyotech lost the scrim to like a pug team or something, and that might have been it. We'll see. Who knows?
Sealed the deal for the pick.
Yeah, if Witness Gaming win, we can ask him in the post-game interview
why they picked that. I'll say like 5-2, 5-3 in Froyo here.
Yeah, that makes sense. And going into the first mid here, we are gonna see. Looks like both demos are gonna elect the rollout. Actually, did Habib go Valley? I didn't even notice. He's very aggressive, but yeah, Habib's so aggressive. Look, well, he's so hurt too. He gets better at least.
Same with Blaze, so a lot of weak plays to the side of Froyotech. They're actually going to chase one of the Soldier. I think that's
Ash
Laz
on the
out to their
tower
own
too.
too.
High bomb from Ash.
And Habib's dead immediately. Yeah, and Ski's dead, and the flank coming from Laz. Cleaning up Skis and Blaze. He got pushed back so far, but still able to find some success. And only 3 players left alive on the side of Froyotech. And Banny not going to be able to find anything, so I think, Mirman and Slumdish pretty much getting out. Oh, Slumdish, that's a wall. Alright, he found his way out.
That happens. But yeah, that was a very clean mid from Witness Gaming. I'm glad they had a little bit of a. They could have made a mistake where they could have gotten pinched by Banny and the flank, but they elect Branson. I think it was Branson. Wisely just ran behind, killed Banny, so then they only had players in front to worry about, and they managed to keep their mid alive. So heads up play for Witness Gaming. So now they have a full Uber to push in the last, and they gotta win these. You gotta win the mids, and then you gotta win the last push, because if you can't push last, you can be better than the team in every facet. But if you can't push last, it's GG.
True. At that point, your only option is to kill them all on 2 and then just take last when it's wiped.
Or just get a back cap. You gotta cheese it in some way, and you hope it doesn't come to that. And we'll have to see where they elect to take this. Actually, giving I guess they're getting everyone. Yeah, look at their health. They're
That's
so
a lot
healthy.
of time though.
Yeah.
They
get stuffed in the door so hard. Already not a good start here, but they do get the gun immediately, and they all get in pretty.
Oh, they shot the stickies. Branson shot up into the
Mirrorman's
sky.
gonna die.
Heavy on the field, one player ad for the side of Witness Gaming. They got some cap time, but if it goes too much longer, Skis will get an Uber of himself. They're trying to play this fast. They are going to lose Ash. Sluggish is a 1 HP. He will eventually fall. The Uber will come out,
comes
though.
out, but they have so many players to chase. I don't know if...
Oh, low guy.
Oh, he
barely escaped. He just jumped up the side. Wow. All right. Well, that's going to be an ad for the side of Witness. They definitely salvaged at the last second. That was going pretty bad. Took him a bit, but...
Skis having a pop there saved that. If Skis
100%.
takes that Uber, that's a disaster.
They knew they had to play that fast, and they played it fast enough to where at least they hold on to the enemy teams too. They can rebuild this ad and go for a second try, but
I think
Froyotech's gonna have a little bit of a different hold this time.
Slemish Heavy, I think they would have lost without it, because that was a big roadblock for them, and, you know, it's usually a good strat to sit there in the top right, but if the Heavy's just shooting you, it's just instant so much damage. And here they come, and this Uber's going a lot better immediately. The Artist is already in spawn. Look at Froyotech's positioning. They're just all hiding in spawn. They're getting the point time, too. Although they do manage to fight the point. No soldiers,
trying to
though.
bomb in. Oh, a little bit of damage from Ash onto Skis. 4v4 scenario. Oh, salvage though, maybe? Laz? Oh, teammates ate the rocket for Skis, so Skis gonna live through that, and I looked a little bit better for the side of Witness right off the bat in terms of their pace, but yep, not quite. So Froyotech were able to reclaim their own too, holding their Uber at the boot, and I think they're gonna block out Laz and Yite spawn here, so they have they don't even need to use their Uber per se, at least in their eyes. And Witness Gaming,
Guy does have 60% here for mid, so Froyotech want to get in here without using it. Witness Gaming here gonna try to get it. We're gonna get this Uber. They have 30% disad, so it's sizable, but they can work with it. Having a Slemish pick though definitely opens things up. They're definitely gonna feel more confident about repushing now. Now they don't have to worry about a scout.
Yeah, I mean, you lose one, but you still have this Uber to work with. Branson going to fall, though. It's a 5v5 scenario. The Force, though, Laz able to make sure that is claimed for themselves. Artist pop into the air, but will not be saved. The Uber will die to fall it in.
Here comes the
3v3, but the better Uber.
Huge, though. Their Uber is so much longer.
Ash is so deep. The rockets onto Skis.
Look at the
and
bomb
the
he
arrow
knows.
from the low guy once again. Ash cleaning up a beep, so there's no escape. So
Banny's
Banny's on the chase, but low guy finds Ash, and I don't think Banny's going to really find anything here.
Oh, Froyo didn't even cap mid, too, so that's they can probably roll second off this. Froyo doesn't have heals.
Yeah, I think they knew that they had to play that really aggressively if they were going to go at all. So they tried, but a little bit too deep and lost too many players. So Witness Gaming hold on to the mid and don't really have their Uber per se, but they have some positioning to try to get onto 2 before Froyotech gets here.
Yeah, their heals just arrived, so they know they're going to be hurt players. Although Branson dying into the Artist's spawn at 2, so they trade. Oh, they get Habib in the post. Last got Habib. That's huge. So they do trade 3 for 2, which isn't ideal, but they do manage to get Habib maybe stall this. It's just those 2 versus the universe. Low guy so hurt. Oh, he craters. So that's a full wipe.
So many players on Witness went through the same door. It was like mostly all cafe. So when they got completely spammed out, there was no one there to alleviate any of that pressure. So, door choice from Witness in terms of all being clumped together is going to punish them at least a little bit. So, sent back to their own 2 and actually pretty much their own last with Low Guy still dead. There's no feasible way they hold on to this point, so they're just giving it up. Yeah, this is a pretty good spot. The tables have turned and Froyotech are in the driver's seat capping this point, and Branslam's in the forward spawn, but it is stuck off. I think he knows, and yeah, he heard this stick. He's going to go ahead and back spawn, but Skis with his full Uber going to be looking to bring his team into last when they're all buffed up in lobby ready to go.
Yeah, so this is a round you can't lose as Witness Gaming because they had 2 last pushes and they got them. So if Froyotech wins this round, it's not gonna look good because you know they got the mid win, they got 2 rounds to push, they couldn't get it, and if Froyotech wins their first one, this milk is huge.
Oh, Branson does not quite hit the shot, and the Uber is actually so
deep. They get a Slemish trap though. And they have Yite on heavy. This might be salvageable. The Mirrorman's out. Yeah, this looks like a pretty successful last hold from... Oh yeah, Witness Gaming. Okay. This is very clean.
Froyotech, I don't think they recognize it. There's actually, despite them getting so deep, there's actually no frags to get. That's why you got so deep in the first place. So they try to get any kills they can. Don't really find a whole lot of success, and point stays empty. No cap time whatsoever. So it's going to be a conversion of the second point in Witness Gaming's favor. And yeah, they got an ad to boot to try to push into mid against a Froyotech team that is just barely set up.
Yeah, and they have bigger ad than Froyo did when they were pushing mid off of their successful last hold. Mirrorman gonna die, trying to get the force here. Blaze gonna die too. They managed to get Ash through it, but then Banny's so hurt. Oh, they get so many kills. That's insane. And they're gonna get mid off this, and they're probably gonna steamroll to second, I'd guess. He's not even building
free second.
This is massive for Witness Gaming. They don't know that Skis wasn't building out the trap, so he doesn't manage to get a post kill, but that's pretty much all they're gonna get. Skis wasn't able to build Uber well at all, so that was a very successful roll from last to last. That's what I kind of wanted to see from Witness Gaming. They need to kind of take control of that round again if they manage to.
From their last to your last to their last, the story of Witness scamming and Habib putting up a trap to make sure that last kill is going to be collected. So that's going to be pretty much their sack, and starting to poke around, trying to find any opening to do a counter themselves. Mirrorman's going to get really weak, so it's going to be difficult for him to go for it, but Blaze, he's on the chase. He's sneaking through. He's found an opening through underneath and able to get a rocket on the low guy, getting that force out of the enemy team. And Witness, they're set up on the top of the platform. It's not really that great.
Steamrolling in lobby here. He's trying to go to last.
Behind.
And there's no one on the... Blaze has to go back to last. Okay, they're all going back through him. Big play from Grand Slam, dragging everyone back though.
Laz used the opening to force skis as well, so they salvaged that real hard. Despite a little, hole in their defense there, they at least make sure that, they don't give up 2 for free per se.
Yeah, they managed to kind of salvage that at the end from a very, kind of terrible situation. We'll have to see if Froyotech, they are getting their spawns. They want to push mid here. This is basically going to be a dry fight. And they do spot it early, so Witness Gaming know it's coming, but they're not. I don't know how hard they're set up. Okay, now they are. Yeah,
missing one soldier.
Artist has stickies on the floor, so it's gonna.
They go for Blaze alone. Froyotech plays a little bit too slow.
Yeah, big flank plays. Slemdish, yeah. They might try to push. I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, Ash looks like they want it. He wants to go.
Oh, misses up his jump though. But bomb coming in.
Trade 2 for 1.
A lot of players. Yeah, 4v4 scenario.
No soldiers. No soldiers in the server.
Yeah, well, I don't think either team wants to necessarily push unless it's free. That's a free kill for the side of Habib collecting Brand Slam. They're on the chase trying to push into mid. Wallace player advantage still exists in their favor. They're underneath the point and Logan going to die.
Logai's just leaving.
It's a collapse from here. Logai, I don't think anyone's healthy enough to really chase him deep, so he's going to live at least for now, but that was quite the turnaround, and Froyotech find the opening to take mid back for themselves. And with the player they have here, it's looking like second might be free as well. Maybe.
Think they're going to try to Uber exchange, maybe?
No, they don't have enough players to cover all their base. No, if they Uber exchange on plat, someone's just going to run behind lobby and pinch them.
Okay. So, yeah, looks like Froyo are going to take their second. And I must say, I think Witness Gamer are losing to Habib traps right now. Habib is, gotten the first kill in almost every fight for the past, 5 minutes.
I agree. He's been leading the charge in terms of picking people off for his team. 100%.
Yeah, it's really hard to play the game when you just have somebody instantly die at the start of every fight to just their demo. So Habib kind of salvaging Froyotech, their last hold and managing to parlay that all the way to mid. So we're seeing a lot of last to last. We do manage to get Yite killing Slemdish there. It's going to buy a little bit of breathing room. Witness Gaming going to push up in lobby, see if they can get a force on the skis, which is going to be probably pretty challenging. It's second out of last is kind of hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally possible, but it's less about
Slemdish Sniper.
Yeah, it's going to be less about you being really, really good and being really creative, and more about there being a hole in the first place that you just see and then go for it.
Up. I feel like if both teams are playing perfectly, it's really, really hard to get the sack. Unless your medic has to kind of have a forcer to get that force.
The defense has to make enough of a mistake, I think. Give you the breathing room.
I wonder if they know Slemdish is on sniper. So you do have 2 snipers on the field. Yite is 185. Actually, it's Banny sniper, excuse me, not Slemdish. Where's our heart? And Yite gonna get the counter snipe. They must have known or spotted it, or just Yite knew that something was up. So Banny, wait, no, that was Slemdish. My HUD was broken. Oh, my HUD was broken. Okay.
Unfortunate. I mean, it's Yite versus Slemdish. They probably talked about it beforehand that I'm gonna kill you with sniper this match or something, dub.
Yeah.
Realistically,
probably.
I can see that happening.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, he's actually taking a lot of damage here. It's going to be hard for him to peek the shot. They're going to eat an arrow, but Banny's poking around in lobby as well as some spam coming from Mirrorman, so it's actually difficult for him to try to do a real counter sack.
Yeah, I feel like Witness haven't been able to even get a counter sack off, really, and here comes Slemdish again. If at first you don't succeed, try again, and that's what they're going to try to do. Slemdish opting for the other door this time, and he might run into Artist here, which would be ideal. Actually, he's going to run into Laz. Laz wisely jumps out and is able to call the sniper, so that's a big play, because now they know Slemdish is on sniper again. Yeah, he can take a buff and just go take that fight.
Yep, gonna be a bit of a stalemate here while we wait for one of these teams to make a successful play. You gotta really find out exactly where everyone is and where the hole is, and both the defenses when Froyotech sitting on the enemy teams too, as well as Witness Gaming holding their own last. So it might take a sec to figure out what you want to do here. They got a... Oh, no. He's got enough heavy, at least for now. It's not bad to make sure you got as much mobility as you possibly can, but... Yeah, just sniper still. Try to find an angle where it's opening. Honestly, I kind of like the door choice that Froyotech is choosing right now. It seems like the much better idea, but this gun gonna make sure that Blaze is dead on the graves, and now decide to Witness.
He just eats stickies on that door.
A little bit on the chase. Oh,
and he gets
lower. Habib drops so low, 30 HP, but does eventually live. And 2 soldiers down for Witness. That's a lot of spam not on the table.
Ooh, they get Slemdish though. That's a big pick. They're able to get the sniper. So yeah, winning the SPS pretty convincingly. Now, is he gonna get air shot? No, low guy, he's so hurt. Oh, he has to pop there. Yeah, that was a required pop. Habib gets 2 kills. Habib's on a 7K on stage. Yeah, on an 8K actually.
he is having a monster game right now, and Froyotech are trying to take this point away from him, sticking off the cap, getting a scout on it, but the soldiers have respawned. Witness Gaming trying to collapse as much as possible and get some damage to clean up these people on the board. They've lost a couple, but more respawners coming in from their spawn, trying to clean up as many people as they possibly can. Habib will fall. Skis drop very low. Caught from his team, but the respawners from Froyotech are finally arrived. The pipes are landing, and Mirman's trying to get all the points. They're trying to collect artists. They will, and it's just Logai left alive. And after a very long and scrappy fight, after a very long stalemate as well, Froyotech will take the first round of this Sunshine game.
I think with this gaming are literally losing to Habib right now. It's not that Froyotech, it's a team game, but Habib is playing out of his mind right now. They need to find some way to stop him.
Yep, definitely some adaptations to be made, not just waiting for halftime. If you wait for halftime, you'll be working against a very large deficit. So curious to see what's going to change over the course of this map. But for the mid, we see a fast soldier bomb coming from Laz. Not quite hitting the mark. Habib's going to live through that, but so will Laz. So it's going to be just both teams taking some positioning on either side. High bomb from Laz, trying to land on the enemy team's touch area. And
going for something.
Surfing away into Guy will eventually die, but they've extended 3 resources, 4 to try to collect Skis and Mirman. And they will get that success, but not quite enough to make sure they own this point. Will be taken by Froyotech, and I don't think Froyotech's healthy enough per se to contest and go into the enemy teams too. So Banny's gonna poke around, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be a 1 mid for the side of Froyotech. But how long will they hold on to it?
Yeah, I think it's curious to see how Witness Gaming approach taking this mid fight, because they know Froyotech's gonna try something to get this force. They have big enough this ad, they kind of have to try something, or else they're just gonna get rolled straight to last. So they got to do something here, and I'm really curious to see what they have. Where are Habib stickies?
I think they're by cafe on the stairs.
Ooh, that's a sneaky one, yeah. See, okay, so they do actually pop through, but Froyotech's so far out.
Yeah, it's just Mirman who's behind. And actually,
Banny's behind. Oh, Banny's causing terror behind.
He's trying to take his. Okay. He does eventually die, but that's enough room. That's so much room though. Blaze has gone in.
Gonna fall to a soldier bomb. They get the trade.
Chaos, but the chaos at choke. Guy and Branson are just on cleanup.
I didn't see what happened. Froyotech just died. Like,
I mean, it was 2 different sides of the map. There was a little bit of distraction, but the scouts are just on cleanup duty. They did not let Froyotech get through that choke without heavy casualties. Oh yeah,
that's a big play.
There's no demo to be showing himself.
I think that's the one where you wait till you see cat time and then you peek. It's one of those situations, but it's a free peek basically. If he sees something, he could take it. If not, he's on last, and so. We're all good. We do have Slemish on Sniper again, and we do have Banny on Engineer, so Froyotech posted up for another last hold. Witness Gaming, I think they've had 2 last pushes, maybe 3. Haven't been able to get them, but, we'll have to see if they're able to get it.
If they got a pick, that's good short term, but pretty bad long term, so it's only a matter of time before they go in. And go in, they will, trying to get down the gun, it's over on the far left, not near the Uber whatsoever. So far, they've collected no kills and actually going to take a lot of damage themselves. Immediately collapse on. It's just Loga and Artist left alone who will die. Branson following suit. Bombs coming in from the soldiers trying to salvage it in any way they possibly can. It's only going to be Mirman that does fall from this last push, though. It is Witness Gaming very disjointed in the execution of that last push.
Yeah, I think of a lot of their last pushes, they haven't even gotten the demo bomb off well because Habib's just kind of like debt his stickies when they pop Uber, so he just goes flying in the worst direction possible. So definitely their last push has not been ideal. We do have Yite on Sniper trying to salvage something, so if he gets this shot off, this could be a huge play if they don't spot it early enough.
Yeah, pretty good advantage for the side of Froyo, but this Yite Sniper, like you said, could prove a bit of a challenge. He is kind of hiding himself in spawn, but it doesn't matter. Bomb immediately coming out from the side of Beeben. They think they saw him. They're locking out that spawn, but he has back spawn, so they pop and get into mid and probably going to take it because it doesn't look like Witness is close enough. But
leapfrog situation.
Don't really collect any kills. So now Witness, 90%. Not too much longer until they get the Uber themselves to try to take back mid for their own team.
Yeah, Witness Gaming probably going to try to take this with that. Actually, Froyotech's close enough. They might want to take this with the. They might actually want to use to get through. They're going to try to get through these doors here. It is, once you get through these doors, it's not as bad. But Last going to fall immediately, and a
behind too.
That's going to, kind of put a damper on this. And wisely, yeah, he's on last, literally on last. That's such a huge play because now Witness Gaming have to go chase him around, and it wastes so much time. But Skis, not. Still only 60%, so Witness Gaming still have an opportunity to do this if they actually find this kill, but, he's just still on last.
He's buying so much
he's winning
time.
the 1v1.
Oh, yeah, he does win that 1v1. That's huge. That buys even more time and even space, too, because now they have to send even more resources back. Now Blaze has found his way behind as well. They have to deal with him, and it's Logeye just left. Oh, he barely didn't use that Uber, and at the end of the day, Slumnish and Blaze will both fall, but also positioning from Froyotech, they've taken pretty much all of the enemy team's to area.
That's a free force. I think that was a free force. Yeah, the flank was in, so Laz is able to get just very free force, and I think Froyotech's trying to back cap. Look where Mirrorman's, like, they're lurking like they want to go for a back cap if they see the opportunity.
Oh, Ash Bomb, though, immediately catching a beam, and that means that
Mirrorman's
behind,
and he's going for, he's 2 players on the back cap, 2 players, they can't stop this. This might be around.
Laz is going to be the sole respawner that has to 1v2 for just long enough, but Banny not going for it. He's hiding in the corner. He's going to just, 2-shot Yite in the corner. He knows that it's going to be a tall task to defeat Laz there. It's a bit of a long haul, but Logai left alone, unable to heal his teammates that are fighting on 2, but it doesn't look like they'll need it. It's only Slumnish, but it's pretty much there at 1 HP.
He's just running.
Will he find
Artist?
No. Yeah, he will eventually die, so that's honestly a pretty valiant effort from the side of Froyotech. That almost led to something extremely fruitful.
It's if 1 or 2 plays from Witness don't work out there, and they get around off that surely. So Froyotech they're trying to go behind again. Yite definitely on the duty here, and Freeman gonna get caught out. And Laz just barely living there, so having both your soldiers die instantly, and they have Uber to sad, not ideal for Froyotech, which means this might be a second push as well as a mid push, and they're stacking to deny both these soldiers.
I think the soldier coordination is really paying dividends for the side of Witness right now. We talked about it before in Viaduct, that Ash and Laz are definitely playing off each other much more than I feel like we see Mirrorman and Blaze when it comes to, oh, he's distracting, I'm gonna go do something.
Yeah,
and
they have very good synergy.
Like, you just see even right then, they did this pretty much the same thing in terms of space creation on mid, but it's the Froyo soldiers that fall and not the Witness Gaming ones.
Yeah.
So this ad is dwindling. It's honestly probably not even the last push.
Yeah, they're gonna just post up through. Maybe
they think it's big enough. Or
maybe,
no, is this a sack? Oh, it's a sack. It's a sack.
They get
it's
the force,
enough.
though. That's huge.
No gun, so no immediate shutdown, and Laz and Yite will fall for that Uber, and that's enough. They'll be happy with that, so they're going to get another attempt, but Froyotech are poking around on the chase. They're not sticking at Laz. Bandy's found an opening. Same with Slem and Blaze if they decide to go through it, but I think they realize that Logai, he's so far back.
And if they die there, that's disastrous. They've had such successful last pushes. I think they just want 6 players up and hope they can keep turtling out these last pushes. Because it's only, Froyotech's only up a round. Winners just need 1 round and then it's equalized. And if they go into the second half, with an even score, I think you honestly take that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea to try to bank off the other team's mistakes when it comes to a last hold situation, so it makes sense. But Witness Gaming, they do have their Uber ready to go, just getting buffed up before they go. Hopefully for their sake, they don't take too long, because it's going to be a bit, but they will finally pop their juggle at least a little bit, but this level 1 will surely go down pretty soon.
They can't, they're getting point time, so now they have to fight this, so they do have a good point time, and the collapse is huge, the damage is insane. Or they get Habib, and they finally, Witness Gaming, after all this time, they get a successful last push, and it's 1-1 now, going into our 3rd mid of the match.
Yeah, the soldiers just sacrificed themselves for Habib, and that opened up so much. That's actually an extremely smart play. You know the way that those last pushes have going, and they've had a lot of them so far. That point's going to be the play for taking out a Froyotech last hold, so sacrifice both your soldiers, take the stickies and Habib out of the equation to cap that, and now we're into a mid and a tie game 1-1.
Yeah, they also they had this scout edging the point, so Habib had to peek there in order to block in. A lot of early damage. Blaze is hurt, Habib had to get a bow, so Witness Gaming starting off with pretty good health overall. Only Artist is the only one who's actually taking any real damage, and Skis is hurt too. Their span is insane.
Yep, but it's curious to see who's going to be the first person to actually go off of said damage. So far, everyone just eating a little bit of arrows. It is going to be Skis that has been at least a little bit hurt. If he takes too much more, it might be difficult for him to stay too aggressive. But the soldiers' bombs coming in, actually not quite committing to a target, but Laz is cleaned up. Yite
both soldiers are so hurt.
Yeah, Froyotech gonna come out on top this time around. Actually, both teams got extremely low. There was Blaze 18, Mirrorman was 6, Banny was like 40.
Yeah, that was almost the Witness Gaming bid.
Yeah, but it's gonna be Froyotech that cleans it up though.
Yeah. So Froyotech gonna try to block here, but Artist wisely put his stickies by Cafe, and Froyotech actually gonna try to, just try to bust choke. This might be an Uber exchange here. Froyotech really want to take this second and force Witness Gaming onto last, and Witness Gaming certainly don't want to be on last. So this is gonna be, we have it midair. Blaze is gonna fall, kind of kissed in midair as we have an Uber exchange happening here in second, but Froyotech's down 2, and they might get collapsed on.
Yep, and Habib left out to dry will eventually fall. Oh no, what? He took out Brandsam, gonna get launched away to behind, and Logai collected another kill.
Though. Skis and Habib. Logai gets Habib.
That's huge. Well, honestly, I feel like Logai is starting to pass May in terms of
he's actually
total arrow kills this season.
Look at Bandy, he's behind. I think he's gonna go for a back hit. Bandy's just always sneaking his way behind.
They don't even know. Oh, now they see him. And they have no scouts here. Witness know they can't fight this long term.
Yeah, they know. Yeah, Logai's gonna be dead if they fight that, but they have enough Uber to work with that these mid fights, I have to say, both teams, if you have Uber pushing to mid, it's been going pretty well. The only play Froyotech had that really worked was going behind, and even then, that kind of just bought time.
Oh, bombs coming in from Blaze, launched into the skybox, I think from some other
Artist
spam,
is so
but
hurt.
he's
They
so
get
high. He's so high in the skybox that Logai didn't even see it. I mean, he like kind of saw it happening, but
Here
there was
comes
no way
Ash.
to avoid it.
Soldiers coming for the post, and Skis is already so hurt the damage. Skis is 16.
10 HP in a dream. Yite in the corner, a couple missed shots.
He can't get the shot. He got him at the very end.
His 6th shot hits, and that's enough to clean up Skis. He got dropped to 3, but the sneeze happened a little bit late, but still in time to make sure Skis falls. So
This aggression.
after all that, they're on top of the enemy team's point, but they know they have a heal disad, so I'm curious to see how they play this, knowing that Skis isn't going to be here long term. And Witness Gaming, they got an opening, albeit a small one, to try to push in and take 2 back for themselves. The question is will they take it?
They gotta look out for some Froyotech backhand attempts here, perhaps. It's definitely a play they have to think about. It looks like Froyotech aren't gonna like to go for it yet. They're just gonna be very happy, you know, kind of fighting this, and a lot of very hurt players here. But there's a big flank fight happening too, and Mirrorman's going to be on the unfortunate end of it, so they do have a pick to work with, but a lot of hurt players all around the board.
There goes Beeb doing so much damage, though. Pretty much
Blaze gonna
the
bomb
most of
Ash
the damage
too.
to Beeb. Yeah, Ash
Artist
taken out of the
is
picture.
That's
Artist
a disaster.
Yeah, that one little pick, just quite enough to turn things in your favor for the side of Froyotech.
Yeah.
Those Habib stickies, once again.
Froyotech want
It
to
wasn't
push
in the
last.
kill feed, but
They want to get this Uber out, because they know they have Uber to set. I think Witness Gaming, no, they're holding close too, because they know, oh, that was a huge stuff from Ash, but it's not able to, they do trade Blaze out, so that's something, but everyone's dying on Witness Gaming.
yeah, eventually got to pull the trigger and use the Uber, but the question is when will that happen? I think for
They
now,
get
oh,
Manny,
Mirrorman
that's
going
a
in
huge
though.
pick.
Oh, Mirrorman with the timing, couple hit rockets, but Logai, he knows his limits and does not pop, and a pretty good hold from the side of Witness.
And look
They
at their
played that
spawns.
pretty much as best as you
You're gonna
could.
have a 6v4 pushing out,
Yeah,
which is
they're
nice.
trying to use the player added to their advantage. I know the rest of Froyotech is respawning. Giant
With
bomb
a huge
coming
bomb,
from
that's a
last.
force.
Yep, that's a force coming from Skis, trying to run and find
Artist might
any
get
player
caught,
you
though.
can. Artist trying to escape through lore, like you said, but Slemmish will
Danny
find
might
the
get caught,
combo
excuse me.
instead, and it's gonna
That's
just be a
Slemmish.
giant bait. Oh yeah, Slemmish. This is gonna be a giant bait. So losing a scout and full Uber after the side of Witness, they can push out a last here. They just gotta figure out which door they want to bust through.
It's a big place here. They got Froyotech looks like they want to go behind. Yeah, look at this.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, they're sending players behind. I think Witness Gaming kind of know. Yite's on. Yeah, Yite's on it. Witness Gaming kind of. I think they kind of knew that was coming. They looked ready for it, and they managed to get 2 kills. It bought some time for Skis to get Uber for mid, which is kind of I think the bigger play there in the long run. So even though they died there, they bought time, which is all. I think that's all they really wanted.
Yeah, I mean, you could have maybe gone for a force or 2, but this works. But the question is, will
Oh,
it
look
be
at how
enough?
aggressive they are. They know.
We're trying to go fast. Bomb from Mirrorman, trying to get the force out of Logai, but only a little bit of damage and no follow-up to make sure the force happens. So Logai still holding on to his
Last
Uber,
eating in bad
and
direction.
everyone's pretty much out. Benny
Benny's
will
caught.
maybe even die as well. Yeah, Arrow does not come quite in time, and they got their Uber, but it's not for mid,
what
it's for
cost?
2.
At
Yeah.
what cost?
Benny's dead as well, so that's a small opening to try to peek through, maybe get someone behind, maybe get a little bit of an easier sack with 1 hit scan off of the board. So they got an open. The question is what will they do with it?
Yeah, I think Witness Gaming are going to be happy here. There's only 5 minutes left, and here comes Laz. I think he got air shot into lobby, so... Laz, they do get they trade 1, so it's not a disaster for Witness Gaming. They sack 2, and they got a soldier, so Froyotech had basically 1 pick to work with here in
Oh,
reality.
Blaze behind as well. He
Ooh.
probably did the fast roll or something. I
Did
didn't
they
even
know?
see.
They don't look like they know.
They don't look like they do. Oh, vertical
Yep,
pop
they
in
didn't
there.
know.
Little guy knows that he has to use for that, but they will lose Blaze. He's going to take a
kind of an
direction.
exchange.
Pretty much. They're trying to chase down
They're
Logai,
really
whose
shitty
Uber is
one.
much worse, and Logai's pretty much caught out.
Oh, Logai
Pipe
got
one-
piped.
Oh,
He
Sonic
lives.
Beat. There's
He
no
lives.
hit scan. No hit scan committed with the beat because of the people behind. They were torn. Do we
Oh,
chase?
here comes the soldiers too.
Oh.
The squad's in. They get
Yeah.
a beat. That's a big play, and they're gonna probably get the scout there. They do get Vanny, so that's a 3 for 3. They get Skis
And they get
off of
Skis
the
with the
random
spam.
pipe and choke.
That
And
behind play saved Logai as well, because it
Yeah,
made
that did.
Froyotech unsure what they need to do for their play. Slim is trying to go in, will get
here comes Veerman
killed
trying to
by
get him
Artist.
something.
Yeah, it seemed one after one. They get Laz, but
They
that
got
was very
Laz.
much disjointed.
Yeah, 3-man for Laz. I think Witness Game is gonna be happy for that. Brand Slam typing in chat. Laz kind of got assassinated there, but Witness Game is gonna be happy here. They have another Uber out to work with, pushing last, and with 4 minutes left in the round, they might be able to go into the half up rounds, which is really what they needed.
You always want to not have to fight against a deficit, because the halftime is the big time where all the adjustments happen that aren't necessarily on the fly. So
And that's where Froyo shines.
Yeah, if you can lead up, then you're you're sitting pretty. So it's pretty imperative for the side of Witness to get this round at all costs, and for Froyotech to make sure that this stays at a 1-1. So their ads dwindling, but
They're
they will
going a
eventually
different
go
door,
in.
which I like too, considering Froyotech. They do have a lot of. They haven't got the gun though. Banny moved the gun to a different spot, so it's 6v6 fight here, and Skis actually is Uber, and I think they're gonna try to back up. Maybe, I don't know. They want to fight this.
They're looking for the
They
timing.
get
Blaze
Banny,
and
they
Banny
get
does
2
fall.
kills. The kills might be enough.
Yep, the Uber does eventually come up from the side of Skis, trying to chase down as much players as possible. Ash in the corner will eventually get cleaned by the side of Slumnish. Mirrorman chasing a little bit too deep, but will get cleaned by Brand Slam as well. So at the end of the day, look at some kills, but it's still a 3v3 that's going to be rough to push out of. Froyotech still holds this last, and
Lolgai
has, Uber ad. 3 minutes left on the clock on this 2 and last battle with Lolgai in friends in the driver's seat. Gun going up by the side of Banny. I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to pick the right side for the gun, as I say, as he put exactly centralized, so it doesn't matter. All right.
Yeah. Oh, Ransom dying instantly. That's gonna.
You know, it does matter. That kill.
Yeah, before the Uber even happens. So that signal's just they're not even gonna try it. So they have 2 minutes. That actually, it's not the end of the world, because they have 2 minutes here to go for something, and once there's like a minute left, they can kind of just all in, and they might get it, and then Froyo doesn't have a chance to push the last. You know what I mean? That's like
they just have to work for it more. Is all. Their freebie was pretty much squandered by one trap, and now they gotta break it the old-fashioned way. You got the gun in a centralized spot. They do have a side of the point that looks like semi-weak, but that gun's gonna be
it's gonna be
rough
a problem
to spam. Like good luck finding an angle.
It's also,
You're gonna have
they
to
might
walk
not even
so
know it
deep.
until it's pushed. We have Ransom here on Sniper, trying to peek, see if he can see anything. The spam of the store is going to be really hard. He hits a 150 body shot. That's all he can hit. So they do know a Sniper's on the board, and they have Slumnish on the counter
Oh,
snipe
the artist
here.
pipes.
Oh, wow, he did it, yeah.
Yeah, brings Mirrorman off just for a little bit, but I don't think Brand Slam's able to use the opportunity. Moving over towards his own left side of lobby to get a little bit of a better angle. It's going to be SVS, Slum versus Brand Slam. They're going to finally... Oh, nope, never mind. It's going to say they're going to see each other. Slum backs up, buff needs to get reset. Timing is very important, and Brand Slam coming up on top. Slumnish not able to find his footing on Sniper, and they got a player advantage to work, but the spam is still here for the side of Froyotech. Both Soldiers and Delman applying the best
Blaze
they can,
actually
and that's
trades for that's a big
enough.
play.
Yeah, enough spam
Although
to kill.
Mirrorman, my crater, he's so hurt. Okay, I like Froyotech is a very interesting position here. I feel like if but they can't have a sniper. When Slumnish back up with sniper, he's gotta keep trying. Slumnish historically a very dominant sniper. Oh, when is this gaming through? We're gonna wait till like 40 seconds left, and then they're just gonna all in. That's their play.
Yeah. I'm worried about Skis being on top of the gun, because if the bomb is fast enough onto Skis,
might
it
get
might.
synced and then he'll have to bomb it.
Well, the bomb might be like, if you bomb above
Oh, it's a level
gun,
2 as well, so
yeah.
it has super knockback.
Well, the thing is, if you bomb above a gun, the gun tracking rotation takes a sec, and it might not track the player in time to launch him away from Skis. He might actually get to Skis, so door control is going to be the big thing
so if
here.
it does hit something, they're going to go flying across the map.
That's true. It's going to be an Uber exchange for now, though. The gun will immediately die, and Artist actually still in the thick of it, trying to lay down some stickies, and so far it's going to be a cycle. Yeah, Sniper on the field as well.
Sniper on the field, yeah. Oh, they get Ransom VD, last dies. They're just going to all in here. Ash is going to die. Yep. So, wait, huge plays from Artist.
Oh, he's not with the combo, though. Yeah, he gets SMG'd.
12 seconds left. It's pretty much just the full commit here.
Oh, he's hitting the shots, though. He just immediately takes out Slim, banning him able to the damage.
They have to
Lolgai melee?
Lolgai
melee? Lolgai melee? Lolgai
They don't have the time. They don't have the time.
Oh, true. As soon as I saw it, I was like, Lolgai's going to try to melee the heck out of the other team. I just saw it coming, but not quite enough time. Honestly, I feel like if you give them 5 more seconds, they maybe win that. Froyo might have had the respawners to come in like a soldier bomb, depending on how long it took for Skis to die, but at the end of the day, it seems like the strategy executed just slightly too slow.
Yeah, Froyotech just in the nick of time able to preserve that round. So we're 1-1 going into halftime, and I gotta say that was, for a 1-1 game, that was very back and forth.
Yeah, literally the first round, we went to...
Last to last.
Yeah, pretty much. Last to last. And back to... You're right, it was 4 times. It wasn't just 3.
Yeah, they would have Uber ad from last, and they could, even if they got the force, it was just, I don't know, it was, it was just very hard to do stuff. And looking at these logs, I will say, Blaze having a sad rumor game, it's Sunshine, that's kind of expected. Lolgai 2-4 compared to Skis is 0-8.
Yeah, I mean, medic survivability is extremely important. You talk about on Koth, but even in 5CP, even though it's not to the same degree, it's still, there's a level of importance to it. it's heals, and it's your Uber. Like, you want to make sure that you use that as a mechanic to continue to snowball point after point after point. And if you can keep your medic alive after the end of a fight, it's not just 1 point that's collected for your team, it's maybe even 2 if you can play your cards right. So having your medic living through fights in general, regardless of whether you win or lose a particular fight, is good for the long haul. And it's definitely showing here, despite Froyotech's successes, it doesn't seem like they're necessarily finding the mark that they need to steamroll it all the way point after point to collect a lot of rounds here.
I like to say, I think it's indicative of how the game is playing, that all the soldiers have really, really tragic like stat lines. Like, if you look at all the soldiers, they're just having like classic, like, I'm a soldier, I have to die, and I'm not having any fun whatsoever stats.
Yeah, Soldier on Sunshine. Although I have seen some monstrous Sunshine games coming out of Soldier.
We've seen some really good pocket games and some high impact. Yeah, it didn't show up on the scoreboard, but we've seen some high impact roamer games too.
Yeah. I will say for Soldiers, I still kind of think that Laz and Ash are playing off each other a lot better, and that's not going to be shown in the stats. I feel like I see a Froyotech Soldier bomb in, and I do not see the second Froyotech Soldier doing anything off the distraction most of the time.
Yeah,
but I feel like
they're making good individual plays.
Yeah, I mean, that comes down to strategy. It feels like when a soldier bombs, it's more of like a scout does something with it rather than a soldier.
Yeah.
So I guess it's just kind of like what your flavor is. But overall, for success for this map, Witness Gaming are finding a little bit more footing with their plays, and I think that's because they're finally adapting. Like, if you think about what Froyotech's been doing, at least for this map, it's the same as Viaduct at its core. You take two of your players, you go find where their flank is, and you go fight them. And at this point, I think Witness Gaming has kind of got their number and figured out, like, all right, our flank's going to get run at, get ready for it. And they're prepping in a way to make sure those plays no longer work. So now with this halftime, it's back to the adjustment period, and Froyotech have to kind of implement their plan B to put themselves back into ahead like they were in Viaduct. And I'm curious to see what that change is going to be.
Yeah, I think this is the real kind of deciding factor of this game is, can Witness Gaming overcome whatever adaptions Froyo makes? Because I think we've seen enough this season, and just in TF2 history, time and time again, Bandy and friends will adjust in the halftime and come out much more dominant in the second half. We've seen it a lot this season where, if the match is looking pretty close, it's back and forth, and then second half is all Froyotech. We've seen it a lot, so it's on Witness Gaming here to either change their strategy or just, counter strat and figure out what to do to make sure that Bandy just doesn't have their number.
The interesting thing, though, is I feel like a lot of the games that we watched over the past couple years between the top two teams, I mean, I say top two mostly because a lot of the players are cycled through. Like, there's plenty of repeat grand final performances.
Yeah.
You'll see adaptation being done in halftime, like, to a pretty respectable degree within both teams. But usually the big thing that marks, like, oh, let's seal the deal, is what happens in the first half. Mostly because the second place team, the second seed team, can do like a pretty good job at a halftime to be able to adapt and like have something good for them, like have an even game in the second half. But that deficit, if you're down 0-3, they just need 2 rounds and they win and it's over. It doesn't matter how well you're doing now. It doesn't matter if you like, oh, we're 2-2 because they've hit the amount of rounds they need to win. But here at 1-1, it really could be anyone's game. Now it's kind of a fair, like a real raw, whoever adapts better in this half to whatever the new plan is going to be can take the map. So that's going to be a bit of an interesting pace. I don't think it's often that a lot of the half times, I mean, sometimes we'll see it I think we've seen it in Koth, but a lot of the times you don't see a halftime where it's necessarily super even, where this is now that case.
Yeah, we've seen halves where a team looked good, but Froyotech kind of came out top in the end. But yeah, this is dead even. The second half is really will make or break what happens here. I don't think we've seen it overtime in 5CP yet. Have we cast an overtime in 5CP? I don't think we have.
Like a golden cap or something?
Yes, a golden cap.
I
don't think we have.
Was that Gully Wash week that early on, like Cap Posse?
You might have. I wasn't.
No. I was thinking like it was almost a golden cap, but then it turned. It was gonna be a golden cap, and there was like a last round in like the last 60 seconds.
Yeah, we haven't seen a 5CP. We've seen some really good ones. We haven't seen one go really down to the wire to a golden cap. So I'm curious to see how this one goes in the second half. Maybe we'll have a good game. If Witness Gaming comes on top here, the rest is Koth, which I think is very winnable for them. But they just have to overcome this, which is weird to say because it's their map pick, but it's just how I feel.
I mean, realistically, if you're picking a map, you would hope that you go into it with some sort of like maybe advantage or like idea to set yourselves ahead, and so far that's not the case. For the side of Witness, I'm like, there's a part of you that's like happy that like you know, you're playing against the defending champions, and you're like, all right, we're not losing our map pick. But there's also the half of you that's like, oh, it's our map pick. We ideally should be winning our map pick. So it's a little bit bittersweet, a little bit of torn feelings. But at the end of the day, like we've been saying, it really comes down to what they're talking about right now in their mumble.
Yeah.
What are you going to change? What are you going to change for the mids to put things in your favor consistently? What are you going to change to make sure that the last pushes only take one try, et cetera, et cetera? There's a lot of things and a lot of things to think about at the very minimum. So it's probably why it's taking a sec. Especially because if Witness Gaming lose this, they're out. It's over. Froyotech has won it, so it definitely makes sense to really give it your all here and make sure you're very meticulous about what needs to change coming into the next half.
Yeah. I think thinking of fights. Yeah, we do see the Froyotech ready up, so it's Witness Gaming probably discussing things right now. We're waiting for someone who's AFK. I'm curious to see what Froyotech does to fix their mids. Because I feel like their mids, they've been eating so much damage on mids. It's just, I feel like it's hard for them to like really have a dominant snowball mid because of just someone's doing a lot of damage to Froyotech, and I don't know who, but someone's doing more than they should.
There's a lot of damage that goes on the Froyotech side, but I feel like they're not necessarily cleaned up.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, there's a couple of mids where we've seen.
I think Froyotech wants to do things and they can't because they're hurt.
Yeah, I mean that's the bare minimum. Like at least if you hurt someone, they probably don't feel comfortable getting aggressive.
Looks like they're just like their positioning looks like, oh, we're kind of all eating damage, so we have to sit here and then we can do stuff on mids, which usually you don't really see Froyotech do that much. Usually they're the ones in the driver's seat, and I think that's something they're going to want to try to fix.
Yeah, I mean we have seen plenty of moments where it's actually both teams that get extremely weak, but it's Froyotech that collects the kills and not Witness, despite them like finding 3 red health players on the opposing team. So they probably have an idea of what they want to change. It's just applying one part of the game into your other. Like what you have a comparison to make for your adjustment at the bare minimum.
Yeah, I think we should be readying up here soon. I think the Witness Gaming has readied up in real time. So going to the second half, do you think Witness Gaming are going to be able to actually win this map, or do you think it's going to come up Froyotech winning TF2 again for, probably the umpteenth time? I don't know how many times is Banny gone first.
I feel like this is going to be even again. I feel like I didn't want to talk about scrim results because they don't really mean anything in the grand scheme, but I feel like that's the main reason why Witness picked this map. And so far, it does not look like Froyotech have really found their footing and fixed all of their issues.
Their last holds have saved them so hard.
Going into the next mid, Spam flying across both sides, going to eat some arrows to stay healthy. It's actually going to be the soldiers taking a lot of damage as well as low guys, so it's going to be difficult for him to commit for the longevity of this fight. So Witness Gaming don't really have tons of positioning. Froyotech not taking, they're taking their time, trying to take high ground and positioning for themselves.
He's very low.
Oh, this mid is looking rough for the side of Witness in terms of positioning and damage.
I think they know.
Yeah, there's so many people that are already out. They're like slowly getting ready to leave, and Artist is stuck in the corner.
They're out. They just whatever I said, Froyotech fixed it because that was all Froyotech. Witness Gaming now were the ones who are hurt and spammed, and looks like we're probably made to have an Uber exchange here because with the demo man down, it's gonna be really easy to get through these doors from Froyotech. They just gotta get through and not get super spammed. And big play from Ash. They're getting the force very early.
Yep, almost yoinks the pack away too, but the side of Logai and friends are still out here in grass trying to maintain their positioning. They're not necessarily on the high ground yet, but they do have the ability to use in if they so desire. There's a scout behind. The Uber will come in, trying to chase down. Oh, Skis is alone. No scout speed. The last worker from last will collect that frag. And Habib missing his jump as well, unable to find anything. Only Slem behind is going to be the salvage here.
Oh, they know. They spotted it too. So the one player who's behind it could really have a huge impact. He's actually taking 1v1.
Oh, scout class
goes for the Chad rocket. They're chasing Slemdish really hard, but so I'm just gonna get cleaned up. Actually, even the demo medic chased them. They really wanted that Slemdish pick. And now with that open, they're free to push mid. Although they're down soldiers, although Froyotech's down scouts. I'm curious to see how they approach this with no soldiers to bomb through the doors, but no scouts to clean up any damage.
And Sunshine scouts reign supreme, so it might be a bit hard for the side of Froyotech, but they know they have the respawn advantage into this fight, so they're still sticking around at least with a long haul.
Banny's really hurt instantly.
And it seems like Witness Gaming realized that despite, them having a little bit of a scout playground, there's just too many Froyotech players that are able to arrive in a timely fashion. So playing it safe, waiting for their Uber, only 10% left to go until it looks like Valley is their door of choice to try to take back mid.
Yeah, look at their health. They are very prepared for this push. And I think they're going to... Yeah, it looks like... Are they going to get into using... Yeah, Artist is bombing. Here we go. Here comes the big bomb. See, Habib actually could eat some damage, surf out, so good play from Habib there, preserving his life, and they're gonna get 2 kills off that. I think that's a successful Uber if you get 2 kills and you're capping mid. Skis does have his Uber now, but it's gonna be tough to do anything with down 2, especially if it's Mirror Man and Vanny.
Yeah, there's room for people on Witness Gaming to
And
go
they want
behind
this
if
for
they so
so
desire.
bad, and they're getting the kills.
Too. They got so
It's
many
just
players,
Skis.
and it's just Skis. They play so high risk. They even bombed Artist in the thick of it to where he wouldn't be able to get out if things went
That
really
was such
south.
a Chad play.
And it pays off in dividends. They're able to take this point away and have an ad for last. And
Froyotech wants to fight this. Look, they
do.
Yeah, that
They
I don't
don't have
blame
Habib
them,
though.
yeah, Vanny saw stickies on the floor and Shredder and knew that was not the door he could fight. So they leave the last, and Loka have that pretty good Uber. So I must say, I think if you want to win grand finals, those are the plays you gotta make. And Artist actually katana building, I respect it.
Okay, time for last push 2.0. Curious to see what's going to change. So far, I think, been playing pretty point heavy, but have not quite hit the mark. But it'll be busting in through the enemy team's top left, trying to find their way onto the gun. Will eventually fall immediately across the point
They
into
get
the
the
enemy
point
team's
time
zone,
though.
getting
There's no
some cap
stickies
time.
on the point.
Yep, a bomb
they get
coming
a
in
bomb
from
on the
Solo.
skis.
Laz gets skis, so there's going to be no heals or Uber coming in the equation for the side of Froyotech. 3 left alive on both sides. Logai dropped very low and actually not healing any of his teammates, so it's pretty much just a 2v3. Grandstand trying to fight us for as long as possible, and Artist is getting out of there, realizing the last hold is lost. So they are still in this for the bit, holding the enemy teams too, but starting to poke around. Going to take a bit for the rest of their team to get here. And
They can refight this. They have 2 soldiers. They have the spawns. They can refight this because Skis isn't there to heal. Yeah, they knew. They just wanted the point time. That I can respect the aggression, but you know, Wallguy does have just another Uber to work with. I will say, I think Wallguy is making massive plays by living on these last fights because him living means that they can just keep trying over and over. And also, I think I died so early. I don't know. They might push
when
anyway.
it's over. Yeah. I mean, maybe. It was early enough where he could be there for
early.
post.
They have the time. Habib's putting the cone, or try. Look at Habib's trap. He tried to put the cone trap, and it's like the cone like fell over, so the stickies are just dead.
I honestly don't even see the. There's the
cone.
cone.
It's the cone by the
Like,
dispenser.
that's visible though.
I know.
You can see into it. All right. Well, it looks like that kill is going to be enough for them to go ahead and not use their ad. Just go ahead and let Yite respawn. Sniper try to break into last with honestly, trying to pick Slem has worked out so far, except the spam. Spam has been able to kill Yite, so.
Yeah, they get Yite, so back to the actual gameplay. It just abuses B. There's like 5 stickies just on the floor. But they moved it. So now it's on Froyotech to try to get a counter cycle. Looks like their play is they want to go Slumdish Sniper. They want Slumdish to peek, but he's a little too hurt, so they're just going to back up. So I think Windows are pretty happy in this situation. They can play this slow. You know, they can take the Sniper view Sniper, which uncharacteristically Slumdish has been losing tonight. 0 for 4, I think.
Yeah, I think Witness Gaming Snipers have so far found a lot of success, but it's going to be Spy on the field this time around. Ash rolling out Spy. It's interesting because Spy can be difficult in this scenario because if you take too long during an already occurring stalemate, paranoia is going to start to build on Fro. You're gonna ask, like, why are they not?
Yeah.
They're not doing anything. What's
Plus
happening?
they can just check too if they suspect something subplot. Does he? Ash is disguised as a friendly soldier.
Oh,
I think he
okay.
has. I think he might have a dead ringer.
Does he? I'm getting
No,
honest.
no, he doesn't. He was standing there as a friendly soldier looking.
Good luck finding a decloak spot though. You might not be able to
look
get
at
the
Banny
kill
and
you
spawn,
want.
too. Banny's engineered spawn in the window. I really like these last ults. Like, here comes the sack. They almost get Slumdish there. I like that because now I don't think they're gonna expect
Watch him
this
decloak right here. Watch him decloak right here. I swear. Just right in front of Banny.
But
That'd
that
be the
would be
funniest
pretty
thing.
funny.
That'd be the funniest thing. Please decloak right there.
Yeah, Banny's in
I mean,
the window.
he's not going to because there's no one to like kill right there. But
This is this could be very, very unfortunate for Ash. Yeah, I get sniped, so Ash is still on Spy. Where is he? He's
by the blue barrels.
Oh, I see him. Yeah, I think he might.
I'm just watching the spy cam.
Yeah, I'm just watching the Spy cam. There's
Plays
just
counter
trades
stacks.
happening. There's no one popped through, though. It doesn't matter. They get Mirror Man though. This actually might.
Maybe I should have
think this
watched
could work out
outside.
because if Ash gets a big stab as they're backing up into spawn, that could be huge.
True, they could Uber exchange here and
I
do
think,
classic
I think
Highlander
that
play.
might be a play. Let's see, is Ash in position? He is by the unfortunate spawn door though, so we'll have to see. He might even get rocket jumped off if he's not careful. Yeah, he do too. He backed up.
Yeah, backed up
This
just
is
a
the
little bit.
long con.
And the perfect thing about this is, I think enough like kind of action
have
has happened where I don't think Froyotech is quite paranoid yet. Like maybe they will
And
in
the way
a bit.
Ash plays too, I don't think you'd really expect like you don't see Ash as much because he doesn't take that much
on the
damage.
dispenser. That way he can decloak and jump on top of Ski's head or something, or like the sentry gun.
You can call
Very
it
high risk, high reward. You just have to do fast because Habib's gonna run to that dispenser and get ammo, and then you're gonna get bumped.
They get artist.
Well, it's not
maybe
good,
he might be here for the back cap. Maybe they're trying to get Froyotech to push out. That might be the play. I think.
Oh no.
No, he's going for the stab.
He looked at point. He's thinking about it. I'm just on the spy cam the entire time.
Yeah,
he's going.
I was hoping Habib would blind him. He gets Slimish. That's a good pick.
Yeah, doesn't go for last. He's afraid about people being close and running back.
He gets some damage off of the skis.
Yeah, the Uber is not forced by either team least for now, but the platform taken by the side of Froyotech, despite it being even on players. I'm surprised that Witness is letting us go for this long.
Mirman dead, and Banny's really hurt too. They have the skis just to pop to save Banny.
Yeah, and himself 22 HP, trying to chase down the low guy to get him to force, but he's so deep. Ski's unable to chase that far because of his health, and seems like the communication problems are starting to happen for the side of Froyotech rather than Witness.
To get soloed.
Yep, immediately through lower, trying to chase down a soldier. Blaze,
he's so weak. Still deep for it. And Habib's putting stickies on point.
Skis alone?
Skis is...
Pause.
That's a pause. Okay, Skis has been alive for way longer than... I think Witness Gaming wins this, but...
Hi there, I'm Skis. You're probably wondering how I got myself into this situation.
Yeah, it's... I mean, honestly, he made a big play just by living, because he should have died instantly, and he just managed to, like... I don't know, he just, like, matrixed his way around Yite's pistol bullets, because his pistol trolled him. But yeah, Ski's probably not going to live too long if I were a betting man.
This Mirrorman bomb could do a lot of damage though, and if this Mirrorman bomb does a lot of damage, then that could salvage. Because even though Witness Gaming have more players alive, they're literally all rolling out. Ash is the only one that's going to be able to commit like that. The rest of them, Laz and Yite, are going to take like 5 seconds, and that's going to be enough to take a giant chunk out of the...
If Ash gets the bomb on Habib, though, if Habib's not aware that Ash is going to come in, he might get the demo pick, which at minimum could maybe salvage like a hold second. It depends. Yeah, because Low Guy's Uber, I think Low Guy's Uber is like basically is ending right now, so it depends if... Yeah, this Mirrorman bomb might be huge.
Because Habib's still alive, Slem should be respawning any second. By the time Laz and Yite get there, Banny should be up as well. It's only Blaze that's really going to be missing. But that's pretty much because this push happened from 2, so all the deaths that happened for their own team have a long walk.
Yeah, they got a long walk to last. I think Mirrorman's probably going to have a big play, but I think unless he can get a kill, they might be able to heal up, and I think Ash might get Habib here. I think if Habib is too focused on those players, he might just get face planted on by Ash. I think there's a decent possibility, because looking at Habib, he has no idea.
That's true. The door that Ash would be jumping through is also not sticky.
And it's a perfect flank. So we'll have to see here. I wonder what the pause is about. Hopefully it's not about something too major, but we'll have to see.
Skis again, maybe.
Is it skis? Yeah, that'd be...
I don't know. I'm just saying because the last time it was skis, right?
Yeah. Didn't was it Low Guy lagged out, or was no, it was Seeds? We've seen. Yeah. You know, the funny thing is, of all the players to lag out, I think it's almost always been the medic this season. Every time we pause, it's always a medic.
Yeah, like 90% of them.
Yeah, it's like the one class that's really... It's like medics and demos are like, I feel like the most disastrous classes where like if they lag out, it's just like can really throw a monkey wrench in the, you know, kind of in the works. So hopefully it's not a back lag out. Maybe it might even be attack, depending on if like one team gets a bunch of things rolling. We'll have to see. There they go.
Bomb coming in. Oh, the Mirrorman bomb hits one nice rocket. Other one doesn't quite hit the corner, and he does get the flanks. No stickies on the point. Ransam on top of it, trying to funnel onto it, but not quite. And you're right, that flank, Habib had no idea. Ash with the huge plays. Mirrorman missed one rocket too many, and that round will be taken by the side of Witness Gaming, leading them 2-1.
Yeah, so Witness Gaming must be very happy about that. Going into the second half with the round advantage is huge, because worst comes to worst, you know, if you still have that round advantage, you can always just turtle out and buy for time. That's always an option.
Just stalemate 20 minutes and win, lol.
Yeah, true. Just park, you know, put the brakes on the bus here. Fast bomb. Habib's dead
instantly. Put the drive-by and he gets out too. He's in his own cafe. He is long gone. It was no dome, man. You don't play mid.
Yeah.
You don't play mid. And that is why the choke rollout is extremely scary, because there's no health back there.
Yep, that's why I haven't even bothered to learn the choke roll in a demo. I go Valley every time.
I don't blame you.
It's terrifying. There's nothing you can do if the soldier plays perfectly, I feel like.
It's the least rollout in the game that's worth it to learn on dome, man. But immediately drawing off the fact that Habib has been rolling out and unable to put down traps. This bomb from Laz is solo killing Skis, and maybe even Habib. Habib as well with the clean up inside. Art's collecting 2. 2, and it's just Mirman, Flemnish, and Skis left alive. Mirman is behind, though, so could cause some chaos, but he won't be able to block the point because they're leaving 2. I think they know he's behind.
That's not such a heads-up play. You know, that's something that a team
Flemnish
that's
just
not
in spawn sniping. They're just getting on the point. They don't
Oh,
have
they're
enough.
just
Blaze is
capping.
going to die, and
That's a 3-1. That was
that's a swift round.
That's a
And
Froyotech
this is
pause,
the-
yeah.
this
Was that
is the
attack?
pause. Oh, this
That
was
was
attack.
Wow. I'm surprised to see attack this early, honestly, but that makes sense.
Yeah, there's 20 minutes left.
I'm
but I
surprised
guess
they tacked off. That was just Habib dying. That was just a steamroll from that. Like, you know, that was just like, won't get fast rolled on.
Yeah, true. But I guess at the end of the day, if you're the side of Froyotech, you want a little bit more dominance given what's been happening this season. You're undefeated, so you probably want to keep
Habib
it
is
that
so
way.
hurt
But
instantly. Look at the spam. Skis is so hurt. Oh, this is already.
Skis can't commit this mid.
Yeah,
He's so
neither-
weak.
Yeah, they're all
Oh, he's
really
doing
hurt.
it. He's kind
Laz
of
is
doing it
behind,
anyway.
too.
Oh, Habib immediately melts, and Skis just caught.
Oh, look at the
finding
damage.
no escape. Slemnus very weak as well, but able to get 2. Yite
Oh,
and Laz are
plays
gonna
it
fall.
on the low guy though. Can they clean up the kill here? Low guy backing up the choke. He has so many
Oh, he
players
has
on
the
him.
hops. He has
Oh,
the
he's
hops.
so. How is he alive?
He got another arrow kill. This guy is a madman. He
Low guy-
survived
yeah.
through all of that.
Old guy was playing like a zombie survival simulation at the end of that, and he actually managed to win. He even drops a bind I cannot speak because
Yeah, don't just no.
yeah, it's all right. So low guy here gonna have full Uber in for last here. So even with that tactical pause there, it's not gonna be ideal for Froyotech. So that's not what you like to see if you're a big Froyotech fan.
Oh man. All right. Well, yeah, low guy and friends in the driver's seat. Got another Froyotech last hold up. Double defense this time. Heavy and engineer. Not tons of mobility to lock down doors and block points, but they do have a lot of health and a distraction for the Uber. The question is, will the Uber actually go for those targets, or will it go for the point? Immediately coming in, Artist struggled at least a little bit, trying to get down this gun, will eventually fall, actually picked up, and they're immediately cleaning up the stickies off the point. Branson blacked off a little bit, but Artist is just lost in the enemy team spawn, will eventually die.
Oh,
Last
the
falling as well,
collapse,
the
though, the
collapse,
collapse might
getting
be
a lot of
huge.
damage, but not quite enough kills. They just Branson, the low guy left alive, and low guy, he's out of there. He's recognized his team as
It
lost,
didn't
and
get skis.
yeah, we're not able to collect enough cap time or enough players to make sure that 2 is hold on for themselves, or even collect last in that regard. So, Froyotech, they maintained their Uber despite a couple casualties, have retaken 2, and in a pretty decent spot to have an honest attempt at taking back mid for themselves.
It's really rare to see Froyotech in this situation where they have a lot of time to work with. 17 minutes is more than enough to get 2 rounds to at least equalize it, but it's really rare to see Froyotech down 2 rounds this late in the match.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just a good pick from the side of Witness. They recognize the weaknesses, and they're putting a lot of damage on the side of Froyotech. This push has slowed down at least a little bit, but they will finally try to bust through the
Guys gonna
chokes.
get Uber for
Double
a second.
Soldier Bomb coming in, going for either
Get
target,
the force.
and Ash is going to live. Watch this. He sneaks his way
Ow.
out. It's like I say, the Witness Gaming soldiers are playing off each other perfectly. Laz goes in, so Ash recognizes the situation.
He
Extra
can just
pressure.
fake bomb and jump out.
Yep, extra pressure to make sure that force happens, but enough distraction to make sure he gets out. And Froyotech take the point, but now it's a leapfrog scenario where Witness Gaming, they're in a pretty good spot to, you know, it looks like Valley is their door of desire
Choice,
to try to push through with the flank. The flank in the cafe. Blue team are going to get destroyed by the side of Sluggish,
Oh,
busting
that's
in,
a
and Ash
massive
falling
flank.
as well.
They did have Laz in the flank though, so they're going to be able to trade Blaze at least, but now they have Slumdish behind to deal with, and Mirman looks like he knows that there's a lot of extra space to work with, so he's going to try to do stuff off of that. They're buying a lot of time though. Laz does get baity, that's a huge pick from
Oh,
Laz,
the
able to
Slum
live
force.
with 8 health. They get the force though, but they might even be able to dry fight mid off this with the picks.
Oh, Slam, hello? Slam almost killed Brand Slam with a beam just a little bit.
I think they're going to try to push off of the 3 pick though, and I can't blame them, or at least get a force. They're going to do something off of it, so Witness Gaming still have a play here to work with.
True, they got some respawners coming in
Artist
too if it
bomb,
goes
look
long
at
enough.
this. They know they want this point.
Brand Slam dropped to 1 HP, but that, hey, 1 HP, all you need.
Oh,
but
yeah.
this Uber gets come in from Cafe, immediately Ubered on Habib, juggled a little bit, so the trigger is pulled slightly too early, unable to catch anyone from the side of Witness. They are out of there, but at
And
least
they
they
have point
blocked.
time.
At least they blocked the cap for the side of Froyotech.
Blocked
They're
the
holding
cap.
on to it for a little bit longer, but
They
once
had,
again,
yeah,
leapfrog.
Witness Gaming, yeah, they even got point time off of that, which means if they get a good opening into mid, they might be able to steamroll all the way to last because they can just keep committing and chasing Froyotech. So I wouldn't be surprised if Witness went really deep here in the Super.
Yep. Taking turns being greedy or at least finding an opening. Changing just the slightest amount to make this Uber in your favor. Bomb coming from Ash, some space created, but will die. A low guy not with his
Please.
team quite yet, and that's going to be
Artist
Artist
gonna die
does
too.
drop to aggressive stickies from Habib. I don't think low guy expected to be to see a Doman that close. Froyotech definitely played off of the idea that Witness Gaming's communication was not going to be quite there, and It seems like that worked out. Logai unprepared to Uber onto a surprisingly close Froyotech, gonna net them
gonna get a nice
onto their
trade
own
on
last,
Sunday.
and
It's
yeah,
a big
Froyo's
trade.
just in.
Yeah, I don't blame them. They really want this force or something. They have to be careful if they're not too greedy. Mirrorman gonna fall though, so they have 3 picks and they still have the super. Skis only has 85%. That is dwindling, but if Witness Gaming can get second here, you know, it's not ideal, but I guess
the
they'll
Habib
take it.
traps again.
Oh,
They're
the
still in
Habib
though,
is
trying to take back the
doing
platform.
Habib
Uber
things.
does come out. Trying to
was
chase
hurt.
down Scout. Oh, you got the jukes. Does eventually fall and Brand's. Oh, Art's gonna die underneath as well. That's gonna be
this might be a disaster.
3 deaths total.
Little guy never popped though. 23 health in a dream.
True. Banny might fall if he's not too careful, but does eventually get out, and the team of Froyotech has flooded through
Oh,
the doors.
they saved last. That makes sense.
Yep, Uber does eventually come out, trying to chase down any frags they can, but they're not going to really find anything, and Froyotech's just in. They've recognized player advantage, getting on top of the point. No sticky, so
The
sometimes
collapse
they give
though,
up
the
their
bomb
lives.
is huge.
A lot of damage, but they're in the skybox and able to get to the point in time, and Froyotech used the player ad off of the successful force to get around for themselves to bring the game 3-2 in Witness Gaming's favor.
Yep, there's only 14 minutes left on the map timer, so we're a little just past the halfway mark, so we'll have to see if Froyotech can get around, or if Witness Gaming can honestly just put, you know, I think if I'm Witness Gaming, I want rounds, because you need Froyotech to have as little time as possible before they get some sort of advantage.
100%. Going into the next mid here, it's going to be a left side mid out of Froyotech very
they're
aggressively.
6-manning.
Yeah, if they're 6-manning over on the left-hand side, they're actually trying to pick Laz, but Laz is able to go back to his own pack, so Laz is
look at
causing
this
a great
huge bomb.
distraction. Ash kind of stifled in the middle of the air, only going to
Skis
get a little
died.
bit of damage, but Skis does die from the cleanup from the side of Yite, but spending so many
Everyone's so
resources
hurt.
for it. They're stuck on the other team's side of the map. They're able to snake their way out into their own valley. Logai going to be extremely weak, though, so they get Skis, but that's about it. And overall, a mid
don't
one
blame
for the
them.
side of Froyotech.
It's a 1 mid, but I think they're going to be able to refight this pretty well. I think these mid fights, other than the last one that went really disastrously, unless Froyotech can do that again, and I don't Habib's one of the best players to ever play the game, if not the best, but I don't think you can rely on Habib getting like a 3k every single time you want to defend mid. You know what I mean? This still could be very rough for Froyotech.
And eventually your paranoia builds up in all these spots. You know, you get the PTSD of dying there, and you're not going to die there again.
5 times here.
Yeah, but Bomb coming in, trying to create some space to milk at least a little bit. The choke unanswered for him. Earman's just straight up behind, collecting packs. It's actually going to start a back cap as Ash does fall. Logai extremely weak, not using quite yet. Yite going back for the back cap, and Bandy going to follow a fight from Artist. But the
air shot!
Oh, so many players falling for the side of Froyotech, but the force does eventually happen, and they had to give up 2 for it. So for the longevity of this, if this can last long enough and they can spam at least a little bit to get these Froyotech spawns, they could try to fight this still, but that's a long timer. I guess it kind of makes sense there. They're showing themselves, maybe just kind of poking around, but they're not, and barreling forward, and they only now get the respawners. Gotta save up your crit heals. Skis has met them. They do have a giant ad to work to try to take back this point for themselves, but I'm sure Witness Gaming have some plans of their own in response to it.
Froyotech's fixed their mid holds because they've got a lot better. Laz going in for a big play. He does get good damage on Skis, and he does get a really good damage on Banny, but they sack 2 soldiers for it, and they don't get the force boost. They're going to have to back up, and Froyotech might keep barreling forward, and Artist is going to fall too. That's not what you like to see if you're Witness Gaming, because now your second hold's even in question. Yeah, Froyotech knows.
Yeah, there's no way you hold second here with 3 players. So I'm back to last for the side of Witness Gaming. I'm curious to see if they're going to do any off-class. Yep, get a gun. Oh, Brand Slam. He came out of the...
Forwards?
Oh, yeah, he came out of the forwards as engineer.
Ah. Yeah, hate to see it.
I think he went to his own last and thought he'd show up at his own last. Oh, he forward spawned, but immediately coming in
Here
the side
comes
of
the
Froyotech.
picks in. They're getting picks on players, and there's a lot of really hurt players on Witness Gaming. In the cap time, I don't know if they can block it. They do get the force out, which is what they wanted, so now Skis is full Uber for last. So Witness Gaming, not what you like to see, unfortunately, because Witness Gaming do have to deal with a full Uber at Froyotech push, but if you're Froyotech fan, it's what you like to see.
Yep, pretty sizable too. They have to wait a little bit for Bandy to roll out, so it's gonna buy some time, but it still should be at least like what 40. That's definitely enough. So gun and sniper for the side of Witness Gaming, pretty standard spots as well. So here to see the approach from the side of Froyotech. They have their team now all healed up, ready to go. The question is what door looks like. The left-hand side perspective, immediately popping in. A lot of damage on the last. He is not escaping that. Immediately getting a kill. The gun's going to take a stick to fall down, but will eventually fall. And no stickies on the point. Artist? That's a clean round for the side of Froyotech.
Yeah, I'm curious where Artist had the stake. Maybe they got launched off or something, because Froyotech also got through all the doors for free, so it wasn't like he had a door trap that got someone either. Kind of I feel like that last hold was kind of like not as well balanced as the other ones, you know what I mean? Not just for artists, just for everyone in general. But yeah, Witness Gaming having a little bit of an oopsie here, getting Froyotech back in the game. The rounds are even then, but it's up to Habib gonna die instantly. Though that's a pretty good start. And Laz actually lived. Oh no, he lived, but long enough.
Chase down. Slem just getting very low. Brandsam's gonna be the one to fall though. Player added in favor of Froyo. They are gonna lose some of their own players. Law getting popped up the air, gonna be a bit weak, and Ski getting a fight to make sure that he actually can't heal Vanny.
Guy, he's gonna die.
Oh, Low Guy surviving at least for now. He missed a couple shots, and Low Guy lives. He has the jukes. He's going in for round 2 though, trying to find his target. Busting. Oh no, maybe I thought he was gonna bust through Valley, but actually he's going behind and gonna get the people rolling out instead. But
that's insane. Old Guy was dead to rights there, so then just his bullets just curved around him.
MG in lobby. Brandslam and Slem. Brandslam winning at least a bit, and he's Slem's gonna escape. Oh, the rocket from Laz.
That's a Chad rocket.
Yeah, he hits that, and Slem gonna be dead of the rate. But Artist dying to Habib. Sticky's over, trying to peek in to the enemy team too. That's a very big pick.
Yeah, that is a big pick, but their ad is so big, it honestly might not even matter. Froyotech's gonna try to fight this, or at least kind of spam, but Artist is very lucky that Skis had like 5% Uber when he died, so he's gonna be back up in time.
Yeah, and Banny is already building gun during that time, so I'm just gonna play it safe and use that Artist kill as a way to build just a little bit more Uber.
Yeah.
Double defense once again, Engineer and Heavy, so taking a little bit extra defense,
down.
a little bit extra defense and a little more health and distraction in favor of instead of mobility to block points and cover doors and things like that. But the Uber ad's dwindling. It's 25. If you want to go, you gotta go. But I think they feel like that because Artist died, that the ad is just gone.
Maybe they don't trust their last pushes.
I feel like they just probably thought the ad was smaller than it was. So when Artist died, they were like, all right, we're not pushing.
They spotted and looked like they want to go, and I saw Brandslam peek, and something he saw just like might have rubbed him the wrong way because he didn't want to go.
I'm better safe than sorry. It's 3-3 with 8 minutes left. You don't want to screw up here.
If they can waste a lot of time on this round to get that round,
all
they have to do is park the bus. So maybe that's their strategy. They know, hey, let's not beef this round and get rolled to our last. We'll just, take our time, get a confirmed last push, and then hopefully just bide our time and go into, map 3 with our victory here. And he does have the level 3 dispenser, though.
Oh, he's decloaking. He's decloaking. He's going in Mirror Man. Oh, not the kill you want, but it's a kill nonetheless, and he gets out. So, hey, you take it.
There's the Blaze Force. Low Guy, very, very impressive not popping there because there's just a soldier in his face. It's very scary, but he trusted his teammates. And, okay, yeah, Mirror Man does get off spine. Here comes a last sack, but the level 2 gun just denies it. Heads up play from Benny. I notice he only builds a level 2 against level 3 because I think it's because the level 2 has more knockback and it's just the bullets are more consistent.
I mean, whenever rocket is fired, the bullets don't fire, and the health boost is like what 26 or something.
Yeah,
something like that. It's not huge.
Yeah. So for 6s, all you want is the soldier to, it's very good for the anti-denial gun, which is I think the kind of purpose of it right now.
Yeah, he has it up now, but at the end of the day, realistically, if you're going to be moving it a bunch, which he's been doing, he's been moving it constantly, it builds up faster at level 2 anyway, so.
Yep. Here's the Yite Sniper. I don't know if he's been spotted. I guess he's probably just, he's just rolling it, so. If he gets that first pick, this could be a big opening, but we'll have to see.
Yep, no counter sniper this time around, at least yet. We could see one depending on how things go, but so far I think Froyo's like 1 for 5 or so in sniper duels right now. So
yeah, they haven't. I mean, it's only a matter of time before they get one.
Yep, yeah, trying to peek at least a little bit. You got pretty much everyone on the side of Froyotech playing very close to the wall.
Yeah, Slum just eat the bullet there.
Banny's in the spawn.
Yeah, Banny in the spawn. Not like they can go up for a counter sniper here. They just want to, just gonna like to, pressure the doors. Hope Yite doesn't get a super deep angle in.
That's pretty interesting. The Banny's like just straight up playing the spawn for the angle against the sniper.
It's really smart because he can call if he's right without anyone actually risking dying to the sniper. It's a very smart play.
They're sacrificing positioning on certain floors.
Mirror Man got caught in by spam, so that's a big pick. Now they can kind of peek up a little. They only have 2 spam classes to spam it.
Yes. Speaking of spam, that's gonna be a little bit easier to start poking through these doors to try to figure out how you want to break into the enemy team's last. Artist getting some sticky damage onto the side of Blaze, who will surf it back, but it's going to be the bomb from Laz. Gonna get shot up into the air. The rocket.
Ash might be caught too. Yeah, Ash
and Guy, he went for a wide peek, was not able to find anything, and immediately on the way through lower into lobby as the side of Froyotech busting into 2, and I'm pretty sure with a 3-player ad, Witness is just out of here in through Cafe.
They can't exchange.
Too many players lost, so free second point for the side of Froyotech, and it seems like the stalemate is going to be moved
Yeah.
between 2 and mid.
Well, maybe, you know, if you're a Witness Gaming fan, the upside of that, even though, you know, it's not ideal, the upside of that is maybe if they have a good fight at second, they can instantly roll the last. That's the, I guess that the one upside out of all the downsides there.
I've seen plenty of matches where I've seen more round conversions from
second,
from back caps and second wipes than traditional Uber ads into last. So who knows?
It's those off classes on last. They just make it really, really hard. And it looks like Witness Gaming is going to try to get pressure from Valley, so someone else can probably sack another. Or actually, I think Witness Gaming have 6 players in 6 players in Valley.
They want to
5.
They want to cause a distraction to get guys behind, and he's going to immediately find a soldier, get some damage onto him, touches 8 HP, and does eventually die. Laz going for something as well, but will not quite find as much. So
Froyotech speaking up, I think they want to do stuff.
Yeah, they got the player out to work with.
They're going cafe. I don't think they're quite ready for a cafe push. Are they? Oh, they rotate early, but they do have a soldier in. They're just getting it. They don't have enough players to block all these doors, so this is going to be a fight. And Ash is going to fall. Not ideal. And a 22-second respawn.
Yeah, it looks like they want to use this. Branson taking the Uber, trying to run towards Ski. Is going to be damage on the Slemnish and Habib. Actually going at least somewhat behind, trying to cause a distraction to make them go behind.
That's a huge play if he can get that back up. No one's there to block him.
He's going for it. He's going for it. This is a giant play. It's going to bring somebody, and now the chaos ensues. Who stays and who goes back? We have a couple people staying forward, a couple people going back. Blaze is actually going to fall, and he's living at least for now. The chase is on continuously, so the doors are not even going to be locked. He's still alive. They can't even lock down these doors, so Witness is going to run through the choke.
Yeah,
they have the option.
That's a potentially game winning play. Vanny might die to. Oh, Laz just barely can't clean up Vanny. 14 health. So, you know, Witness Gaming, they're in a. That was a huge play from Branson there, even though it kind of equalized in the end. It could have gone up very disastrously for Witness Gaming. Actually, Froyotech want to push, even though it's 5v6.
Yeah, they know that they can have a small window of opportunity, trying to bomb in the low guy who hits one surf, not quite enough damage to clean him up. Mirrorman trying to come with a salvage, but just a little bit too small of a rocket, so far it's going to be...
cleanup frags, though.
Oh, so many... What?
Habib might die?
All these projectile classes.
Habib
Labs and Artists are going huge right now. It's just Slim and Skis left alive.
Skis is alone too. Skis is going to die.
Trades all around. Maybe a soldier scout doing Valley here. Laz trying to hit the upper direction. Yeah,
that's a
Slim's on the
fight
chase
for Laz. But Logai, I think the most important thing to take away is Logai lives and he has full Uber with 3 minutes left to push into second. Vanny's on sniper. Vanny knows that but you gotta do something. Laz is still alive.
Laz just died right now. Just playing a literal jump map.
Their
second
the entirety defense isn't gonna be super great. Actually, they got the time. But they have Vanny on sniper here, so definitely. Actually, he's going back to spawn. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the way you would win really hard right now is using Laz being dead to go behind, but you can't do that if you have an off-classing sniper. There's gonna be a door here for Witness if they pushed right now, where you could use, but they know that, so they're just gonna wait for Laz to at least get here so he can cover his door.
Here comes the bomb. It's a huge bomb. Oh, they want to go in deep. They want this second, and they get Blaze, so that's a pick they can work off of maybe. And they're gonna. I think they're gonna try to steamroll this. They're gonna dry. I think. Maybe,
yeah,
actually,
I mean, they could think about it. They have to leave one, and they know that they might find an opportunity.
They know they have time. Yeah, they have the time here. They're gonna actually. Oh, I guess.
Realistically, okay, there's 2 minutes left. Froyo does not win this round. It is either Witness Gaming or stalemate. I mean, technically they could, right? In realistic standards, if you're a team in this scenario, you see you're on last 2 minutes, you don't move.
Yeah. That's fair.
So now Witness is like, all right, they're not gonna move, so let's just play it slow then. We'll get our one last hurrah, and if it doesn't work, we go to golden cap.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll have to see here. Well, guy is approaching his Uber right now. I'm surprised they haven't sacked already, honestly. Even though, like, you know, they did have Uber, but I guess they really didn't want Froyotech to push out. That would be bad, but we'll have to see. Vanny does have a level 2 gun up, so this is gonna be pretty tough.
Yep. They really only get. They got like 2 tries to break this last, maybe based on respawners and stuff. They still have their Uber ready to go, but the question is, they got a 2-man or a 2-man Uber exchange?
Blaze is really hurt.
Oh, the gun's poking the last little bit. Does die to the trap. I think Yite and Ash tried to poke some doors too, but did not quite find an opening. So just gonna be the 1-man for now. So by the time Laz gets here, we're gonna be entering the 60-second mark. So they really only get their 1 shot. Slemnish gonna go up on heavy. I'm not gonna be as much door control per se, but at least they have a gun at the bare minimum, but no sniper or anything like that. So Laz on heavy. So heavy action.
This is interesting that
heavy.
You know, the cafe special is the scout on heavy to last, but it's rare to see the soldier on heavy. So we'll have to see how that works, but you know, who knows? Yeah, we do have I would like to see the Putus on Putus action.
Uber exchange coming out. Brandsheim juggled at least a little bit. Skis immediately uses because he's on top of the gun, so Spam immediately goes towards him. Damage on the mirror man, but no deaths. Rotation towards the other door. Laz buffed up, ready to go and bust through the door. He's been seen. Spammed at least a little bit. Ash trying to bomb in and cause some chaos and at least some space. We get a little bit of damage on Habib. Yite hiding inside his own lobby, but the cleans up. Yeah, the cleanup is so far in the favor of Froyotech, holding on to this last. The air some little guy keeping people alive. Please a little bit longer, but Artist will eventually fall, and Yite and Laz and Logai, they're in a rough spot. 15 seconds left, 3v5. Both heavies on the field. Clash. He taunts. He knows they can't win. It's a 3v5, and they have a heavy.
The time, that was a good taunt. A lot of amusement was had, and yeah. So, Witness Gaming, they kind of put all their eggs in that one basket, but they live to fight another day because I believe the scores are tied. So down to a golden cap on if Froyotech win this golden cap, then they win the season. That's it. And if Witness win, then we're on to map 3, which is Bagel? Yeah, Bagel.
Yep. I think this is the most common point in any match like scenario where you end up overthinking things in the halftime, which I think is gonna be really interesting because it is gonna be so pivotal to win this mid to put yourself in a good spot to be able to sit on the other team's second at least to try to take last. And
I wouldn't be surprised if one team left really early if something bad happened.
Well, it's kind of like if you try to adjust too hard, you might find yourself accidentally screwing yourself over. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they approach it. But go ahead and take a minute to look at the logs. They look kind of janky because there's some stalemates here. So they got some people in the under DPM.
Times. Wow.
Yeah, under 200 DPM club. But yeah, look at that's the big thing. Look at the medic deaths. Look at the medic deaths. But yet, despite all this, it was a tied game. This was 2-2.
And Froyotech had more kills and more damage.
True.
Like, by a decent margin too, 5,000, and they had 8 more kills. So the kills were, despite Skis dying way more, the Froyotech were doing more damage. It was just, I think Witness was kind of selling out for Skis at certain points.
Yeah, it seems like
Logai also lived in situations where I would never expect any human being to ever live. There was a couple times.
There were so many times where Logai would get bombed, and he somehow miraculously lived through it. But I also feel like when a play is being done on a medic in a dry fight scenario, I don't mean like necessarily trying to force him or whatever, but just like deciding the medic's going to be the person you bomb out of all people, right? It feels like Witness Gaming are more together, like in terms of, oh yeah, that's the idea, and then someone follows up, like a soldier will do damage and then a soldier will follow up, or a scout will run forward. But for the side of Froyo, I feel like anytime I see someone get on the low guy, it's not in sync. Like maybe they recognize it, like, oh, my teammate's going on this medic, but they're not in time. Like I see either someone missing or it being an accidental, like, not chain feed, but just not in sync, like I said.
Yeah.
So I guess it makes sense to see the stat line realistically in hindsight.
What do you think the odds are of Habib getting fast rolled out on a mid? Because Habib's died, I think two of the mids in that second half, Habib got fast rolled out on and died instantly.
I feel like Froyotech are going to
I think they're gonna make sure he doesn't die.
They're gonna do that Valley left side mid again, probably. Because I feel like, I mean, maybe they just try to go choke, but I feel like that was the mid where they saw the most success. Even though like mids for them have been rocky, I feel like in their mind that's something they could do.
Yeah, that mid worked out better than the others.
Realistically, for both these teams, there's a lot of things they could adjust in terms of options. Because even though there might be like from our perspective, like something you feel like, oh, this could work really well. From their perspective, there's probably like a couple of different things on the table they could be addressing. But I feel like that could be something that we see. Because that's the big thing. Yeah. Like Froyotech, despite they've put up some good fights here, but so far their mids have left some to be desired at certain points. Even when they win mids, they'll lose Skis, and then they'll lose mid right after in the leapfrog scenario. So it's going to be curious to see how they adapt, and I feel like seeing that left side mid I'd be unsurprised to see that happening. But for the side of Witness, I'm unsure if they're going to change anything on mid at all.
Yeah. We haven't seen any, I feel like we haven't seen any fast rolls out onto Artist from Froyotech, which is kind of interesting to know. I also feel like, I think I saw Witness do it. I don't know if I've seen Froyo do it. I think I've heard it referred to as, quote, the Froyo mid from older Froyo versions, where they'd roll out, both their soldiers fast and their demo, and they'd just spam choke and people would just insta-die before they arrive at mid. I feel like I think I saw Witness do it once, or a, kind of half-baked version of it, but I don't think I've seen Froyo do that.
It's because that mid only works when the enemy team's roamer isn't fast rolling out. Because what happens is there's like a 5-second window where you as a demo are 2v1'd at mid by a demo and a roamer. So you either have two options. You either try to push them back and you die because you probably rolled out with 100 HP, or you try to survive and preserve your health, and then the door your team's rolling out gets spammed by the demo. He just stands on the point. And so far, I think we've seen Blaze do fast rollouts a little bit, but he hasn't actually. He hasn't committed. He's playing slow for spam rather than really going all in for an
Blaze
artist
has been
kill.
playing on top of like the roof above like one of the houses I've seen. He's been kind of like playing up there.
He does bell tower or the roof just for better spam, but he doesn't really try to like. Because the thing about fast soldier rollouts is, even in certain scenarios like on this map where it can really be much easier to pull it off in your favor, it can be kind of high risk, high reward in a sense of if you kill that demo, great, your team's at a really good spot, even if you die. But if you screw up at all and you miss a rocket or he just like surfs it, your team's down a person right off the bat. You've lost your team in the mid.
Yeah.
So given how the history of Froyotech the past couple of weeks have been on Sunshine that would lead Witness to pick this map, I can see a scenario where they're like, Blaze, just go for spam, play it safe.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe now's the time for change.
Yeah, maybe. And I also think they're definitely going to try to keep Habib alive, because if Habib dies at the start of mid, they're probably not winning that mid. So I'd be surprised if Habib had a passive, maybe not a passive mid, but maybe even a Valley rollout. Who knows?
Yeah, that's why I personally expect the left side mid.
Yeah,
just because the pack is there. Like realistically, if you don't want your mid immediately ended, just go for a pack, and it's much more likely that they're going to be able to integrate something with him taking the pack on Valley and all playing like by Valley than him doing like a janky cafe rollout that's kind of slow.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe they'll say like, nah, Laz isn't gonna fast bomb, or maybe they'll just say Habib survive at forehead.
Yeah, just Habib, just play better, lol. Yeah, we do have Volga and Pyro. I think we're about to ready up soon. It's let me look. Oh no, nope. We are not. Froyo is readied up. Witness Gaming is still discussing things. Volga is having a great old time on Pyro. He doesn't want to get off.
I mean, it makes sense. Like this is an extremely close match. If you're Witness here and you lose this, you're out. There is no second try because this pretty much is your second try. You went to the lower bracket for this.
Yeah.
So
they have to win this round. This is a round you need to win or you lose.
Yeah, this is where you pull up the cheese strats. All the things you've been pocketing for 2 months.
Yeah, this is the, you have some hidden technology you need to deploy. This is the time. You have, if you can, have... I wouldn't even... Okay, I don't think they would ever do it, but this is where, like, you see the shenanigans, like, soldiers bombing past the demo into the choke to kill medics, that kind of thing. Just the hidden technology.
This is where you see the airstrike mid, where you double rocket the ramp to send yourself into the skybox unseen, and then land using the airstrike and the enemy team's choke just for the meme insta kill. That will never work again, but there is no never again because this is there's gonna be one mid.
Yeah. And
Cross fingers, hopefully there's no timeout that brings us to a second mid.
Finals, like in these scenarios, you've seen things like sniper to mid. You've seen all kinds of shenanigans. People just like doing things they normally don't see because it only needs to work once, and this is the one time.
True. So, I mean, realistically, I don't think we're going to really see anything like that.
No,
honestly.
It's fun to think about. I feel like if anyone was to do it, it'd probably be Ash. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Ash would be the one maybe. Or Yite.
I mean,
one of those two.
It depends on the player, like, realistically.
Yeah.
It's not going to be anyone on Froyo just because they're going to immediately
Manny would drive to their house, or Manny would not be having it.
Yeah, it would get vetoed. The side of Witness, I just don't feel like I can see Laz doing something.
They don't have like a cat face. That's like a cat face play.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Laz. Well, he did come up on Putus for last, but
yeah, they're players that just love the idea of cheese strats because they're one-off ideas that don't work in the long term, but it's just really satisfying to think about like a cheese strat working and the other person saying the classic TF2 line, like, what is he doing? Why was he there? How did that work?
Like, imagine how frustrating it is, especially, as, some of the best players in the world, but you lose to something really stupid on mid, and then you lose the map because of it. Like, that's definitely a tilter. If you just, like, you roll out to mid, and then you just, like, instantly get sniped or something. It's not, the mental game is won at that point.
Especially during Golden Cap. I've had a moment like that where it was a long ago ESCA match. It was a tied game on process, and it was, like, 60 seconds, and the other team thought that it was, like, unwinnable. So they just like kind of screwed around at mid and didn't really like show up.
Yep.
And then we
we're
won
going
the
live.
round. Oh, we're going live.
Let's
Finally.
go.
No hour podcast.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no it's not story time, sadly.
Unfortunate. There's some stories to tell, but maybe there'll be another story tonight if Witness Gaming is able to dethrone Froyotech after their multiple championship. Hey, look at Habib rollout. I called it, but Blaze going fast, doing the classic spam battle. So it's going to be a left side mid for the side of Froyotech. Their entire team rolls out the way. Oh, they do a rotate. They fake it out a little bit, so it's going to be a little bit of adjustments and
everyone's just spamming.
Difficult to spam. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who commits here. Laz and Mirrorman are doing a little bit of a battle, but they're both going to take some damage and go ahead and back up. For Pax, play it safe. No one's going quite yet.
Blaze is on the bell tower, and Ash is going to fall
He gets pushed forward. He gets pushed forward and knocked off. Ash does die though, so 5v5 scenario, one soldier down for each of the teams, trying to get some arrowed up, and no one's really taking some serious high ground here. Some small positional advantage from the side of Witness Gaming, taking the other team's Tetris and getting on the point with Summoners, responding in kind as well as Mirrorman taking some positioning, taking the pill on top of the bell tower, and they're just trading back and forth in terms of getting on this point.
This is the mid. Losing this mid would be disastrous. Artist is caught out kind of, yeah, Witness Gaming, their positioning not great.
It though.
Mirrorman is going to drop low. Oh, they get a kill off it?
They baited each other and Slem died. They literally
and here comes the refight. They're going to refight. But that was very heads up. This is going to be a tough refight though. It's only one pick.
Oh, yeah, it's a bit early though. Take some damage, but the Witness Gaming running through. Looks like it might be an Uber change, maybe?
I think they abandoned? No, they're...
Oh, Branson wants to go. Branson wants to go.
Yeah, they want to go. Yikes fighting a 1v1. Oh, he backs up. They're able to get it. They bumped Habib up. Habib's so hurt. Danny's hurt too. The damage. They're getting off of the damage. They get Habib. This is perfect for Witness Gaming. They do have to heal Mirrorman behind, but he's so hurt. He might get cleaned up. He does get cleaned up.
The collapse is happening, and they've dropped no one in this execution. I feel like that was a moment where Witness Gaming were so unsure if they were actually going to walk through, but Froyo didn't know either.
Yeah,
and now they're in a situation where it's
such a weird play. Skis gets forced. It is a good exchange. Our buying time. Habib's in forwards.
No soldiers for the post fight.
That's pretty smart, actually.
Banny does die. A little bit of spam on the wall, but not quite enough to kill him. And then you have the respawn from Froyotech coming in.
So no demo to deal with. And Blaze is going to get caught in the shutter door meets. They might try to roll this the last.
That's huge.
I think that last has kind of been Witness Gaming's kryptonite. And if they're able to roll from second, that would be exactly what they need.
Oh, they have to leave one on cap, though. So it's a 5v5. And Ransom's in really early, going to get cleaned up. Oh, but Lash was all distraction, able to find the kill on the skis, and Habib with Lash. The collapse is happening. The shoulder coordination from Witness Gaming right in the entire match, even when they lost Viada, comes to fruition to make sure this golden cap goes in Witness Gaming favor and bring us to a rematch on Bagel. Keep us awake just a little bit longer.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been a long time since Banny's lost a map in Sixes playoffs. It's, maybe this is the next two maps are Koth 2, and the map we're going to is King of the Hill Bagel, a map that Witness previously lost on Froyotech 3-4, razor thin margin. So I was most scared of this map just because of Froyotech's dominance, but this is suddenly very, very much more doable for Witness Gaming.
This is the two notes that I want to say. One, that Bagel is, in my opinion, the most upset potential out of any of the maps currently in the pool. You can argue a couple different maps, but you can't deny that it's at least like top 3. So that's going to be really interesting, as well as the idea because it was so close, and Sunshine was probably going to be potentially the hardest map they were going to come to play in versus the remaining 3.
They had to play a 5CP map at some point.
I mean, they had to win Sunshine because they lost Viaduct, right? But realistically, I feel like from Witness perspective, you could consider it as the order of difficulty is getting less and less as these maps go on.
If I were I'm not a Witness Gaming player, and I felt relieved. I know I would feel relieved because just winning a map, I've won a map, multiple maps against Banny. It's doable. It makes you feel better, but Banny still wins in the end. So Witness Gaming do have a lot of room to go.
Yeah, you got that map, but Froyotech are still up 2.
Banny thrives in late situations.
Yeah, they're still up 2 rounds for the side of Froyotech, so Froyo only needs to win. If you think about it this way, Froyo only needs to win Bagel or Clearcut. They can. Yeah. It feels weird and sketchy, but you can afford to lose one more map, even after you've just lost one yourself. So
map advantage.
They have themselves a really nice safety net from the reward for going through the playoff run without losing any maps, as well as making sure that they are able to take their map pick of Viaduct. So it's still a long road for Witness Gaming. Just, they've walked a little bit for now, and I'm really hyped to see what's going to be happening on this match. I feel like my prediction, just not about score, but about the match, I feel like this has potential to be the best map in the series that we're gonna see.
I definitely agree. Bagel historically, I have yet to see a bad bagel match, and all the bagels have been very good and very tasty. So we'll have to see.
I think we're combining some
Yeah, we're combining
logs.
some logs. Gonna look at that very briefly. I see Brandstam 41 and 21. Yeah, Froyotech did out damage and only by 3.
Holy
Correct.
medic
But
deaths.
the medic deaths.
Ooh.
Logai almost going even. Skis 0 and 17. That's a dip. And the fact that Froyotech almost won despite those medic deaths is really honestly kind of impressive.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't even think Logai was playing in a way that was like super. Like you see some medics, and you say like, "Oh, that medic is like super baiting." Like,
Oh,
he's,
yeah, no, he's just, like, out.
that medic is like
No,
screwing
Logai's
over
in.
his team.
Logai's in
But
with his team.
Logai's in for the most part. Like sometimes he's a little weak, so he plays like slightly more conservative. But I don't feel like he's necessarily baiting. I feel like the initiation onto him is leaving something to be desired.
Yeah. Do you think it's I don't know how much of it's on Skis himself and how much of it is just the coordination of the witness soldiers and like Froyotech being unable to have that same level of coordination against witness, you know what I mean?
I think there's a handful of times, or maybe Ski's like, "Oh, he missed a
Like,
surf,
he
so
didn't
they
play
get first."
perfectly.
But like, I think realistically, you just compare. I think Skis is playing against it. Is playing a much harder game right now
I
when it
agree.
comes
I
to
think-
being a
yeah.
medic in this grand finals.
I think Little Guy's also definitely gotten a few, I don't think there's any luck involved, but definitely there's a couple times where he should have died and just did not die. So I think Little Guy definitely, had some real miracle moments there that without Witness Gaming definitely would not have won that map. So Witness Gaming probably having pretty high hopes going into map 3 here, but this is Froyotech has historically, won a lot of, or I think almost all, if not all of their finals. And even the ones that go really late, in the end, I think it just kind of, slowly turns in Froyotech's favor the later it goes, because they're so used to it, and they have a couple West Coast players.
True. All right, well, probably time to take a minute while the teams are transitioning between maps before we start talking about Bagel. Let's go ahead and run a small little break so people can go ahead and take a minute to go do whatever you need to do while the players are doing it as well. We'll be back in like, 60 seconds, 90 seconds, something like that. So
yeah, something like that.
not going to be too much longer, so go ahead and see you guys in a bit. Welcome back from our little break. Hope you enjoyed the ads, although there are some good news for people that are sticking around to watch this grand finals. We got some merch for the side of you guys to take a peek at if you're curious about shirt designs and things like that. There's a link on the right side of the screen that's available for you to use and just take a look-see. See if it piques your interest at all, and they're going to be available to purchase if if it tickles your fancy.
Yep, if you're a fan of that last map, you might notice that upper left t-shirt looks a little familiar from the mid, so
That's true.
If you're a fan of Sunshine, maybe you want to purchase the Sunshine mid t-shirt. You never know.
All right, well, let's talk about Bagel. We've seen these two teams play on Bagel. It was quite the match. It was taken by Froyotech, but it was a 4-3 with plenty of overtime moments, and even the moments that were not overtime were under 60 seconds for the opposing team. Extremely close. I think every single round you could have pointed to one moment that could have flipped it in the other direction. So there was a lot to learn for both teams going into this match. And I'm extremely curious to see what exactly they were going to change, because there was a lot that both teams had the option to kind of adjust going into this rematch.
Yeah, Froyotech definitely, they've won on Bagel, but even against what's the team's name? Against the team with Cafes on it, even then they lost like 2 rounds on Bagel in a series that they're otherwise pretty dominant on. So Bagel does Froyo does keep winning on Bagel, but they definitely haven't been the dominant Froyotech wins you'd expect. We saw 4-2 on Viaduct earlier, but the Bagel matches were way closer than that.
That's true, and I think that just kind of comes down to the map realistically. When you think about the way the map is structured, and especially, I guess that's predominantly the cap time is the big thing, because you can take control over a point and then lose it just as fast, assuming you don't get like a forward hold or something. The fact that they can just corner cap it for a little bit off of like a couple of pipes hit or some really nice spam or some hit shots, it really brings the clock back and forth. I feel like it's extremely rare to see a moment where someone is unable to get cap time for their team, like starting the clock to tick down at all. We've seen a couple times, especially in the Viaduct match earlier tonight, moments where a team only got their their first bit of the clock taken off once the other team has taken off half themselves. You know, it starts ticking down, but the other team is like sub 130. It's kind of rough. It's because how snowbally the map is, but that's definitely not the case here. You get one good spot, and you can put yourself on the map.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting watching these teams play in the past. How often they didn't pop Uber, which kind of sounds surprising, but we've seen LGLgg just sit there with full Uber for minutes on end as they just, edge of the cap, back up, edge of the cap, back up. They just keep, they just keep going, but not super committing until kind of like the later rounds of that last Bagel game you watched. So it's kind of interesting to see that, this map, it's, even though it's King of the Hill, it's still very different in terms of how it plays than Viaduct, just because of the map geometry. Mainly, I think it's so much easier to edge cap this point than on Product.
Yeah, this is definitely the one map in the pool where you will see teams deliberately not exchange their Ubers, despite both teams sitting on 100% Uber for 20 plus seconds. And that's because both teams don't feel like they need to use it to take the point, as well as to hold on to the point. If you're in an offensive scenario trying to take the point for yourselves, you don't feel like you have to use the Uber as a tool to take it for yourself because of how fast it is. In the same vein, if you own it and you're starting to lose it, you don't fret too hard, because any kill that was just gotten onto your team, well, it's going out of your favor, so they're going to respawn faster now. So you just take it back just as quick, and you can take it back in the same way that the opposing team did to you. So it's about, I think it's a lot about the spam and the very little things and the house control. But we're going live here. You got any raw predictions?
In the interest, my heart says Froyotech, in the interest of going to map 4, I'm going to say 4-3 Witness Gaming. Just so, stay up a little longer, see you map 4.
I think it's going to be 4-3 Froyo, but honestly, you never know. Going into another mid, usually these mids play pretty slow. Soldiers don't really bomb straight off the bat. I think you see it sometimes maybe kill a demo, but it's a long road to trek to try to get there in time. So seeing a little bit of spam going across both sides. LGLgg actually playing pretty passive because of the damage that he was taking. So Artist is not going to be able to get heals up until now, but it looks like he didn't really need it too much. It's actually going to be a lot of blue team getting the cap time right off the bat of the mid, but it's not taking it immediately. Banny trying to get on top of the point, almost knocked off. Almost completely with a lot of the damage coming from the side of Witness, but cap time's starting to change a little bit. When the pick on the last is going to lead him into a good spot. Branson trying to block at least a little bit, be dishing up the damage to push them back and keep them on top of the point with his teammates, and they're able to take the first cap.
Banny, though,
at what cost?
That's a really good pick too, because they got the point there, so the respawn. Yeah, Banny's gonna have a very long respawn here. Although they do get the Uber exchange. They do drop Branson. They drop Artist too in the Uber.
LGLgg does not want to use. As soon as he saw that Uber. As soon as LGLgg saw that Uber, he did not want to use. He was like, I'm out of there.
Look at Froyo though. They're giving that. It's pretty smart from Froyo giving them the cap time there. But Witness gaming up instantly, and LGLgg has this big Uber to work with. Knowing LGLgg, I feel like they might just edge this cap back without using.
Yeah, this is arguably a better spot to be in, like strategically, because it's really hard. Like skis can't play forward to heal the people that are blocking the cap. So what Witness wants to do right now is just get on the cap and not use, based on the fact that if skis gets too close, they just Uber. But he probably won't. Look at him. He's in the staircase. He's so passive.
Yeah, he knows that if he plays too close, he dies. If he plays too far away, they can't.
So
they
just get a pick
for free.
Oh, the house though, Blaze able to take control of it and make sure that Ash is dead, but the battle is happening. Banny dropping extremely low, backs up, and just like I said, they take the point without Ubering. They recognize the gap between skis and the target, but they didn't lose to.
Exchanging that though.
That's true, but some holes are open though, so it might be rough.
Instantly die to the scouts. The scouts they sniff that one out real quick, and here comes the Uber exchange, and they do get Banny to pop, and it looks like Witness Gaming did not flash, so Uber's actually pretty even though Witness Gaming popped earlier. So Banny gonna die instantly to spam, trying to get on top of the point. So
now flank? Oh, body blocked in the middle of the air.
Witness Gaming is all on top of these Froyotech attempts on the flank. First they get Blaze, then they get Banny, and then they get Mirror Man. Blaze is kind of lurking.
Yeah.
But,
they get Habib the last second too. He was in the doorway, unable to escape with his life, so that's going to buy a lot of time as well off the clock.
That is, yeah, and they can kind of settle to like a pseudo forward hold here, kind of spam Froyotech in the door, so they're going to, not going to, make Froyotech fight for every inch of ground that they, have to take. And it looks like Froyotech do elect to go at the bottom right door, which everyone kind of takes at this point, but...
Oh, a lot of damage on the Banny.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the Banny again. Banny not having a good time trying to edge this point here.
We'll finally try to get on it to apply some pressure. Cap going slightly in favor of Froyotech. A lot of cap time. Brandsam trying to block it with his life. Spam from both the soldiers tried to push him back so they can get this cap in their favor. Uber's not going off from either team, but finally Brandsam will pull trigger going into the enemy team. Couple of shots though. Skis milking at least a little bit, and the chase is on. They're trying to, Brandsam very smartly blocking to make sure Lil Guy is able to escape. They are going to chase him into the house, but unable to actually kill him, so he's going to escape with his life, take the pill. But they did lose the point for this, but bomb coming from the soldiers trying to collect. Skis popping in the air. The counter initiation. Ash able to collect that frag. The soldiers are on point for the side. Yeah, the Witness Gaming soldiers are on point right now.
Yeah, the Artist wasn't even, they didn't even need Artist. It was nice to have him, but he was just the cleanup, and they didn't even need it because Skis just got dunked out of the air. So big plays there, and Skis has such a long spawn that they have huge ad now. They can just recap. So that was a very heads-up play. You don't think you intentionally give up 3 kills for the medic. Well, I guess you do, but that was just a very heads-up play.
Yeah, Uber ad for the side of Lil Guy, but not like it matters because we don't really see the Ubers come into play. They'll usually just take it for free, but trying to drive this lead for now. Blaze has control. Actually, Froyo has control over both the point and both houses so far. They're taking a bit of damage though.
Uber soon.
Ash flank able to collect Blaze. He's a bit alone, but he surfs it out of the door. Yike trying to collect the frag, but the pack and arrows are going to be lit up too much with the Uber coming in.
They're going to get Habib.
Yeah, they thought that people were a little bit too close, and yeah, they're gonna get Habib and Mirrorman. They're gonna lose Ash though. Initiation coming from scouts, flooding out of the doorway, trying to at least maybe block, but nah. Lost too many spamming classes, just go ahead and give it up. Gonna get Mirrorman Habib's spawn shortened by 7 seconds, so they got the players and the ads to try to take this back for themselves.
Yeah, Ski's instantly eating damage, just had to immediately back up the lobby. So here comes the Froyotech push. But I must say, Witness Gaming's looked pretty good this game so far, but Skis does have full Uber to work with, and we'll have to see if they just edge the point here, or they want to take this a little more aggressively. It looks like they're in house. They want to do some things. They have some new technology.
Oh, I think they just wanted to clear it out for their team, and they
that's pretty smart, but Ash is already just back in there. Ash is in, he tries to go for a bomb, but gets body blocked, but he did buy some time at least. That is one thing. He did buy some time for his team, but Froyotech, if you're a Froyotech fan, you're pretty happy now because they do have the point and they have Uber. It's on Witness Gaming to do something here.
Yeah, Froyotech's gonna get their turn to take it under 60 seconds. Yike is gonna be collected, and it seems like they're controlling the houses pretty well, as well as the point. They got this Uber to work with if desired, but probably not gonna see it in play. Brandsam getting on the point, Artist trying to support him, but Habani placing himself on there as well. Ready to use if need be, but Blaze, yeah, he's gonna die to spam from the side of Ash, spamming across the map. So
it's a huge pick, and Laz knows he's going in on Skis, he gets the force.
Yep, and the Uber's going to come out to make sure the Artist is safe, but Yite is going to be so lucky. Benny trying to chase down as much damage as possible, almost killing Artist as Habib, but it's going to be Habib that dies instead, maybe from the side of Brandsam, barely taken out with the last pistol. It's going to be Artist taken down by the side of Mirrorman Bomb. Actually, air shot almost, but will die. Not quite enough, but too much fall damage. Brandsam is just in, but the flank coming in, it was just a distraction. That's getting Skis and Ash getting Blaze as well. He was just the martyr for their team to go ahead and clean up the rest of the Froyotech side, so Slemnish gonna get out of there. He's kind of an Artist. Artist almost met himself with the death after that cap, but
yeah, that was
Witness
dangerous
Gaming
for both sides. Slemnish dies there, it's if Slemnish dies there, it's not the end of the world, but if Artist dies there, that's a disaster. But looks like they really like taking plat, and so that way, Froyo kind of is forced to take the low ground here, just just a little bit more spam pushing here. No, Lil Guy does have Uber out here, but the point time might take down long enough. It might not matter, it depends. Lil Guy does have the luxury here of popping here right when they get at 0 seconds, looks like. They're building up
the
very
Artist stickies though, that was literally
did they get made? That's massive.
2 of them synced on him, so no scout there to block the point. Artist popping up the air as well as the Habib. He's actually caught and pushed into the house.
They do have the Uber though.
Yeah, Uber does come into play now, is available for the side of Witness Gaming. They're walking forward a little bit. Uber coming in, but just putting the solo. They're trying to collect, able to collect Skis on the side of Ash and Blaze as well. And they're dropping like flies, and that is pretty much going to be all she wrote. Mirrorman body blocked in the doorway, cannot get there in time. And Witness Gaming take what is basically an overtime round, with Froyo only having 2 seconds left on the clock to lead them 1-0.
I really liked how Witness Gaming played that round strategically. I think they made a lot of really good decisions that, initially, if you first look at it and you don't know the long-term effects, you're like, short-term, that seems kind of silly, but long-term, they played that masterfully. That was a great round from Witness Gaming.
They've definitely, their strategies are for the long con, 100%. So curious to see how this mid is going to change, if at all.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. It looks like they are. The thing about the Bagel mids is that they've been starting out very slow. So just players spamming, maybe one player trades for another one. But right now it just looks like everyone's kind of spamming. Yeah, nothing really much that happening, to be honest. Just a lot of players spamming. Laz actually got a pretty low. Yeah, Laz, he does get packs though, so that's not the end of the world. Witness Gaming have a lot of point pressure right now.
Yeah, they're trying. It seems like Froyotech is being able to take both the houses.
Coming in from Witness Gaming. 2 players behind. They're in on Skis.
First
no
rocket
damage
miss
though.
onto Skis.
Skis Skis
It
is so
drops
hurt.
very low, 20 HP, 99%, but will eventually live. And just a little bit better play shots would be able to collect that kill. But yeah, Vanny trying to go in and make that low guy kill happen, but not going to be quite enough. Yeah, they took Witness Gaming took a lot of early cap time, but they gave up pretty much all their house control and their play didn't work.
They do have a 65. They capped, in which sometimes it kind of delays your spawn a little. Manny got his spawn delayed by like 2 seconds, so maybe the micro advantage will come to play. Low guy eating a pipe, unfortunately, so he is going to have to back up. But yeah, Ski's sitting pretty well up here, pretty happy. And Froyotech want to get really aggressive because they don't want to let Witness Gaming get this point for free, but they're kind of so hurt that it's almost like they have to at a certain point.
And Brandsam dropped to 6 as well, so a lot of hurt players on both sides of the field, but only need a little bit more cap time from the side of Witness to bring it for yourself. Vanny just sitting on top of the point, trying to prevent them having pop in the air, but it's going to be Skis that dropped him a pipe from Artist. What even dropped him low in the first time I'm watching the stream? What was the other piece of spam that hit him? I think it was... Did he just get 2-piped? I think he might have gotten 2-piped. I don't know, but either way,
yeah,
they're getting clean. They're getting clean.
Look at that.
1 HP.
Yeah, Habib 1 health, and I must say, Froyotech, like, all in there, and they got the Uber, but they didn't even get a kill here, so this is just going to be a dry fight, and Witness Gaming has all the players to settle to a forward hold. It looks like that's what's going to happen, so we have our first true forward hold here, although the forward hold on this map is not as strong as the Viaduct forward hold. They're more than likely just going to be able to push out the left door, get up for free. They do eat some damage, but, yep, that's it for the forward hold.
Yeah, bought a little bit of time. Soldiers drop really low. I mean, your buffs are pretty much screwed. Your packs are no longer fresh. It's pretty much, especially given how fast it can be to recap this, you'll take any much time as you can. So it's going to actually be pretty much Froyo favored until they actually get on the point. Just at the last second, but not quite long enough to prevent it from going in their favor. But I think they actually prefer that. They want to make sure any deaths that happen are in their favor. They're going to trade 1 for 1 in terms of soldiers. Battle happening in the blue house. Yeah, Ash able to click that frag onto Blaze. So no soldiers for the side of... Yeah, I don't think they want to either. Vanny standing on the point. They might actually... Froyotech might Uber to block, maybe.
Vanny's so aggressive. Vanny knows that it's in his advantage to exchange right now. But Vanny's going to get dropped.
He melts immediately.
And here, this Uber looks like a disaster already.
Oh yeah, I tried to sneak his way behind, but was unable to find anything. But Low guy hasn't even used yet, and they own this point still.
You'll take that. You'll take a scout for an Uber. You know?
And now where Skis, he wants to heal his team. Yeah, he wants to heal his team that gets on the point, but he doesn't feel comfortable enough to get close to that Uber.
Yeah, Froyotech look like they don't even really know what to do with the situation. They look like, you know, okay, now they know. They're trying to get Low guy. Low guy does have to get forced there, but Froyotech's going to send 3 players for that. So, yep, 3 players. They do get the Uber, but. You know, they have like 60% ad, but still, this is the time slowly ticking down for Witness Gaming, and you know, we'll have to see. By the time Froyotech gets to the point, starts pushing, the Ubers are going to be more even than you think.
Yeah, they're in a pretty good spot, all things considered. The time isn't too much longer, but if they do mess up getting out of this forward hold, it could be a pretty bad spot. Trying to poke around over on this left-hand side inside of their own house. I think they kind of see that both the soldiers are here and might try to go for a different door depending, but no. It seems like Uber Exchange is the time to be, and they're trying to run forward, able to find maybe a soldier, but actually going to lose Slemnish in the thick of it, and actually not even going to get a kill at all. They just snake their way around, and Witness Gaming are able to fully survive with all their players. Ash going in, initiating on a Vanny, escaping. Once again, these Witness Gaming soldiers are definitely providing a lot of space, but Froyotech, they've made sure that despite all the chaos, they're able to get the cap in their favor.
This is Uber ad again.
Yeah, have to be careful about this Uber though.
They do have to be careful. We'll see if they can dry this if they want. But Froyotech wants to do a flank play. They're getting aggressive in the side house there. But this half so far has been coming out of all Witness Gaming, and here comes the Uber, and they're going in. A lot of hurt players to clean up. Bandy's Slemnish is caught in the middle of the Uber. It's actually not going to be able to clean up. They do get skis, but they went so far deep for it. This could be a Brandslam frag video.
Yeah, you have to definitely get out of dodge here. Oh, the surf from Low guy. He got out of there.
Oh, Brandslam eats a very unfortunate direct from across the map, so Froyotech could be able to take this point. Or at least hold on to it for a little bit longer, but they have Uber ad and their heals just spawned, so they Witness Gaming should be able to take this point here relatively, because they know the Froyotech can only spam for so long.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a sack coming from Froyotech here in some regard.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they're going to try to just go for normal plays. They're actually initiating onto the house, able to clean up the Ash frag, and that's the opening.
I don't know what hit Habib, but he didn't. Look at Bandy, he's just blocking the point to the best of his ability.
And the clock's still in their favor, and it's almost gone in favor of Witness Gaming this current point.
Does have another Uber to work with, though.
That's true. It's going to come into play now. It is available if you feel like they're close enough to actually use it. But
here comes the Uber. It's another bomb, but Skis is up. But they're going to be able to pick up the flank here, and Bandy's gone behind too, so they can get these picks. Honestly, even though they have Uber to set, it might be worth it in the long run. They get 3 kills here, and they're going to be able to settle into a forward hold after they cap this point.
I think it depends on how successful this forward hold is. Yeah, if Froyotech's able to bust out through here, like at a pretty relatively convincing fashion, could be a good spot. But Mirrorman behind. I didn't even notice that.
I didn't notice that either. I don't think Witness either. He's so
in
deep.
spawn. He's
like,
so deep in spawn. I'm not even gonna watch his cam yet.
Yeah, I'm
but
watching,
he is there.
I'm gonna look at the other cam to see what they're doing. Froyotech is just pushing up right now. They're just pushing
Mirman's
up.
going
Here
in now.
comes
He's helping get the Ash kill.
He might die instantly though.
True, but it's buying a lot of time. Artist is just kind of out here still.
Hold on,
Bomb coming in.
going
On
for
to
a second.
skis, pop to the air.
Skis
It
forces.
works out. Now solo sack works out. Artist is gonna die for it though.
So yeah, don't delay his death. That makes sense.
This is reaching dangerous territory for both teams. You probably are very uncomfortable when you reach the under 30-second mark for both sides. But realistically,
I'd much rather have Uber than on.
Yeah, for sure. So we're gonna try to bust through little casualties. Ash dropping extremely low, so good spam from the side of Froyotech. Slow down for at least a little bit. Every second counts to bring yourself into overtime. Brandstep taking a lot of damage as well, so they're still raining on the damage. But the Uber eventually come out from the side of Brandstep.
They're not really getting
across.
But oh, here they go. Oh, Skis might be caught in a little bit. Skis is so hurt.
Hasn't been cleaned up yet.
They got
on the
Skis.
low guide.
How many did they sell out for it? Is it worth it in the end?
They've tried to initiate on the log up and missed a couple shots, so it's
this
a 2v3, but they're all red health. They're all red health, and I think Yai is realizing that now that they can't commit because of their health, so he's thinking about it. Yeah. Initially, you'd think you'd get 3v2'd, but no, they were all weak. They got overtime.
That was very heads up from Yite to know they had enough point time that he didn't have to take that fight. So now Logai has. I don't think the Uber ad's going to come to effect, but now they have the point. They have everything ready. Mirman going for a plate. Good. Oh no.
Shot up into the air. Will probably die fall damage, but all they need is this cap. It's double overtime. Whoever caps this wins.
They got
Habib though. That's huge. And Banny. It seems like the initiation out there. Skis pop in the area. Get cleaned up by the side of Artist, and we just just left alive. It's 1 versus 4. He gets 1, but that's about it. And you can't get there in time. The overtime's going to tick down, and Yite's going to block the door for Mirman as well.
Heads up.
So,
and
Witness Gaming.
Too.
That's also a double overtime. That's a real double overtime this time.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, 2-0 for the side of Witness Gaming.
On Froyotech's map pick, no less. Although I will say, I thought in the back of my head that this might come back to bite Froyotech. They obviously, they're still in it. Banny has his patented halftime adjustments to really come into play here, but so far, Witness Gaming looked like they really did their homework from their earlier loss in playoffs on this map. I'm really impressed. It really looks like strategically they are all on the same page.
Yep, it's really interesting when you think about the map picks because we failed to mention, this was the Froyotech map pick. Picking this map after a 4-3 victory 2 weeks ago, you're making a statement that despite it being that close, you feel like not only is it the best option for you, but you are going to adjust better than the other team. And, it's okay that it's that close that time because the next time you're not going to be as lucky. So far, Witness Gaming are in the lead. Now, like you said, halftime adjustments can be extremely huge, especially because we're in a unique situation where you can have 3 halves because you get an extra halftime as well. If
it's just the 2. It's not the So
we'll
have to see, but I'm looking at the med deaths again, and it's
I am too.
It's the same story as last time. Yep, same story, different map.
And this time with much better results, and that just goes to show that despite it being both important on 5CP and Koth, the amount that it's important on Koth, it is monumentally more important.
Banny is 5-9. I cannot remember the last time I've seen Banny go 5-9 in a match on Scout.
I think realistically, Banny is put in a spot.
He has to edge the point, but he's just the spam. I don't think it's physically possible to You have to be a super genius to dodge all the spam that's coming his way.
I feel like last match he dodged every piece of spam that came his way.
Yeah.
And now I'm seeing him getting synced by 2 stickies. I feel like the
Artist
players
is on the scene. Yeah.
I feel like Artist and maybe some of the soldiers too to
I think
help.
they realized that if we coordinate our spam on him, he can't dodge all of it.
Well, this is also really meta, but when it comes to terrain-specific dodging, eventually you learn dodging patterns if they don't change.
That's true.
Oh, he always jumps from this hut to this center point to this
there's only so many ways you can jump on the point.
And if you just default, what's it called? What's the word I'm working for? Where you just
autopilot?
Yeah, if you autopilot that, your patterns and your movement when it comes to very terrain-specific prop hopping.
Oh yeah,
it's unsurprising to see a moment where you just immediately get synced. It's 2 sticky sync in midair. That's someone saying, "Oh yeah, you're gonna."
I know exactly. I know where you're going. I trust myself. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. It's definitely. And not even the sticky pipe, the double sticky stink. That means you have to be, that means you have to see the future 2 or 3 seconds in advance.
You're making a hard call,
hard read.
He's gonna move here, and especially if it's on a prop, because if you miss, if you do that to the floor, maybe someone walks on it, or at least their movement is restricted. But I mean, on top of a prop, it's I guess it's still movement restricting, but it's the amount of people that could actually do anything against is a
Yeah.
little bit lessened.
I think one thing to also note that I guess to make up for all the previous sadness of the soldiers on Viaduct and on Sunshine, we do have both the pockets for teams top damaging for their respective teams. So I guess
True.
you
It's
know,
the house spam.
it is the house spam, and I guess it makes up for all the very sad soldier stat lines we previously saw. So it's nice to see all the classes have their chance to shine. Really,
There's a little
At least in the
soldier
score.
coalition that says, "Hey, let's make sure that we get to Bagel so
Yeah.
we can have
let's
some
have a
nice
cloth
looking
map that's good
stats."
for soldiers. What a wild thought.
And it's not even like there's not even any like crazy good landing spots. It's just that because you have this little like you get your own little nook to sit in that you get control over of that gives you a decent spam angle exactly where the other team is sitting. Of course, you're going to be able to contribute in a much easier fashion. If you try to prop yourself up somewhere high to get spam damage, a lot of other areas and even other maps, you're going to get spammed off. But if you just sit in house and are able to find an angle to where the other team's sitting, you're going to farm damage for days. Which is
Oh,
why
definitely.
these house plays are so important.
Yeah.
Like strategically, do you go for a slow spam battle or do you try to make sure your house is reinforced, or do you go for a play yourself? So it's kind of a statement when you think about these fights, like, do you think you're just going to win a spam battle, or do you think that you need to like eliminate one of those factors? And so far, I feel like I feel like they're trying to eliminate Mirror Man sometimes. Like Mirror Man
I feel
hasn't
like-
died a plethora or anything like that, but I see plenty of times where they just prod him and they force him to leave completely to go get that pack, and that spam is just gone.
I think that Witness Gaming are doing a really good job shutting down Froyo's flank aggression. For the most part, I've seen a couple times where Froyotech will send 2 or 3 players into a house, and for the most part, Witness Gaming have been dealing with it pretty well. I'm curious to see if Froyotech actually kind of double down and go more flank plays, or if they try some other strategy, because I feel like they have to do something in these houses to make it work. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting the tables have turned. The Bagel match that we casted 2 weeks ago, it was a lot of Witness Gaming unable to adapt to the idea of Blaze existing in their house for so long and being unable to clear him out. Like they just had both soldiers in there at all times and they couldn't remove him it took a long while. But now it's kind of like Froyotech is doing something where they're just going for these flank plays, I feel like, that aren't working as successfully. And it's not like
Yeah,
if they
Blaze
have
hasn't
a
been able to
plan
have
B,
a super impact on this game, which is
Yeah.
very rare, because Blaze is normally, every time I watch Froyo, Blaze is normally the player, it's like, oh wow, Blaze made another huge play, who's surprised? But I feel like Blaze has been really kind of, nerfed this game.
if Froyotech has a plan B that is a stark contrast to their plan A, I don't think we've seen it yet. I think Froyotech have shown little adjustments that have led them to some good things, but right now they don't need a little adjustment.
Yeah.
They need a big one. So
But
we're
the rounds
going
have
live
been
and
close, so,
yeah.
I feel like maybe if Lolguy, keeps keys alive, make sure Lolguy doesn't have, like, permanent Uber ad, I think that would also go a long way. They need to keep skis alive, or at least counteract in some way. Good early sticky from Artist, hitting 3 Froyotech players, so already a good start to this bit.
Yep, gonna be slow paced once again. You can look at the spam damage. Look at Ash and Mirror Man just trying to apply long range rockets to try to make the other team weak. Gonna take a little bit of a backseat on the side of Ash, but Mirror Man is still quite there, trying to apply some pressure. I think Froyotech might actually, it's gonna be Witness Gaming that's getting on the point and said maybe he's gonna block at least a little bit. The flank plays
Mirror Man's gonna
coming
be
in.
out.
Yeah, they're flushing him out, and actually it's
Here,
gonna
Skis.
leave Laz opening in. Skis is fall all the way back. He will eventually die.
Collapse.
Cleaned up by the side of Guy, and the collapse is there. They
It's just
pushed.
sluggish.
It's like I said, they initiated in-house. They pushed Mirror Man out.
then they
even
just
though
ran
didn't,
through.
They didn't even kill Mirror Man right off the bat. He wasn't second last person to die, but that was just a big enough opening to allow them to push through and do that giant collapse that killed
This
Skis
respawn
immediately.
is really unfortunate for Witness Gaming, because I think they got the point delayed because they were on blue, and blue team sometimes gets the point delayed, but they have Uber to work with, and so the Froyotech can cap here, but Witness Gaming can just be invincible. It's a pretty good thing, so we'll have to see. I feel like I'm already watching a repeat of the first half. Witness Gaming is just pushing with full Uber, and Froyotech's at like 30%.
And trying to hold on to this point for as long as possible. They're dropping Brand Slam pretty low, which is going to be pretty nice for them. But Mirror Man once again push out of the house. So the spam, it's pretty much gone. And they don't actually have anyone near the point. Spare Vanny, who can't get beamed because Skis doesn't want to die to the Uber, so can't stay there for too long. Will take a little bit of damage back up, but
They're
Witness
giving
Gaming
Skis
haven't
the
found-
Uber here. They gotta be a
they
little
haven't
careful.
found tons of success here. I don't think they found a moment where they could actually stack on the point up until now. And they are almost going to get the Blazes on it. Will finally jump away, and the cap will go in favor. But they do finally actually get a play on a Mirror Man. The third time jumping in the house, able to clean up that kill. So they got a player ad going into the long haul of this spam battle, which I feel like we're not going to see an Uber for a long while now.
Yeah, I agree, and I really think Mirrorman needs help with this house. I don't think it's even his fault. It's hard to win like a 1v2 or a 1v3 if they keep doing it over and over again. Eventually they're gonna get you. You know what I mean? That's a hard situation to win.
And they got slammed this time too. Mirrorman is back in the house, though. They're Witness Gaming on top of the point. Mirrorman actually popping out,
that's very
and the
good
Uber exchange is going to get forced out. Both teams trying to run at each other, get as much damage as humanly possible. Going to be snaking around inside the houses to collect as much as you can. But Froyotech are going to use the cap time to take things into their favor. Witness Gaming going to back up, cut their losses, re-heal, and try to take this point back for themselves.
Yeah, Witness Gaming do have to be careful here. They're pushing that Uber, but
Mirrorman
already pushed out. Mirrorman got pushed out, and here comes the sack, and Skis is very hurt. Oh, they got a pistol
from across the map.
That was the 90LG pistol. That was crazy. That was actually like that was really far away too. That was actually honestly really good RNG.
He was like on the other team's like concrete platform running at Skis.
That was actually just like the lightning gun, except it's a pistol and there's randomness involved, and he still got it. So big plays from Yite there, getting Skis, and they're full Brad pushing point again. I feel like I'm a broken record.
Yep, and Mirrorman, they push him once again, and they're actually able to kill him this time, so it's going to be even harder to block this point, especially with the full Uberbrad. Skis pretty passive, so Bandy unable to get tanked. They're able to hold on to their own house at least a little bit, but this cap is going to 100% go in Witness Gaming's favor, so able to hold on to it for at least a little bit longer, I can only imagine, is with Mirrorman still rolling out and Skis having 50% dis at. It's going to be rough for Froyotech to take this anytime soon.
I agree, and they have 40% here, so it's not a super long time, but it's not that good. Oh, here comes the collapse, and Skis is caught out. They get him, and that was a big play, and Froyotech do elect to go behind here, so they have to worry about the collapse from Froyotech, but with heals it might help, and only Soldier's dead. It gets, they're trying to trade out, and just Habib, can Habib make a miracle? He can't. Lolguy just barely manages to surf out Lolguy BMing Habib in chat too, so the mental game for Witness Gaming is at an all-time high, but they are down Artisan last, so they're going to have to give up this point, and the point time is closer than you think. This might work out better for Froyotech than one would expect, but actually the Ubers are closer than you think too.
Yeah, their window for using this ad is going to be much slower. I think Artist is waiting for a pack, so they're waiting for him to get there before they actually try to push onto this point. Curious to see if they're going to go for the flank play onto Mirrorman once again. Trying to edge the cap is Brand Slam. Not too much contest up until now, where Bandy will get on it himself. Be able to take over the opposing team's house, but same for the side of Froyo. They're actually taking a page out of the other team's book. Both teams have a really weak player. Skis dropping very low, as well as Artist, but Skis going to have to back up for the pill. Just stay healthy at least a little bit longer, but only cap time. Not really the conversion quite yet. They're inching it very, very slowly. But Bandy's still on this point, trying to hold on to it for as long as possible.
And here comes the sack again on the Skis. He gets forced.
Yeah,
that's my fault, though. This might not work in Witness Gaming's favor. It's a 1-for-1. They do get the trade up, but they do have the better spawns. If they just trade their lives here, it might work out in their favor.
Oh, scout battle? They're getting mixed up. The arrow onto Brand Slam barely saved. Mirrorman bombing in, but timing's just slightly off. Ash is trying to jump in to save his medic, and will die for it. Lolguy just barely escaping, so at the end of the day, Froyotech did a good job of making sure they held onto that. They're starting to adjust a little bit. They notice that, okay, we're going to give up our own house. We're going to take the other teams.
Yeah. I think they've also noticed that they can edge they've been a lot better about making sure that Witness Gaming can't capture points for free. They're doing a very good job of that compared to last time. But Habib dies to a pipe.
He solo killed him pretty much. Yite just did a little bit of helping.
Wow, that's a big play, and not really what you normally see from Habib. So big plays coming out from Artist and also Yite. And it looks like Witness Gaming have the point, and they're quickly approaching their Uber. So it's on Froyotech here to kind of try to dry or Uber exchange to get this point.
Yeah, they shoved out Ash, but Yite came in to help very, very quickly, so not be able to find a serious flank play there. Meanwhile, Laz has another opening again. They've taken the enemy team's house. Blaze actually finding an opening himself, jumping onto the point.
Yite's
the conversion.
He forces Skis.
Oh, and he's still living, at least for now, causing at least a little bit of distraction, so they can't actually chase down to get any frag that's going to be able to force the little guy. So this Uber ad is still in favor of Witness Gaming.
I'm just going for a play house, trying to spam. I think they're trying to get this exchange, and they are going to get it. They are going to get Habib for it, but it's, they do manage to get, and they're chasing it to lobby. Look at this.
They gotta get a cap though. 3 seconds left on the side of Froyotech. I would not be very angry if you're the side of Froyotech here based on the amount of overtime that you have.
But 23 seconds ago, Bandy gets it at the very end.
That was a round-winning frag.
Huge play.
100%.
Yep. Lolguy up in 12 seconds, so Witness Gaming gonna really have to pull out a miracle here. Although Skis also just spawned, so Froyo also don't have their heals for quite a bit, and Mirrorman actually gonna drop very low.
They're just throwing themselves at the doors. If you throw yourself at the doors and prevent any form of overtime, you immediately win, and that's what they're doing. They're just in it. They're ignoring.
Froyotech's gonna reach the point though. They do get the overtime.
Yeah, but Bandy's also blocking themselves
because the heals arrive so late. Lolguy's finally arriving. It just Look, I can get the bow off.
Brain
It's a
Slam wants the
2v3.
arrow. Brain Slam gets the arrow behind them. He's sitting there in the arrow the entire time.
The flank.
Getting on top of the point, and the rollout is faster for the side of Froyotech, but they are still somehow losing this lag. Pause? Is this
That's a
attack?
pause.
Okay. Okay. Well,
What a time for a pause. I think... Look, it's ×2.
I think that is the HUD freaking out like a little bit.
True. Yeah, Ash is in a good position. I think so, yeah.
And this point is,
This
I
is
think
the
it's
worst time for a pause.
This point is like kind of forgiving when it comes to height, I think.
I think it is, yeah.
So I think
He can
Ash...
stand on top of it. So, like, and he's already there, so I think I'm 99% sure Ash blocks this, even if they get it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe the HUD is... I don't think... That's the thing.
Well, I mean,
I don't
look at
think
the
the HUD
soldier's
is
health
accurate.
and look at Ash. If Ash has a rocket loaded, those 2 soldiers are dead. Or at
Yeah,
least-
they would just have to win before he lands, but I don't think...
Yeah, I think even then, like, you can block the point from the top of point, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, but
Like,
he's
if you're
not going to
staying-
land there. He's landing on the floor.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, he's at the same, like... He's gonna be very close to the same, like, Y-axis, kind of, you know what I mean? So, like...
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna be blocking the point in, like, 0.2 seconds.
Yeah. Which I think he has. Like, the HUD looks like he doesn't have that much time, but I feel like when pauses happen, the stuff gets weird. It, like, starts to look weird.
Yeah, that's true. No, you're 100% right. It keeps going, but... Yeah, it's if Witness win this round, they're gonna be up 3-0. That's insane. That, like, we expected this map to be close, and the rounds have been close. But again, if Witness wins this round, they're up 3-0 on Froyotech's map pick, going into Clearcut, which kind of plays in a not a similar fashion, but it's also, I'd say it's also a soldier map. Kind of.
I mean, you have a way to get behind if that is your playstyle. Like, if you think about this map, you're trying to get behind. It's good luck, like not getting punished. If you think about Viaduct, like, you have places that you can land to get behind, but it's a very condensed map, so it's not too long of a run to go get that player if you so desire. Like, you can land on like a China or a cliff on Viaduct, and someone can just use their life to chase you and you're dead, whatever.
Yeah.
And you're only just a distraction. But for Clearcut, you can skybox yourself, and there's not a thing they can do. If you are going for a long con play that is particularly on the idea of you existing behind, you can make that happen. So if you want to go for that, you have some consistency there at the very least, even though there's not tons of amazing places to land. You pretty much have to be in the other team's hitbox.
Yeah, and we have a received word on the reason for the pause. It's because Habib's internet died, so we will hear back when Habib's internet comes back up. We don't know if it's internet or computer. We're not sure what, but eagerly looking. So, you know, one thing to note, I don't think it's going to matter because either they cap the point or those 2 soldiers die, but
90 seconds in the future, though.
actually, Slemdish is really close. Slemdish is also... He's close. Yeah,
I mean, it won't affect this fight, but I just imagine being in the middle of a spam fight and your Doman is just gone. Especially because Bagel is, like... I think Bagel is the most fast action map in the pool in terms of, like, the downtime is the smallest.
Yeah.
So having your Doman gone for even a second, just, like, being forced to roll out again is huge for the other team. Like, even more so in comparison to other maps. And even more huge when we're seeing double, triple overtime.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll have to see. Yeah, it is... Even if they cap the point, I don't think they cap I don't think they win literally instantly. I think there's, like a quarter of a second where you still have time, even if it's overtime. It's like...
Yeah, you gotta
I've
be kind
had
of
it
frame
before.
perfect, though.
I've won a playoff match in on Viaduct, like, years ago, where our engineer and Highlander ran on the point on Product and blocked the point as they capped with the overtime on my HUD. So it's possible.
You know, I don't know why. I feel like I've only ever seen that in Highlander. I can't think of a single sixes match that I was watching where I saw... I mean, maybe it technically happened,
There's
but
not
I
as
haven't
much
seen
Koth
it.
in sixes, I think. I mean, there is Koth, but not, you know, Highlander is so much more Koth.
It's not spammed enough for that scenario to ever pop up, so that definitely makes sense. I mean, now there's like a decent amount of Koth, but Highlander's always had Koth, so I guess it kind of makes sense that it's mostly Highlander memories.
Yeah. I think we also, between the two of us, have far too much Highlander experience for any 2 players should reasonably have.
Yeah, probably. That's fair to say.
Yeah. So, Ooh, are we approaching story time?
Oh, we might be approaching story time.
We might be approaching story time.
Is there a bench? Is there a table somewhere? Is there a patio?
I'm looking around the map. There's a desk with a well, there's no monitor on it. There's a very cluttered desk way back in by the ramp by spawn.
There's the ITs inside each of the houses. Which, by the way, those ITs are color coded. So if you're one of those teams that's like, what do we call a house? I don't want to say ours and theirs. You can color
Keep
code
going,
it.
Dolphin. It's
You
on
can
the
color
big
code
ramp.
assign them.
It's it's by like the fucking words. It's by like the beer thingies. I can't think of my words. They're hard.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
happens
they're
when
by
it gets
there.
a bit
Yeah,
late.
there it is. He found it. Good job.
There's also a coffee table in spawn.
Is there a coffee table in spawn?
I
Ooh.
mean, like kinda, yeah. I mean, there's literally a coffee machine on
Oh,
top
you're right.
of the
Yeah,
table.
that is it's a table with a coffee machine on it. Good enough for me.
True. So I guess keep that in mind if we're here for too long. Because the difficult thing is when someone says they have a net issue, there's the net issues that are like, oh, that was weird. My net died. Hold on, give me a sec to
Yeah, then there's,
unplug
like,
it and
Oh, my ISP is on fire. Please send help.
and
Yeah,
then you
we
gotta
need a ringer.
you gotta call someone, and then you gotta have someone answer at like past midnight to like fix
Yeah.
it.
Also,
So-
like, if you're Froyotech here, like, imagine, like, Habib's, like, computer just, like, I don't know, it just overheats. You know, like, someone runs into it, he spills, like, coffee on his keyboard, and it just fries, and now Habib can't play. What do you do as a Froyotech in that situation?
I
'Cause
mean, it's not the first time they replace someone in the middle of the match via a pause, but the fact that it would be Habib, like,
Yeah,
one,
like,
it's,
when's the
one,
last
it's
time
Habib,
they've had
two,
a-
it's demo.
When's the last time they've had a ringer for Habib? Who, like, I can think in the past, like, okay, Eric can't make it, they get a cat face. You know, someone can't make it.
Oh,
They
Number
unpause.
one live.
They get
Yeah, and he
blazed.
was there in time. Yeah, there was
They
much
get
more
Ash.
time. So HUD's a little bit broken, but this player. Oh, that was a.
Oh, that's the pause they probably get Habib in.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh, we got 2 seconds of gameplay pog, but yeah, we were right. The thing looks a little bit funny. The cap time kept going, and yeah, he had plenty of time to land there. So now this is a new scenario.
It's a scout. This is a scout medic.
Unless Witness Gaming beefs this real hard,
It's possible.
then yeah.
They do
Because the thing
have
is,
the
if
better
they take-
respawns now.
The problem is they take long enough to kill Slemnish somehow, then it's like it just gives more time for
Yeah.
the people on Froyo to roll out. Like
Yeah.
the incoming players are Banny and Habib. Habib won't really have tons of help, but Banny might be able to get there
Yeah.
in time to allow Habib to like bomb or something. But
Yeah, well,
this is
see.
extremely Witness Gaming favored, like very highly.
It is. I can't tell because my HUD's kind of messed up, but Froyo do have a lot of point time. So if they can keep edging the point, if they can keep edging the point, we'll have to see. Yeah, look at their point time; it's crazy.
Oh, Banny just 2 shots yet, but does get cleaned up by Branson, who's on 10 kill
he
streak
gets
right
two,
now.
He gets 2 pints.
Oh,
Timothy too.
The spam though, Habib's dropping very low, has to get arrowed up. Air shot onto Blaze to blast him back. Habib being cleaned up by the side of Artist, who's on fire and skis.
Oh,
is
wait, big
going
play
to
for Mirror
fall.
Man,
Yeah, 2 soldiers left. Deja vu. Both soldiers
No, I
on the
was
point,
gonna
very
say
weak,
Deja
but
Vu.
Artist.
It's just
Last
Artist
one
now,
left
though,
alive.
not a
Soldiers
scout.
rolling out.
And they have such worse respawns. It's
Yeah, but
actually
they can't.
this might be when this is gaming's to lose. Yeah, the respawns are just not on the. Oh, the Blaze coming for a big play. He gets Lol guy.
Yeah, the
Jesus
respawners for
coming.
Witness are really not good right now because they own the point. So this is pretty Froyo's
Branson
favor,
up
but
getting Habib.
they're salvaging real hard
Oh,
right
this
now.
is a good salvage.
Yeah, honestly,
But-
Froyotech is making the best out of a bad situation, but
Mirror
Witness
Man's
Gaming are
living
still...
there is huge. Mirror Man lived for so long that now Banny can.
Oh, the
Banny
direct on the Banny!
Immediate direct. Branson's
That-
coming in for a post. They don't see. He does
Oh,
die
Banny
instantly,
still
but
gets
last.
the kill somehow? This
He's-
spam is going, what is this fight? What is this this janky
Just
respawn
Froyotech has
fight?
infinite respawners. It's a zombie survival game. They just keep coming.
Oh, Low guy getting on the point. He has to stand on it.
Yeah,
Same
he
with
has to.
Yite. There's 3. Oh, he kills me. What is happening right now?
Dude,
It's
I
Scout
don't know.
MG. It's Scout MG, and now Banny's here. He's been in
Yeah.
this scenario before. It's a long while. Brandslam is on the chase. The cat. Oh, it happened.
Oh, they
It
got
it happened.
one.
Yeah, they did it.
That's
Oh
crazy.
my god. And that was
That's
the pause.
insane.
Oh,
That
Habib
was that was
died.
something.
Habib crashed right here, right after they won.
That's like the perfect time to crash.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's because so basically reset. So Froyotech do take that round. So Froyotech 2-1, getting a breath of life, but that was by the skin of their teeth. I've seen overtime, and that was an overtime. That was like a triple overtime if such a thing could exist.
And that's why respawn advantage is so important in Koth.
True. And going to the spin, my HUD is still messed up, so it's hard to see. But it looks like both teams are just spamming, kind of minding their own business. No one really wants to commit for anything too hard, although Low Guy is going to drop a little low.
Well, Last has gone in and actually be able to clean up Mirror Man. Habib dropping extremely low
He's
as
shooting
well.
Manny in the back and he doesn't know. And here comes
they're
the
killing
skis.
the player.
This is such a collapse. It's just it's on Blaze now to make a play.
It doesn't seem like he knows exactly where everyone is. I think he got shot out of the air. I'm not really sure what happened there,
got,
but
like, his rocket jump got trolled.
oh yeah, he got hit scanned. Wasn't able to really jump
Yeah.
properly. So at the end of the day, Witness Gaming come up on top to lead them in a favorable position for your time in this 4th round.
They do have Uber, and Skis has 20%. So Skis, again, in the terrible position. It's not even his fault, but Froyotech making big plays in the house. They do have 2 players in the house.
Oh, Artist gets 2.
Oh, he gets 2, and he gets Skis. That's massive. So that's
And
a
they
huge
block
Uber.
the flank attempt.
Here, Habib Habib doesn't get it though. Habib only gets artists done, so that is one thing. But they don't have low guys, so low guys still has big Uber at to work with. So it's all coming up with this gaming this round.
That's true. I mean, getting the artist pick it's something at the bare minimum. You know there's no traps here, so you can bust through pretty easily, especially because you see the soldiers are really passive at this point. So trying to work their way forward towards the point to try to take it for their own small window. The artist is still rolling out. There's no dome spam here, so they're pretty safe to just stand on it. They might get blocked by a scout or something, but
I'm just gonna fall.
actually gonna fall. I think he died to fall damage, getting blasted away.
He probably
unable
got
to...
something really unlucky happening to him, knowing if you're
Yeah.
dying to that. Laz is
Oh,
doing
Habib
so
caught.
much work. Laz did so much work though. Habib died, Skis died, yet Laz bombed and just like jumped 2 more times, and they just couldn't clean up on him. That was just like mechanical beef from Froyotech. And it looks like here Blaze and it's just Blaze and Banny here. They do have the point here, but there's only so much they can do against the little guy with Uber.
Yeah, no heals. They're trying to find an opening, maybe for something, but don't really see it. Just go ahead and back up and preserve their lives, waiting for their respawn to try to take this point back for themselves. Witness Gaming are in a pretty good position right now in terms of the time, but the advantage isn't huge, so this next fight could be pretty crucial to swing things in your favor if you're the side of Froyotech, and Witness Gaming if you want to bring a very good lead, and that is a good way to bring a very good lead. Sack coming in, all the like surfing a little bit back, will eventually have to use. Yep, trying to get as many people as possible. Mirror Man will fall as well as Blaze. Slemnish is behind. Habib bombing in for a last second.
How is Habib still
5 on the
alive?
guy. And not going to quite be enough to get much more than
yeah.
that, though.
Yeah, Froyotech, they get like these small pity consolations, but the little guy's still alive, and
They got
Skis,
the force at the least. That's what they wanted at minimum.
Force, and Skis does have Uber Red, but a lot of time is drained off the point here, so it's definitely this round is pretty well solidly Witnesses to lose at the current moment just because of the point time. A minute difference is I think the most we've seen so far.
I actually agree. Freud not only need to take this point, but prevent
to have
Witness
a forward
Gaming.
hold or something.
Yeah, they have to prevent Witness from taking it for a long while if they want to even this out, put themselves
Flank
under
pressure
60
from
seconds.
Froyo.
Yeah, they're trying to take their own house and put a lot of pressure on it, but Laz is actually being able to spam down Bandy. So yeah, he was corner capping the point, and Laz popped out of the house and spammed him down. So gonna be down a scout for the side of Froyotech. It's gonna be really difficult. Mirror is actually getting pressured a little bit. Ash is going to fall, but yeah, he's gonna make sure that Mirror Man does fall inside of their own house.
But the point
Blade
time's
is
still
really
ticking
weak.
down. 30 seconds left,
Yeah.
and Witness Gaming, they have 85%. Froyotech never used their Uber. Habib's actually 24 health. He's so hurt he can't even. He's not even in the fight.
Yep,
And
maybe
they're still
they're going to
blocking.
eventually get it, but they're still blocking.
Look
They're
at
trying
Laz.
their
He's in the
hardest.
he hurts Habib so much that they use.
Blaze tries to go for the force, but it's at the same time they go for an Uber change instead, so it's just a player dead. So 5v6 scenario, they are gonna they're gonna let Blaze spawn and not cap it. They will finally get this cap. 7 seconds left on the side of Witness Gaming though, so Froyotech has a lot of time to chew off this clock.
They do, and here comes a flank play from Witness, and Laz is behind. Look at
going
this.
in.
They're on Skis. Skis is so hurt. I think that's the first sack on Skis that didn't immediately work.
Yeah, I think one person got damage onto him. So Valiant effort, but doesn't really find anything fruitful, and Froyotech still hold on to this point, and that's pretty much what you need if you're the side of Froyotech. There's 7 seconds left. You can't lose this point at all. There can't be a moment where you give up, and that's going to put yourself in a sticky situation.
You can lose once after you already lose a minute. You know what I mean? You can have one refight, and that's it. So, and this map's so easy to corner cap that okay, if they do get Yite, that's a pretty good opening pick for Froyo. Yep. But Ubers aren't relatively even. It's honestly, I think Habib has to just go Avatar mode here, just keep getting sticky kills over and over again.
I mean, they need something here, like a flank play, sticky trap kills, maybe like a really nice exchange that makes people drop, or I don't know what, but they got to hold on to this for a long while. They've chewed a lot of time off the clock at this point, so they're doing good so far, but they got to keep the train rolling. Witness Gaming trying to find a footing of their own. They've poked around at least a little bit onto the point and in each house, but it's going to be now the initiation comes in on a Mirror Man as well as running across the point.
Mirror Man
dead. Mirror Man dead. They're trying to go over
Slemnish hurt too.
Yep, gonna be able to drop by the side of Yite. Banny on the chase, trying to clean up the pesky Yite who was behind, able to clean him up. But Laz is still behind,
and they don't know. He's in on Skis.
Get the rocket onto Blaze.
He's doing so much damage.
And he's just gonna solo them.
No. Habib's in-house going for a miracle. Oh, he doesn't even make it.
Can't even get there in time.
So that's a 3-1 for Witness Gaming. Match point for Witness Gaming. If they win this round, they go to their map pick, the last map, for all the marbles.
Honestly, Froyotech held that a little bit longer than I thought they would, but at the end of the day,
It was just
that
such an
deficit,
advantage.
we talk about deficits a lot. That deficit in time, that was too huge for Bagel. Way
agree.
too huge.
Yeah, that was the most point time I've seen in a while, just a point deficit. So that was probably the least close round I've seen in Bagel all playoffs.
I would definitely agree. But going in another mid fight, pretty much the standard. Actually, be Froyotech that's going for a house play instead.
Mirrorman bullied out a house.
Oh, Yipes gonna fall though. Countered it at least a little bit.
Yeah. Danny does get hurt on the post, but what is gaming? They do have, 8-7 seconds till Yike gets there. So Fro do have a pick to work with here, but we'll have to see what they do. Blaze is going to be in the house, but they're going to be so hurt that the flank of Fro can't really do that much. They're just falling back for health.
Yep, they're trying to buy time. It's only a matter of time before Yike
Artis is peaking
respawns
so
and gets
aggressive.
here. Yeah, he is really getting in there. It takes a little bit of damage, but not quite enough to really punish him too hard. It's dropped to 100 HP. And meanwhile, Yike has respawned, so it's
gets Blaze.
and he gets in time to make sure
Fro
that Ash is
catches
able to
this,
help. Oh, they didn't even cap this. Ben taken out by a fire from Artis. Mirrorman trying to spam from the corner of the point, applying some damage on Artis, but it's Yike gonna get on top of the point.
Bomb from fake bomb.
Just tons of distraction, just baiting each other back and forth, but the good kind of baiting though. Yeah, they're getting on the point now.
Look
I
at
think
Artis.
they've
He knows
recognized.
if he gets aggressive here, they get the point. And Mirrorman's getting bullied out of house again. Look at
Mirrorman
Laz is
cannot
going
play the
huge in
game
this
right
house.
now. They are bullying him. Like,
Mirrorman needs help. He needs a player in house to help him because they're just can over and over again 2v1ing him.
yeah, when Ash gets hurt, Yite's rotating over, but I don't see a scout rotating to help Mirrorman,
Yeah,
so
they
it's a little
need
bit tough
Sundish or
life.
Vanny or someone.
Oh, the last bomb, nice distraction. It gives them even more room to stand on top of this point, but Froyotech are still in this. They have the Uber if they decide they need to use it. Blaze going for a bomb, but is going to meet Yite. Will maybe even fall. Mirrorman dying. Blaze barely surviving with 1 HP.
The
Pop on Habib,
trying to do
popped up into the
something.
air. Yeah, pretty much a scuffed exchange, but an exchange nonetheless. But with players
it's a
down,
scout solo.
they're on the chase.
Look,
Oh,
the-
he goomba'd Habib, so he couldn't even leave.
Witness Gaming is playing out of their minds right now. They've already drained a minute off the clock.
Yeah, they're definitely showing up to play for this map, and Froyotech are trying to put a footing in here. It's a minute off the clock, like you said. This is going to turn into a repeat if a last round if Froyotech is unable to take this point. They're trying to edge it and also try to take some positioning in the opposing team's house, but not really finding a whole lot of success. They're going to take the cap, but Slem is going to fall for it, so player decided this overall fight. Bomb from the soldiers, finding a moment to find Skis and maybe Habib. Skis barely escaping and does eventually die.
Here comes Mirrorman for maybe a
gun.
post. Can he get Artis? He can't even get Artis. It's just Bandy versus 3 of them, and he knows he can't win that. He's just going to back up, and this Witness Gaming is coming out more dominant on Bagel than I have seen a team come out dominant in a long, long time.
Yeah, they've definitely solved the issue of Froy. Like, Froy went back to their old strat of taking the enemy team's house, just like Witness has been doing so far, and they're unable to find successes because Witness has adapted from the past 2 weeks of thinking about that match. But
for leaving Mirrorman alone on an island, I don't even blame Mirrorman himself as a player. I think the position Froyotech is putting Mirrorman in, I don't think he can succeed. Like, I think it's...
Oh, he could maybe succeed now, find some damage. Found an opening.
They get ransom off of it. He did make some space, but Froyotech, can they cap off of this? Habib is so hurt, and Skis missed his arrow. Oh, Habib is so hurt, he has to leave.
Yeah, Artis a pipe on Habib as well as Laz follow-up to prevent them from really committing, and that's just going to let them exist here for a little bit longer, but they do eventually cap this because, no scouts, but the time deficit. Oh, man.
Look, Witness Gaming's already all back up, and it's going to be an even Uber exchange, but yeah, the time difference. Again, Froyotech, they did a good job holding last time, but they couldn't overcome the just big disadvantage they put themselves in, and Blast is...
He got shot out of the sky pretty much, but it's going to be a sack trying to get anything they can. Oh, he's found his way behind Skis. Skis was so passive, trying to make sure there's no physical way that he could get bombed, but somehow he snuck through, able to find a door open and just get onto him. And I'm sure Seas is probably confused how that soldier got so deep unspotted.
Yeah, I can hear the Froyotech comms right now. And they're not, I wouldn't want to listen to them either. And Froyotech
got stuff.
Look at this. Froyotech knows that this is the normal door people push off of. I like this. Froyotech knows they have to do something, so they're trying to adapt and just hard stuff this door, because this is the main door everyone pushes. Artists might die. Oh, they're going to Uber out, though. I don't think Froyotech might have been expecting this, and a lot of damage going there, but I think that was a good play from Froyo.
Yep, definitely bought a lot of time off the clock in their favor, but the collapse is still happening. Able to collect a beat, which is huge, but they're dropping a couple players of their own, so it's going to be difficult 4v4 scenario, at least for now. Uber ad in favor of Skis, but won't come quite into play in this dry fight. Both scouts trying to get on top of the point to apply themselves, and the faster respawners will eventually come in for the side of Froyotech. Banny and Habib are on the way, while Laz and Ash are still respawning, so for the longevity of this fight, it's pretty much Froyotech favored, so it makes sense they're able to take this cap here, but Still, they've made up a little bit of the deficit, but
got a minute to go.
Yeah, you really want to.
It's even Steven.
Yeah, you really want to enter the under 60-second club here if you're the side of Froyo.
Yeah, that's kind of like the benchmark here. And Witness Gaming, they're just kind of honestly kind of just waiting for their Uber. Froyotech is getting a little aggressive. Artist is getting more aggressive than I actually am surprised, but it's because they're spamming Mirrorman, so Artist knows he can get so aggressive, and he actually drops.
He's two, and he's still peeking it. He gets arrowed. He trusts Lol Guy.
Lives is on the skis, and he gets skis.
He gets the skis drop. Skis Uber out of the equation. Lol Guy is out of there. They've sacrificed all their players, Spare, Ash, and Yite. Well, I guess it's only 3.
I think
my game lag?
needs,
okay, I'm fine.
Froyotech needs a miracle drop or needs this Gaming Uber, if it's even popped in the first place, to go really badly, and it doesn't look like that so far. Aviv needs to get a trap. They need a miracle play. They do get Yite, that's a good start, but you know,
that is a trap.
They still in Uber. They're just invincible players. They're trying to go for the force. They're full committing for it. Wall Guy pops at the end, but they lose so many players for it.
Oh, and they lose Ash as well. Slemdish inside the house, almost getting Brand Slam as well, but at the end of the day, they're able to find a successful sack on the side of Froyotech, so I'm sure they're happy about
Ubers,
that. But
though.
yeah, but because they sacked all of their players, there's no ad.
Look at this forward hold from the Artist. I love that. That thinking trap is actually the great. If Froyotech goes that way, I don't think they're not going to go that way, unfortunately. But if they did go that way, that would be really cool. But Froyotech, 6-manning through that bottom door. They know that that is the safe door to go through right now. Now they got to make some miracles happen. They did manage to like kind of weasel their way back into this round, but it's looking kind of tight.
So much damage on the Blaze and Habib. Artist takes some damage himself.
He's so hurt.
Yeah, same with Mirrorman. Mirrorman's leading once again.
For another play.
Laz is finding the opening.
He gets skis.
Just can't even see.
And he
see it coming in. Habib dies once again. The plays from the soldiers coming out of Witness Gaming is monumental right now with Mirrorman, the last person left alive. This is going to be all she wrote. Witness Gaming have come back from what people thought was a very unwinnable scenario and have brought us all the way to this last map in this final.
That is the most shocking score I've seen in this playoff so far. 4-1 against Froyotech on Froyotech's map pick. That's insane. And now we're going to Witness Gaming's map pick. King of the Hill, Clearcut. So the third Koth map, and this map's for all the marbles. Whoever wins this wins Grand Finals and wins RGL.
100%. You know, it's interesting. It's obviously a much different thing when you're a team like working together in the heat of the moment compared to like casters watching stuff bird's eye view. So it's really easy for us to be like, oh, that's a thing they could change. That's really easy to spot.
Oh yeah.
But I think this is one of the few times that I've seen of, like, at least in my opinion, a very clear and easy and influential thing that Froyotech could change to make their play better, and they fail to do it.
Yeah, I think they try, but yeah, I don't think Mirrorman as a player, like, obviously he didn't have the greatest game, but I don't think it was like Mirrorman or Skis beefing. I feel like it was honestly kind of like a strategy thing. I felt like their positioning, like, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but Froyotech tried to do the same thing as Witness Gaming, and they could not replicate that success.
It's because they'd met 2 people and not 1. They would try to pick Ash, and Yite would just be around the corner. It's like, oh, this is 2v2. This is not an easy pick. Where the side of Witness is like, oh, this guy's alone. Okay.
And even then, when they were able to, even if they didn't kill Mirrorman, they were able to bully him out. And then Froyotech was in such a hurt and poor position in the first place that half the time when they bombed Skis, he was one rocketable, you know?
True.
Like, when Froyotech got through the house, everyone was healthy. I feel like just the damage and it's crazy to watch.
At this, like, I was about to say, it felt like from watching it, the Artist was doing much more damage than the side of Habib.
Yeah, that's and
then I look to my side monitor and I see the 100 DPM diff is like, oh, he did do much more damage.
But it's also
and the trend of the medic deaths is continuing as well.
It like feeds into each other too, because I think part of the reason why Artist was able to do so much damage was because he's able to get so aggressive on the point. And why was he able to get so aggressive? Because Mirrorman was getting bullied out of house, so then he didn't have to worry about the big spam angle from that house, so he could get aggressive.
No one can peek out of that side of the house either because it's in your control.
So now they're all hurt because Artist is doing it's just like a vicious cycle.
Yep. While you can't snowball necessarily your defense on Bagel, it's still TF2. You can find one weakness and snowball it into complete success over the entirety of a single fight if you don't adapt properly. So despite everything that's happened, we found ourselves on the last map. It's time to go to Clearcut, but
also, when's the last time you saw Banny Scout go negative in a playoff match? 23 to 27, and meanwhile, Brand Slam on Pocket Scout went 33 to 9.
I can't even remember,
Yeah,
honestly.
I literally can't remember. That's totally unprecedented in possibly TF2 history overall
I mean,
for a playoff match.
in a way, if you were to pick any map that would be, it makes sense that it's this one
Yeah.
because Banny and Brand Slam are the classes that need to put their lives on the line the most. But as I say that, I look at Brand Slam deaths and I'm like, oh. Because
Yeah.
they're the classes that are predominantly the ones that are like, all right, I'm going to get on the point and try to corner cap. I hope I don't explode. And so far, it's looking like Banny did a whole lot of exploding. I'm actually surprised to see that Brand Slam died only 9 times. It didn't feel like he died
Yeah,
only
I felt
9
like
times.
he was in. It wasn't. I didn't like. It wasn't like when Long Guy's running away. I don't think I like saw Brand Slam with him. Maybe just because it was not looking. But I feel like Brand Slam
No,
was
Long
in.
Guy was alone
Yeah,
a lot
Brand
of the
Slam
time.
was in. He just wasn't dying. He just ran away from every fight, which is I guess kind of the ideal pocket scout, I suppose. But I guess enough about Bagel. Going into Clearcut, the I guess definitive map for who wins RGL this season. I almost said ECA. Whoever wins
Bad habits
RGL
die
this
hard.
season, who was better at this map? What are your thoughts going into this map based on what you've seen so far?
My thoughts is I want to take a breather. Give me 60 seconds to think about this map
True.
because I thought deep about the other maps. I didn't put too much time into this one because the probability of playing this one's a little bit lower. So let's take a sec. Let's take a
That's
breather.
a great idea.
Give everyone a moment to recuperate and get your stuff together, as well as the teams. They gotta figure out their own stuff, so it's gonna take a bit. So we're gonna take another like 60, 90 second break, whatever. Get some stuff done, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys are ready for this match. Quick reminder and final reminder about the merch that is available. We have some RGL merch TF2 themed. If that's something that you're interested in, there are some shirts available. You'll see a little picture up on the screen with a link over on the right-hand side of the screen, so you can get an idea of where you need to go if any of this, kind of piques your interest. But going over to the game, Clearcut, I wasn't sure if we were going to get to this map, but here we are. I would say this is probably the map that both these teams are the most experienced at in terms of like the most matches played in the regular
Yeah,
season.
there's been a lot of matches. A lot of the mid to low teams played a lot of matches on this map for whatever reason against Froyotech and Witness Gaming.
Yeah, so a lot of scrims to be had over the course of the season. This was definitely a map that I think it's fitting. This is probably I don't know if it's the most even map per se in terms of like skill or whatever, or like who's favored to win it. But in terms of making sure that you are prepared as you possibly could be, this is probably the map that you are by default the most prepared for. Even though it's at you usually don't prepare for the end because you feel like, oh, we'll just win the first couple maps and win. So like usually the tiebreaker maps are kind of thrown to the wayside practice-wise, but you didn't even need to do that. You got it in the regular season to get ready for Clearcut.
Yeah, so we've seen Product, which definitely has a very unique playstyle, and we've seen Bagel, which also has a very unique playstyle. So going into this Koth, how do you think this map is going to play compared to the other maps? Like, what do you think are the big differences or standouts?
I think it's hard. I mean, I think it's easier to stop flanking compared to what we just saw. A lot of the time that you would see flank plays make an attempt to happen, mostly was Witness Gaming that was finding success. Even if they didn't kill like Mir or whatever, they'd be able to snake their way behind, whereas Freyo found slightly less success. This is a map where if you try to do that, it's either one, a solo soldier going behind. I mean, maybe two soldiers, but it's not any cleanup. It's like distraction play or like pinching and stuff. Or two, it's like a scout hopping onto the other team's shed or something like that. But that's like so close. There's no like walls that the houses of Bagel provide that kind of block that sightline from happening, right?
Yeah.
So on Clearcut, it's much easier for you to stop that happening as like a combo, like as a demo scout, like medic pair. You can see it happening. You can adjust because you see it live happening right in front of your face, and I think it's slightly more of a constricted map in the way that Viaduct was when it comes to like you see your teammate being gone on and you can do something about it. The only extra add-in thing is if you want to get behind, you existing there is going to be more consistent than Viaduct was.
Yeah, this map has a gigantic skybox, like it goes to the moon. So if you're a soldier and you really want to go behind, you can do it. Like no one, they can't stop you, they can just chase you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I also think more so I think this is a much better soldier map, more so than Viaduct. I don't think it's as good as Bagel is for soldier, but I think it's definitely way better than Product for soldier as a class in general. So I think maybe that'll come into play for Witness Gaming because their soldiers have had a little bit more synergy tonight. We'll have to see. I think,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that's definitely going to come into play realistically. Like if you think about, oh, well, okay, we didn't even have time to think about it. We're going into the game.
Yeah.
Quick preds.
Quick preds. 4-3 Witness.
I think Witness is winning Invite this season. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think one thing I'm really impressed at with Witness is their ability to make sure Blaze has not had a huge impact past 2 maps on this game. I feel like they've really shut down Blaze more so than I've seen Blaze get shut down before.
But you have some options now. If you want a high bomb to go behind, you can. But I just feel like Laz has found a whole lot of success, and now he has a free path to do it if he so desires. But no Slaughter's going by quite yet. Bandy's actually perched up on top of the little half shack to make sure that no one can really get in. Oh, Low Guy's 11.
Low Guy is very
He's out.
Getting impacts yet. But they do get Mirror Man here, and they trade for Laz. Ash might fall too. We'll see. He is very hurt. He's gonna actually get a bow and live, so we'll have to see.
I don't think anyone saw that Low Guy just left mid, only now going to try to kill Ash, but he's already arrowed up. They're just taking forever to clean up on these kills.
Times.
Yeah.
And no one's even capped mid. It's very similar to Bagel in that it seems to be it's pretty hard to get mid. Danny actually walking across the point. Artist's gonna fall very low here, but I'm gonna get punished for it. There's a lot of very hurt players on both sides here, but no one can really get this cap quite yet.
Yep, trying to fight.
Yeah,
all
running
might.
Mirror Man. They're bullying Mirror Man again. He just got bullied, and Laz is behind. Laz is behind, and I don't know if they can stop him. They get Mirror Man too. Laz is still behind. They're gonna get the point here, but the claps would be crazy.
Ash is causing a distraction for Laz. He's making Skis dodge every which way, but the drop happens. He's able.
He had no idea he was there.
The Soldier synergy still on point. He's looking at Ash. Didn't see Laz come in all the way from behind, and that's a medic drop in favor of Witness Gaming. So they're getting on the point, and Froyo, they have Bandy. It's kind of in a position. It can go in, but
he could if he wanted to, but I don't know how.
Yeah, he's not.
I think he's waiting to pick someone off if they overextend.
Yeah.
And he gets spotted instantly. Yeah. That was again soldier coordination. Skis had no idea he was getting bombed by a second soldier because he just got bombed by a villain and the other one was in the skybox. It was actually flawless synergy.
Yep, pretty much as perfect as you can play it. So pretty good spot for the side of Witness Gaming. This cap does not necessarily, it's not as friendly as to the off-ending team as Bagel was. So it's gonna be a bit.
The sex they have. They're actually kind of trying to edge it because everyone's posted up in the house. We'll have to see how they wreck this. Blaze is actually kind of living on this roof for longer than I expect. Witness Gaming actually realizing what Froyotech's strategy is and left the house. So heads up play from them, realizing, oh hey, they're not going for a sack.
Yep, trying to elongate this for as long as possible.
But look at he's in such a tough position because he has to play close enough to heal, but also he's so easy for him to get caught out on this map.
It's this, that's going to be the same as Bagel. Skis wants to tank his people on the corner capping, but if he gets too close, he gets Ubered on.
Yeah.
That's really rough, but Froyotech do eventually find a way to get the cap in their favor.
Still Ubered is said, and I think Witness Gaming, if Froyotech gets too close here, they know they might get Ubered on. They don't have quite yet, and Laz is behind again. They have to send 3 people back for Laz.
Yep, Uber exchange going off across the point. They got the pick in Laz, and they're trying to chase as much as they possibly can. A couple of players from the side of Witness Gaming, but nothing to write home about in terms of any more collected kills. So just gonna be the one, but there's a decent amount of cap time for the side of Witness to go ahead and start. They're gonna take a sec, probably, because Laz is gonna be rolling out for a bit. Don't have that soldier there to provide too much pressure, so they're just playing a little bit slow. They're doing a small amount of corner capping, but relatively passive. Now they got their soldier ready to go, and it looks like Laz going in for another high bomb, followed by Ash as well. Both going behind. Ash actually in the thick of it, just a distraction to have Laz bomb in, try to get as much as possible.
They're trying to
but they're not able to collect
anything.
anything. In the wrong corner, Yite trying to follow up as well, but he's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, they're going to fall too. I think they wanted to land on Habib there, but in the end, it's not going to matter. And this is actually working out pretty well for Froyotech. Their time is slowly ticking down, and Ubers are even, but Witness Gaming do have point time, so that is one nice thing, that when they push, they don't have to, walk up the hill both ways. They just have to get there, and maybe edge the cap a little more. Froyotech actually going for a surprisingly aggressive hold. Artist going to fall very low immediately, and Laz actually going to fall to a trap.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty big. It removes the ability to, try to get extra space, and Ash falling as well. Oh, that's going to be really rough. No soldiers. That pretty much cancels your push. Yite has snaked his way behind, though, unseen. Still unseen. They don't see him at all. How? Oh, he saw me double take. They know him. He's now, but he's just led them into the enemy. Oh, the bomb! That bomb was for Yite, and it kills Ash instead. Laz instead of the timing.
That was perfect timing from Froyotech. So Froyotech finally getting the board to be taunting Brandstam after hitting a fadeaway pipe. So huge plays from Habib.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate. Accidentally self-trolling when it comes to your own team. Hate to see it. But Froyotech in a pretty good spot. Not only is they're under 60 seconds now, but they do have the full Uber, so Witness Gaming have to do a lot here.
Bomb. Ash getting chased by Blaze, but Ash looks like he's coming on top for now. Blaze can't get the pack, so Ash is going to be behind and healthy. Ash is actually just taking the 1v with Blaze. Let's run away and live. Now Ash taking a scout one, even in-house, and Slemdish hits the 2-shot.
Able to get 2, hold on this point for a little bit longer, trying to go for at least a little bit more. Mirrorman's actually getting really aggressive, trying to chase down a kill. Able to clean up Brand Slam, but it's a trade, but he does have a slightly lower respawn.
Soldier for scout is pretty good though.
That's true. That it helps definitely short term.
Yep.
And it's
but
totally
Witness Gaming
possible
do have to go. They have 10 seconds left. I don't even know if they're necessarily get the Uber in time, but they get
a low guy dropped. The trap on the side of the wall. Uber out of the equation. Yeah, bombs coming in, try to salvage this any which way. Damage on Habib, not necessarily cleaned up quite yet, but they're able to get Slemdish and Banny, which is pretty nice, as well as Skis. So the 2-pipe coming in from Artist is being huge for the team right now. It just Blaze left alive, and Mirrorman trying to salvage. He is able to get at least a little bit, but it's 1 man versus the world. 2, at least somewhat weak, but will eventually die. So they salvage at the best they could for the side of Witness, honestly.
This is a very uphill round for them. They do have Uber Red, though. It's not huge, though. Froyotech just needs to dry push, and I will say, I think if by some miracle Witness Gaming do win this round, Artist saved it by 2-piping Slemdish after Slemdish was shooting Artist in the back. That was a massive play.
Yeah, I think though if you're the side of Froyo, you're not happy about the events that transpired, but realistically looking at the clock, you're not too worried, especially because you could dry right now and take it.
Dry fighting would probably feel pretty good. Skis is so hurt already, though. Jesus.
True, the spam is insane, as well as Habib. Habib's just taking so much spam again and again and again. Laz eventually going to back up.
The roof control from Witnesses. Froyotech finally taking some roof control, but they don't have any point time. They're finally getting a little bit of point time, trying to spam Artist. They do get good spam on Artist, so now Artist isn't there to cap, and here comes the Uber. It is Uber Ed, but Froyotech so far out. Froyotech really heads up, and Ash might have overchased. They did get Habib, though, and here comes Blaze in. Is that Blaze? Yeah, that's Blaze. Blaze does come in, but Froyotech does have full Uber here, so Witness Gaming needs to figure out a way to get this Uber out while also, not losing the point.
Yeah, full Uber ad with overtime is pretty good. They don't have a Habib quite yet. He's rolling out, so he's not going to be in the Uber. They're trying to double scout this with the Soldier, trying to get on the low guy. There's no scout speed inside of low guy, so you have to dodge as best as possible. They're not capping, so low guy taking the pack, living for at least a little bit longer, able to find and attack him with the pistol. Banny will fall, chasing a little bit too deep though, but with how much damage they've done so far and the 2 kills they've collected, it's pretty rough for the side of Witness at this point.
This is pretty rough. It's just on G8 the little dream. He gets Mirrorman as a consolation, but in the end, Froyotech is going to go up 1-0 on the final map, so maybe Froyotech finally finding a sign of life after, what was that, 3 maps in a row where they just were unable to, they were close but just couldn't cut it.
Yep, this is definitely the map that both teams have practiced the most out of all of them. So if you definitely have stuff for fine, and Froyotech definitely bringing that right out of the gate. But going into another mid, gonna have to see how things transpire. If we see a repeat of last time, or if Witness Game, it's gonna be able to find some footing here. And once again, a little bit of a slow mid. Actually gonna have a couple of floaters jumping up, trying to get some better spam angles, but nothing too crazy. Banny once again on top of the little half shack. Grand Slam just dying to spam immediately.
The Blaze, Slemdish, and Habib all shot Brand Slam on that roof, and it was kind of just, he just vaporized. Froyotech is gonna try to edge this point, but Blaze gonna immediately fall super low. Blaze gets low in here. Ash knows that even though they're down a pick, they still have some room to work with here, so they're gonna spam, wait for Brand Slam to come back, and Brand Slam's already on his way back.
Yep, that taking Blaze out of the equation was pretty huge, but Blaze falling and Blaze.
So Blaze does trade for a scout here, but we'll have to see if that actually comes into play, because Blaze now has a pretty bad respawn, and Yate's going to spawn it pretty fast.
Yep, trying to get on the point edge as much as possible. Uber's not quite into the equation. Now, this is the map where Ubers might actually come into play when it comes to Uber. Habib, so much damage, 34 HP, takes an arrow. A little bit less healing on the side of other Froyotech members, but Flaz will get weak as well. But the cap still in favor of Witness Gaming in terms of the time. Yeah,
Brand gets the cap too, and they get Banny!
And they get the Force. It's insane. Working so far for the side of Witness. Oh, nice pipe onto Laz to make sure that kill is collected, but no scouts for Froyo. It's going to be a bit till they get this cap back in their favor. This is going to be really tough.
I think that might sack.
Either sack or just wait. They got to get their scouts here if they want to push. They have the Laz pick, but no scouts. You're going to wait a sec.
Coming up pretty quickly, too. He's not going to be here for this fight, but he might come here for the post to see in. I don't know if Froyotech wants to wait or go for a sack. Skis is close. I think they're going to try to dry this.
Yeah, they got their scouts ready. Blaze on top of the hut, and they're trying to corner cap a little bit. Skis past it to make sure he doesn't die to an Uber.
I think Witness Gaming might want to go look at this. Banny is so hurt.
Surfed out. He's
wow, that was a really good surf, actually.
Yeah, surf to safety. It's a pretty good job. Habib's going to back up a little bit well. Uber has not been used quite yet, but I don't think they really felt like they need to. Mirrorman getting dropping very low. Almost cleaned up. Will escape eventually.
Blaze
get the pack. Skis just dying to spam across the map.
Oh, no.
The soldiers. The perfect spam to hit the angles.
Here's the sack. Yeah, they have to now. I think they know it.
Oh,
are they going to get anything?
around.
They didn't even pop. They didn't even pop.
He ducked inside the house from the back door. No one came through the front door on the floor, so it didn't really amount to anything.
And yite, and that's it. They didn't even get the Uber out. This round is very quickly turning into a Witness Gaming round, unless Froyotech can pull out something. They are down as pocket, but Froyotech, I feel like they're back in square one.
Yeah, we've seen some deficits that have been a minute long that have worked, but who knows, maybe Clearcut is the map where the magic will happen, and Froyotech immediately getting a lot of cap time. Uber hasn't come out quite yet, but they tried to use it to save Artist, but it's not quite in time. Uber coming out, trying to do as many plays as possible, able to collect Slumnish. Mirrorman surely will die as well, but almost gets last with his last breath, but not quite. Scout chasing away. Bomb from Blaze trying to collect anything he can. Branson will eventually fall, and Ski is getting cut off by the side of...
Can you get the kill?
Last force him out of the open. They're committing so hard, and they're able to collect him. They will trade a lot for it, but this is a classic Witness Gaming fashion. We've seen their 5-men so far. They're able to collect their man and make sure the little guys containing an ad for the longevity of this round.
Artist is katana building. It's so smart. I love it.
I mean, you could just use pills, but yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, but that uses your ammo.
Yeah, there's a pack right in front of him.
That's true, but I mean, the
katana looks cooler.
Let me enjoy the tech. I like the tech. The tech is cool.
Yeah, it looks cooler. I'll give you that.
It does. So we do have Witness Gaming here pushing up with their Uber. Froyotech does have a dry fight here, so they got to make something work before Witness Gaming gets their Uber, else disasters could quickly happen. They also want to buy as much time.
Rocket on a slam.
Direct is not going to be a good start to that. That was a massive Chad rocket from Ash onto Benny. Here comes a huge
bomb though. His bomb got screwed up. He will eventually get out though.
Hit the skybox? I didn't know that was possible.
Yeah, I think you did. Oh, rockets and a Mirrorman though, making him really weak. So a little bit of opening for the side of Witness Gaming.
Here comes a Blaze behind now, taking a page from Ash's book or Laz's book maybe, but Yite's on the chase. Blaze is in spawn pretty much.
Oh, they looped all the way around and were able to make sure that force happened out of skis. They've dropped 2 for it though, able to collect Mirrorman, and they're stuck in the enemy team's corner. There's no scout speed here. Art's trying to collect as much as possible. Danny is still in the fight, but unable to really collect him.
Cap.
Yeah, Blaze still behind, Yite trying to deal with him, so the Froyotech members are rushing out there.
They have a soldier on the high ground though. Ash is on the high ground shooting.
Artist is still alive. Slum has done so much damage to him, able to get aired up. Habib gonna get cleaned up by the side of Artist, and there's so many frags that I feel like should be going the way of Froyotech, but it's not necessarily happening. They're just holding us and trying to farm the entire enemy team. Low guy on the tackle will not spawn in time, and Banny able to take him out with the pistol. Artist dying in the back line as well, in the thick of it, will die to Mirrorman. So it looked like it was gonna not go Froyotech's way, but so far they're looking good, but stuck inside this little shack.
Mirrorman just got nuked.
And Axe behind, collecting the kill on the skis, almost barely in the corner. Laz able to collect the 1 rocket, but cleaned up by the side of Slemish, but Brand Slam coming in clutch at the very last second. 1v1 scout inside the height, able to hit a nice knee shot, elongated for at least a little bit longer, but the pistol from Slemish is able to clean up that frag, and so far,
Froyotech has gotten the point time though.
That's they're still holding on. They've evened it out.
Yeah, they evened it out. That was,
Brand Slam found a hat.
Ooh, beast. I hope he equips it, but yeah, Habib does have the traps though. They found all the Habib traps, so no instant kills there for Froyotech, it looks like. So Witness Gaming still have a tough task because they still have to drive this point, but it's going to be tough. Ash immediately falling down very low isn't going to help that much, but they do get the point here, and they have Uber Ed.
Yeah, and they lost no one for that too, so they don't have to deal with elongated respawns either. Just got to spam as much as possible. The trade in health, Laz is actually going to get really weak as well as Brand Slam, but they're still holding on to this, applying as much damage as they are taking. Danny trying to corner cap a little bit. No one necessarily blocking, but the spam comes. Blaze getting on top of the roof, jumping back and forth. They're doing a pretty good job here right now. Froyotech baiting, but Guy's going to take the enemy team, push them back. They're still getting a little bit more time, but the bomb coming in. Artist and all the projectile glass going up in the sky. Skis will eventually fall to the side of Laz, going super deep, but Habib is behind. What is happening? This post fight is extremely wonky. Just low guy and Yite left alive. They finally meet up on the enemy team's side, trying to go for the pack. He's able to get it and will eventually die though. Yite unable to fight 3 players at once. And they get skis, but
yeah, the point is time is ticking down though. They're wiped, but they're still winning while wiped. Froyotech is gonna get this at the very. This is gonna come down to a dry fight more than likely. Froyotech does have 30 seconds left to work with, whereas Witness Gaming have 2. This might very well come up Froyotech's way, depending on how this goes.
Yeah, you're right. It really does come down to a dry fight. I mean, if this goes long enough with overtime, maybe Skis will get his Uber, so definitely Witness Gaming are going to play this fast. You're trying to create some state. Yite sneak his way over in the hut. Is going to get spotted by the side of the Blaze, causing a distraction, getting on him. He's blasting him back. A lot of damage. Not quite dead yet. Going to be able to Skis does die from the bomb from Laz. Causing a distraction. Ash using the distraction to get onto the scalp and make them look at him. Meanwhile, Yite corner capping the point. Mirrorman over on the corner, taking some damage from the side of Artist, but he will Branson eventually falling, trying to collect as much as possible. It's Sweetie, Artist, and Low Guy standing on top of the point with Yite behind him, cleaning up Banny, the last one left alive, and what was looking like a pretty solid Froyotech round immediately swings back in the way of Witness Gaming.
Yeah, that was such that round really. First it looked Witness, then it looked Froyo, and then it went back to Witness at the very end there. And I must say, Froyotech, they looked like that was an instant round loss for them, but they did a really good job holding Witness for like 2 minutes straight there. Even though they were like kind of losing during that, Witness never capped, so it didn't matter.
I thought that this was the last we'd see of overtime rounds, but here we are, and Clearcut got another one to our name, and going into another mid-fight, I think we're pretty much going to see the same thing that we've been seeing. Soldiers not really bombing too aggressively, maybe just a little bit for spam like Mirror Man's doing right now, but nothing that's really committing up to Laz. Will finally be able to find the opening damage on the Mirror Man, able to clean up that kill, and the counter initiation from Laz. Able to get on to Skis, popping up into the air, misses the air shot. The second round will do a lot of damage, dropping down to 10 HP. Yite trying to clean him up, but Skis is pretty much into the hallways of his spawn. Ash sneaks his way through, able to find. He thought he was safe, but Ash goes in to collect that kill, and that was a lot of sold out for one class, but they got him. So it's going to be hard for them to win. It's going to be hard for them to quote unquote win this mid. Froyotech should be able to take it, but I mean,
it looks like they're kind of fearing even.
If they take too much damage, this could be actually, yeah, they've taken too much damage here. Witness Gaming, they are just outpacing them in terms of the heal ad. Mirror Man's still in the hut, but that's pretty much it. So I think they just took too much damage in that fight to really cap it for themselves.
I'm really surprised Fred didn't sack there. I'm actually genuinely shocked.
It was an option, but they're doing it now at the very minimum. They have the heals ready to go, trying to bomb on a low guy. He's inside the hut, though, going for the wrong targets. At least the ones that are available for them. They're able to get Ash and Yite, but that is all she wrote when it comes to the sack wave. Not going to find too much success there. They do at least have some player ad for their next attempt, but they still have to deal with this low guy Uber that is still on the table for the side of Witness Gaming.
The biggest diff so far has just been Lol Guy just has Uber and either has the point or is pushing the point. Froyotech has been in this situation the past 2 maps, and it just seems it's such an uphill battle to climb for them.
I'm trying to make some space over through Killbox. They've made their way through what is the biggest spam central in the side of Clearcut, looping around through the ditch, able to get on Artist unbeamed, dropped, and the Uber will eventually come out from the side of Witness Gaming. Bane trying to chase down Laz, getting some damage, but using the wall to block it, going behind it to enough of distraction to get them out. They're pretty much gone. Spare Ash is trying to get some damage onto Habib, but the rest of the team will eventually fall out. Habib actually taking a lot of damage, trying to pretty much give up their life to maybe kill him, but not going to be able to find too much. Actually, the scouts didn't even die. I thought they would surely get hit scan down, but yeah, but it does get the arrow and eventually live. But the cap does go Froyotech's way, so despite everything happening, they have a little bit more time. Ash are still rolling out, so Witness Gaming are gonna not want to necessarily pull the trigger quite yet, but he's rolling out, he's here, and now it's up to Witness Gaming to try to take back this point for themselves.
Yep, fights are even, so we're going to have to see Laz going for a fake bomb, and Banny gonna die, not gonna help him. Yite's in down Skis, Yite gets Skis, and they're chasing Yite.
And he's still behind too, he's on Habib.
Does he get it? He almost got Habib.
Almost so terrifying. Weak though, just enough chaos.
Mirror Man got air shot trying to get in by, I think by Yite. Brand Slam's gonna live. Oh my, this is insane. Blaze is gonna try to clean up Brand Slam, but he can't even get it, and they're just out. Brand Slam typing an LMAO in chat, and gonna cap the point here with full Uber. Again, Froyotech is just constantly pushing against full Uber.
That is a very tough spot to be in. It's not very good if you're, I mean, clock isn't extremely low, but this is gonna start to turn very heavy Witness Gaming favor if they're able to use this Uber properly to make sure that Skis dies. Skis, playing safe inside the house. The rest of the team trying to corner cap the point. They're actually going over towards the flank side where players are not healed. Bandy going to immediately fall, not able to really find anything there. So Uber still need to be dealt with. Logai and friends going outside the house for the most part, spare Laz. So this point is still under their control for at least for now, but Froyotech, they lost their scout, so they can't corner cap. Skis doesn't want to commit to the Uber. This is a lot of time for the house. He hit a nice direct on Yite, but there's no scout to clean that up.
No one's helping him.
Yeah, I mean, like, Banny was dead, and Slem had to play Beam to run Skis out, so it just makes sense to go for that kill.
They're really taking advantage of the Froyotech positioning here. And look at the time they've already wasted, and they still have Uber. Like, Froyotech, they have Uber now, but still, yeah, they have to go for just like a miracle kind of exchange. They did send Blaze behind, so maybe he can go for the pinch. He's actually gonna, is he gonna live? Oh, he's hurt.
Yeah, immediately left.
They do get last, but they trade for Slimdish. I think you take that, and Yite's gonna fall though, so maybe this is coming up Froyotech's way. We'll have to see, but they still have to get all this point time. The point time's still ticking down, and even though they have a number advantage, they can't do anything off of it right now.
And Ash could surprise them hiding here. If they get too overzealous getting on that point, Ash could peek out and do a monstrous amount of damage, but they are still in the driver's seat with better respawns as well, so makes sense for them to get on the point here. Doing a lot of damage, and Artist able to clean them up. Witness Gaming respawns on the way. Cap hasn't quite gone in their direction, taking a bit, so they've taken some time off the clock, but with no demo, that's surely going to be a Froyotech capture. And oh, they're still in this,
here
actually.
Comes some soldiers, and Skis falls immediately.
Just on the point.
And the damage from the soldiers.
What is happening? They just gave up both their soldiers for Skis. I'm kind of surprised they got that kill. You'd think that they'd
I don't
see
think
that
they're ready
stat
for it.
coming.
It
but-
feels like they just literally weren't ready for it. Like, they just didn't expect the timing. It was... maybe the skybox is really high, so if nobody's looking up, it's probably not going to be called unless you hear the shots. And yeah, this is going to be tough for Froyotech with no heals. Just they are doing a pretty good job blocking this, but look at their positioning. They can only spam and just hope that their spam is good enough. And it looks like it is so far. They do get Brand Slam, and Ash got bullied off of the roof. Manny's in, though. They do force the Uber, and Manny's gonna fall for it. They're gonna get Mirror Man too. Skis is caught out. They're gonna get
Did he just get stuck on the rock?
He got knocked up by a sticky.
Oh, that's really unfortunate as a medic trying to escape. So that is it won't necessarily seal the deal, but this is so hard. This is 90% in Witness Gaming's favor.
Yeah,
There's
Mirror
the
Man's
first death.
trying to go for a play in house.
No
he can block
overtime
the point.
yeah.
Yep, that's 2-1 for Witness Gaming. So Froyotech, for the first time in years, possibly ever, Froyotech looks like they're about to lose grand finals, and I'm not going to say convincing fashion, but Witness Gaming has been playing a very... I really like their strategy of how they're playing this game.
Yeah, and I think the thing that to their I don't know how to word this. I think it's probably really good for them that so far I don't feel like I've seen Witness need to change very much in this series.
Working. It just works.
Like Viaduct, they needed to change a lot, obviously. And then going into Sunshine, like, both teams needed to kind of fix things. But from this point forward, I feel like it's mostly been like, we point at Froyo and be like, that could change. That could change. But Witness, for the most part, you can point fingers at, like, strategy, like, oh, this strategy is bad, or like, oh, this strategy is really good. But regardless, what they're doing is working versus their opponent. And that's what straight up matters. Taking a look at the logs here for the third, fourth time in a row? You look at the medic deaths, the difference, especially on Koth.
Yep.
You take a look at the damage. Habib's actually putting a decent amount, which makes sense why Froyotech's able to get that one round. They're able to pump a lot of damage and make sure they're getting something on the board, especially because one of the rounds was overtime. But so far, we're seeing a Witness Gaming perform, I feel like, a lot better than people would have initially expected on paper.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out, just to remind people again, for those who weren't here when the cast started, that this is Artist's first season in Invite. Artist advanced move up. Got everyone else on this team has a lot of Invite 6's playoff experience. I think literally everyone. But Artist first season in Invite, and keeping up with Habib in ways that I don't think at the beginning of the season you would have imagined.
Yeah, the first cast I ever watched of Artist, I looked at him and thought to myself, okay, he's good, but he looks like an advanced move up. And then now looking at him, it looks like he's playing better than Habib most of this game. Like screw the stats. It looks like maybe it's partly because of how steamrolly it is.
But he's taking what they give him. He's doing as much as he can do.
He's noticing the opening.
Yeah.
Which is important. Like, if you can steamroll off of each other, like, oh, my teammate's doing this, it allows me to do this other thing. And he's doing that every single time. There's so many times he's so aggressive, yet somehow doesn't die, and he's basically taking MGE duels with Habib and winning them, like, 8 times out of 10, which is insane.
Yeah, I don't think you've seen Habib pressured like this in such a long time. And I think I've never seen a Froyotech medic really just been abused like Skis is currently getting rolled. Like, Skis is just absolutely... I don't know if it's him getting left out to dry, but somebody needs to help Skis.
I feel like the only thing... I mean, this goes into, like, the theory crafting thing where you don't really know. Like, you can't go too deep here. But it feels like that there's probably something comm-related. Because I feel like for the amount of times that we've seen someone, like, behind... Like, okay, let's take the most obvious one just for example's sake. Let's talk about the last map, Bagel. For the amount of times that we saw Mirror Man get pushed out, like, surely he calms that he's leaving, getting a pack, right?
Yeah.
So surely you hear that and like, all right, house is open. But there was never an adjustment to, like, help Mirror Man or, like, push Skis in the opposite direction of that house, like, a little bit more to his own right. I feel like there was none of that. So I feel like Skis is getting... Maybe there's a couple times where, like, oh, he misses a surf, whatever. I feel like there's a lot of times he's just blindsided. And it's partly because Witness is playing so tight, too. Like, Laz and Ash are playing off each other in a pretty, like, well, but...
I agree. I feel like where Skis is standing when he's getting bombed, it's just like he's either getting bombed from behind and from forward, or they're coming in at him on Mach 5, so he can't really do much. Like, he'd have to hit a God Surf every single time to live in these situations. And even any medic at their prime, it'd be a tall order.
And that's what's so difficult is like we can take a look at this and be like, oh yeah, just do this, but it's so much easier said than done, especially because they only get the perspective of their own team, and they, you kind of have to, work with whatever your teammates are saying. The problem is if you want to tackle issues, which is what this halftime is pretty much for. You only get your own perspective for the most part. Spare the moments where you are dead. You kind of get to look at your teammates kill cams and stuff like that. But you got to work together to figure out where the holes in their team, how you can support each other. And I think this is probably the shortest halftime we've seen so far. Both teams know what they want to change, and we're going to the second half. What could be even the last half if Witness Gaming take this. Whoever wins this map wins invite.
Yep, we'll have to see. And yeah, I think it's interesting that I think Froyotech's readied up before Witness Gaming literally every half.
Yeah, they're ready to go.
Yeah, they are ready to go. They want to get back into this. They know that they know in their hearts they still have a good chance to win this. Mirrorman gonna get bullied out immediately, but everyone else is really healthy in Froyotech.
Yep, could be pretty much normal mid. We don't see anyone going behind per se. We've seen that a couple times, but we've also that's nothing we haven't seen immediately. A dome and melting. That's huge for the side of Froyotech and help them continue to get some point presence. Witness Gaming still kind of lingering. They can apply some kind of initiation. Soda Bomb coming in, trying to apply themselves onto anyone as possible. Able to collect Habib, which is at least somewhat of a stab, but yikes, sneak his way through.
Oh, he's so hurt.
Skis 12 HP, barely survives out. One little bit of a better shot, and that's a dead medic. But at the end of the day, Skis alive with his Uber intact, and this is going to be a Froyotech mid-win.
It is, but Guy, to his credit, did live, so it is an even situation at least. So I don't have to waste too much time, at least getting right to at least edging the point. It could be a lot worse for this gaming. We'll have to see. They're going to immediately start edging the point here. Laz going to bomb the roof, try to get some pressure off, but the stab is pretty good for Froyotech. Some Witness Gaming players are falling a little hurt here, but not too much. Laz going behind. They're chasing him behind very hard. And Slimness is actually going to get caught out on a 2v1 while this exchange is happening, and they have to deal with players behind.
Yep, so far 1-for-1 trade post-Uber. Yite is causing a little bit of distraction behind that he is going to clean up though. They're trying to use this to their advantage, at least while they can short term, but it's only going to lead to Brains up dying once again. Nice shot from Artist, cleaning up Mirrorman. Blaze really, really deep, popping Loga up into the air, trying to clean up Artist, but Artist will just kill Banny inside the small confines of the house. That is not scout territory.
Skis zombie survival simulation.
Yep,
but actually, it's a
air.
Skis wisely just immediately left, so that's going to be an immediate recap for Guy, and he does have a very small Uber at the approach, and Guy does type of lol in chat.
One thing I've noticed Skis talk about is he feels like, I think I've seen him talk about him healing Habib more than he should when Habib is just like really, really like forward and just gets him killed. But he's definitely adjusting, at least now in this
Mirrorman
match.
going behind, so they're taking a page from Laz's playbook. Mirrorman going behind, but they stop him instantly. They just turn around and get him. Froyotech are going to get a lot of pressure off that, and they're going to kill Artist. They're going to get 3 off of that. That's massive.
Yeah, they stopped the own bombs coming onto them, and as well as only lose 1 in the process. So gonna go ahead and delay the spawn a little bit to get Mirrorman up and running. But overall, pretty good from the side of Froyotech. They got the clock in their favor under 2 minutes, got their Uber intact, but the side of Witness have an Uber of their own to try to take it back. Looks like they're going to try to peek themselves up the slope. Loga takes a little bit of damage, but nothing to write home about. He'll be able to be okay with a little bit of regen, and they're starting to poke their way through to take this back for themselves.
Yeah, Laz is going to be a little hurt here in 1-5 territory, but it's going to get bowed up. So we have another exchange coming, but I think the Froyotech's kind of coming out on top just because, at least this round, because the time has just been ticking down. Froyotech actually has the point and has Uber at the same time, which is kind of a new and uncharted territory.
Ash tried to go in with that Uber and was not able to find his footing to jump out, so he is going to be 1 casualty, and that's going to make it really difficult for the side of Witness to take back this point. Trying to apply some spam to see if they get any little bit of freebies, but they are dropping extremely low. Laz down to 4 HP, does eventually escape. They're able to push Mirrorman at least a little bit back, but for being down a soldier, it's going to be really rough.
Froyotech's leading time off this clock very well.
Yeah.
And he's going to fall, that's a good advantage. And Blaze is going to immediately fall extremely low, getting chased so hard and going to fall, so that's a pretty good. They do get Yite, so that is a consolation prize at least, but that looks like it's going to be it. Mirrorman even might be caught out in this house, depending. He does manage to live here, so Witness Gaming are going to take this point, and Ubers are being even. I noticed that they've been protecting Skis a lot better this half so far, and Skis has actually been getting Ubers. That's pretty good.
True. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. There's a lot of time off the clock in favor of Froyotech, so Witness Gaming gonna have to hold this for a very, very long time if they want to be able to take this round. They do have their Uber, but Skis has his own as well, looking to poke their way through the kill box area, able to get through without very much spam at all. It's actually going to be Yite that is falling by the trap, coming onto Blaze, will collect that kill.
I feel like it's been a long time since seen Blaze died of traps, you know what I mean? Other than like anti-roaming traps.
Oh, this Uber was, they were not, I felt like Froyo wasn't prepared for that Uber.
Vanny's gonna die too. That's
trying to just die for the, I think he just tried to die for the force, but is unable to find it.
Mirrorman
able to collect up Yite.
Mirrorman gets 2, big play from Mirrorman. So he's behind here, and he's gonna try to pinch, but they do know he's here. Witness Gaming, it looks like they're gonna try to, okay, they needed to kill Mirrorman, now they can fight
another arrow kill.
But Froyotech didn't even cap the point with all that huge Mirrorman distraction. And so now they have to deal with Uber again.
Yeah, they got a lot of time at the very least, so it shouldn't be too much longer until they get it for themselves. But this Uber could come out, and it's not going to block it. They're waiting for their players. Laz and Yite have finally arrived, and they're corner capping it for themselves. They know that Ski's going to be hard for him to really commit to taking a page out of the Bagel book to try to just apply some spam. Blaze is actually around the corner inside the ditch, but will eventually jump out. Doesn't want to take too much damage.
Good vote from Skis there, getting the thing. And Vanny, Habib is, okay, Habib does that trap. Ransom gonna fall instantly though, so this Uber, they might have to pop it at some point because they just cannot get this cap to spam. It's not as good as Bagel, and here comes the pop, but Froyotech already left. They're gonna get maybe Blaze, and that's it.
Oh, he takes the pack and jumps away.
They don't even get Blaze. They get
Mirrorman,
Mirrorman, so that is a consolation, but that's it. And they're gonna get the point here, but now Skis has Uber at to work with, but, you know,
and
they do have to worry about the bombs here.
They have to let Yite spawn, so it's going to give Froyotech overtime most likely. They haven't even capped yet, and Froyotech's still here to block it with Uber out, so it's a really rough position for Witness Gaming to be in. Sticky's on both sides of the point for both teams. But
they're waiting here for some reason.
Yeah, Witness are trying to get on it as much as they can. They know the Uber's incoming. Yep. It's going to come out, not really going to find too much, except for Bransam will finally fall. Didn't see that happening in the backline, but he's taking a lot of damage.
Though.
Yeah,
they do have players on the point now, but they're
chaos.
in a poor position, and yeah, they're going to get cleaned up because they're not on the high ground.
Yep, 3 players left alive, now 2 for the side of Witness, and that's going to be it for this round, and Froyotech are able to tie up the game 2-2.
2-2, yeah, so Froyotech managing to work their way back into it, but we saw the same story the first half where Froyotech came out for their first round, and Witness Gaming came in strong, but I will say, so far, that round looked the cleanest for Froyotech in terms of keeping Skis alive and fixing all the problems we've talked about. That actually looked like, so far, the most dominant half, or round from Froyotech.
Definitely, and we've seen how much a non-Bagel map can apply a snowballing effect when it comes to the time and how easy it can happen in comparison. So definitely going to be a normal occurrence if teams are able to play at their peak, and Froyotech are looking like they're safe enough. They've tied up the game, but going into this mid, its reset could be anyone's round, and setting off the start
Here comes
very
a big
nice,
ball
could
from
be
Ash
really
behind.
nice for them. Yeah,
how many players are chasing him?
That's so much of a distraction. But
Blaze is behind too, so they have to deal with that. They do clean up Ash. Blaze is still behind lurking, waiting for something. Brand Slam's really hurt too, so it's hard to clean up on stuff. Here comes Blaze, he's going in.
Oh, bit of distraction,
Brand Slam knows, he gets it. Guy is so hurt though, they're gonna try to clean him up with that. They can't, Froyotech can't clean up these kills though.
Yep, Mirrorman trying to bomb in, get some damage, but not quite on the low. The final rocket does get that medic frag, so Ski's 100% Uberad. Got a couple players missing out of their book,
they're gonna give Witness this point, I think.
Yeah, they don't have enough resources to really prevent it from happening. They do have an ad though. They're gonna eventually show up and try to spam it down at least a little bit. Got their group ready, and maybe if they're fast enough, they can even block it. They got Ash.
They do manage to block it. They get Ash too.
Laz in the corner though. Just blind bombs. Get Skis. Oh, the wall rocket didn't quite hit, so Ski's able to make sure he milked that. I think he's trying to buy
space, and it kind of worked, because now his team actually has a position to at least poke and prod. But Skis does have Uber, but he's at 40%, so he has to play this super tight.
Yeah, I mean, they do have, it's a player I had to work with when it comes to retaking this point, but the fact that it's in Witness Gaming's favor right now, that's much more cap time that you need to actually stand on the point for. So
yeah,
it's going to be rough rough call for the side of Froyo. And do you just Uber cross or do you corner cap it? They're going for the corner cap route, not using the Uber.
Spam look at the spam. They have stickies just on the floor. It's looking weird, and they get
Vanny just dies.
Just the floor stickies. There's not much you can do about it. And Ash is behind. They're chasing Ash behind, so Ash knows trade, but they get the force on the Skis, and the little guy is at 80% and looking pretty safe right now. They're gonna get these kills
running
at
away.
The point, but
yeah, Brand Slam will eventually die. Distraction for Artist, getting some damage, but not quite enough to collect a kill. So dropping 3 for a force, just pretty much a sack wave, and Lol guy holding on to his Uber for the long term, and that was a mid fight. That was Froyotech hitting that first cap.
But Lol guy does have full Uber to push this point, so Skis again in the very poor position of, oh, do I heal my players or do I not die? Well, let's see. And Froyo's already taking a lot of damage. Habib is rolled. Yeah, Habib's still rolled. Look at this. They want to go so deep.
And everyone's just in. Skis
They're
popped up
dropping
into the
players
corner.
though. They are invincible though. Can they get these
out.
kills?
Skis is out.
That
It's
was a
just
heads
Scouts
up
and
play.
Miriam and Blaze are
the
behind, trying to
collapse.
land on the wall guy. Branson will eat the rocket, and the wall guy will live, at least for now, inside of the
They
enemy
gotta
team
get this
ditch.
cap,
But
though.
yeah, they gotta get the cap. Miriam's still causing chaos, gonna jump back to his own team, and Froyotech, they're still kind of in this to try to block it.
Yeah, they are. Froyotech, I think they might have figured out what's going on here because Witness Gaming definitely Froyotech looked much more dominant than they did in the past.
Yeah, they got an Uber to work with too. If this push comes to shove, get a little more cap time for the side of Witness. No one died quite yet. Respawners in play.
Hey,
Blaze kind of passes
Froyotech
the Uber coming out. Very, very deep, able to kill Yite. And Habib is just in the enemy team's...
Oh, this collapse for Witness might be massive. This might be a massive collapse. Oh,
the
everyone's
low
dying.
guy surfed though.
Low guy
oh,
surfed
he
into
surfed
Vanny,
into
though.
Vanny. Push comes
Just
to shove.
he's alive, and
Died
Ski's
one
actually
player,
gonna
died
get
of the
beamed
other.
up. He stood still.
Yep, don't elongate your death. Just go ahead and get it over with if you're the last one up. So it was, I mean, they got low guy, but they had to go so deep to get him that overall, you gotta ask, was it really worth it? And the answer
yeah.
is probably no.
Yeah, probably not worth it, but
They got
they
time,
do
at
have a
least.
lot of point time. They lit off almost half the time. And Froyotech seems to be better at pushing than Witness Gaming, but not by that much. It's just Witness Gaming definitely been struggling with full Uber to push sometimes.
On this map, Froyo's definitely come through more deficits in time.
Yeah.
Yep, they got their kill box without very much damage. Once again, it seems like Witness Game is lacking a little bit when
Habib
it comes to
is
the
so
damage
hurt.
department. Damage on Slem and Habib, so it's going to slow things down at least a little bit, but Yite is taking his fair share of damage as well. Nice arrow from the
bow.
side of Lol guy, yeah. Keeping
Ash
him
gonna
alive.
get a bow too.
Blaze is on pack collection duty, so no soldier bomb going behind or anything like that, at least for now. Going to slow down the damage pumping into the side of Witness, and Laz just trying to be on roof control duty.
Laz is
But
getting a little bullied now by the Froyo flank, but Laz is able to preserve his life. Froyotech is going to corner cap this one. The Witness spamming classes are kind of a little hurt right now. They're giving them a fair amount of spam to cap the point. Witness Gaming do need to block this at some point. Maybe that they can't give up that much time.
Oh,
and they
Vanny
get
got
Vanny. That's a huge pick.
And Laz is behind too for this post Uber should they decide to do some sort of pinch play. They get an idea of where they're leaving, if they're leaving
I
at
don't
all, but
think-
Laz is ready.
It looks
and
like they
above
don't know.
kill box.
It looks like they don't know. Oh, they
Yeah,
have no
Laz and
idea.
Asher just
They have no
landing on
idea.
top of skis. They are completely mulched.
And they
Three
get
dead.
Blaze.
And Blaze as well. Laz still lived through that. Mirrorman completely
Yeah,
blown
Habib
out of the
bomb.
sky.
You can't get it.
Yeah, can't find anything. Just Banny, who was not quite in the fight too much, I don't think, or at least not ready to really commit. So
Yeah.
at the end of the day, Witness Gaming are looking strong. They've
They
committed the time in
salvaged.
their favor. Yeah.
Yep, they have salvaged. It is this is I now consider this Froyotech has to do something very miraculous to get back into this. It's not unwinnable,
They have to
but it's
win
it's,
this dry before
they
the
have to
Ubers come to
resist
equation.
They have to really, edge the point. They have to do something that they shouldn't be able to get away with if Witness plays perfectly.
And the scary thing is, if you edge this point, Lol guy's gonna get Uber. That's,
and then
that's
he's
way
just
too
gonna-
slow.
Yeah.
You have to play this very, very fast, and
Yeah.
they're doing it. They're getting on top of the
They
point. They're
do have
getting
a lot of
soldiers
point
in
time. They
really
have a lot of
aggressive
point-
position.
The damage though.
Lol guy at 96%, Artist weak, Laz weak. They're bombing in. They let
get
the
the
cap
point,
go the
though.
other direction.
Yep, they are, but this might
Zaz
be
coming
they
into
swing
play
the other
still.
way because Froyotech was so hurt trying to get that cap.
Yep. Habib's
Here,
still
man,
aggressive.
Blazes might fall. He's so hurt. Yeah, Blaze is gonna fall to spam. Skis does get his Uber, so Froyotech might want to exchange here. We'll have to see.
Oh, Ski's pipe. So much damage, and he will eventually have to using on
They do
top of
get
Vanny,
Ash.
trying to chase down Laz, and Ash able to collect Ash, but Laz not quite much, and he is going to be able to take
And
it
he
back
tried to
and
go
jump
for a play
away.
and backed up.
Yeah, they're pretty much in their own valley.
And Witness Gaming wisely elected to back up there, make sure they didn't get flanked, and that could have a clean push. Habib wasn't even like Habib has sneaky trap. I don't think he has a super sneaky trap here to deal with. So this might just be a corner cap. I want to see if Witness Gaming if they Uber here or if they just try to edge the point.
I think it probably depends on how aggressive
They have Blaze
everything is.
behind.
Froyotech is passive enough where I feel like they're going to... Oh, they eventually do use Branson, tried to call for it, but does eventually get dropped. Trying to chase out any frags they can. Banny's up and alive and will eventually fall.
They might get Habib too. Habib
Ooh,
eating the
Artist
pipe.
so deep.
Yeah, Artist is gonna get caught though.
Yeah, Slem with the salvage, making sure that
Blaze is
Doman
behind though.
dies.
They can't get that Blaze pick and then maybe cap. Blaze eating health packs left and right and center. They know Blaze is behind.
Yeah,
This
they're
might
going
not
back for him.
turn out well for Witness Gaming, but they do have numbers to work off of. They have a 6v5. Yeah, Froyo knows they can't fight this. They back up, but Froyo does have Uber to work with here. Skis
Yeah.
has to get this Uber off.
Under 30 seconds with Uber ad. This is going to be a lot of Witness Gaming trying to go against the odds if they want to take this round in the saber. Well, Froyo, they usually have to play textbook. Uber, if you feel like you can get the kills, otherwise just take the point for yourselves, and it's really going to be on their call. Playing over by their own left-hand side, not quite playing the point quite yet. The clock is going to pretty much even out for the most part, I can only imagine. They will finally eventually tiptoe their way towards the point, but
they're
low
giving
guys,
Froyo Uber,
the
or
disad
Witness
is
Uber.
much smaller. Oh, Habib's
Wait.
bomb is pretty much stifled,
he
unable to
got
get where he
trolled.
needs to go. Launched up into the air,
They're
but
not
low
getting
guy,
any
a little
kills.
bit too
Low
aggressive.
guy's
Low guy.
11. chasing
Little guy
Logai's
will
spawn.
eventually
They get
die.
him. They do get him.
He was a little cocky there, did not think he was going to get chased, and actually stopped holding S for a moment. They tried to collapse onto Skis with their last breath. Artist hits the pipe, and Yite is able to clean up Skis at the bare minimum. Only 5 seconds left before the side of Witness, but keep in mind,
Everyone's dead.
It's been witnessed this
Everyone's
entire
dead.
time. Everyone's dead on
The
Froyo.
2-shot.
They
That's
went
a round.
way too deep for that kill. It was a kill that they felt like they needed, but they expended so much resources in the enemy team's spawn hallway that Witness will take this round, leading them to match point. If Witness takes this round, they win invite.
Of all the players that chased that far too, it was Banny.
I mean, I guess you run the philosophy that, oh, we'll just post Uber in their valley and wipe them and then run to the point, but they did not really get all there at the same time.
We'll have to see going to this perhaps final mid if Froyotech loses. If Froyotech loses around, this is the final mid. We have Ash bombing here. Blaze is going to bomb behind it. He's going to get instantly chased by multiple players. He's just going to collect packs, but Blaze is getting hunted down, and they're going to kill Blaze and probably take this fight. They're also Froyo's so hurt on the point. They lost the player, and they're so hurt. Habib's going to die to pipes. Now Laz is bombing behind, too. Oh, this is not looking well for Froyotech.
Mirman is behind, though. He saved himself collecting packs, but they do know of his existence, though, so it's only a matter of time before they try to deal with them. Or Mirman goes for a play himself. Ubers will eventually come into play. Ski is still collecting his last bit, 10% left. Mirman bombing in to actually go for a play, getting some damage. The little guy trying to escape will eventually get out to his own side, taking the pill. But this
comes a Blaze
fight
bomb.
still going on, yeah, trying to apply pressure. Filthy Soda's trying to get some spam on each other's roofs. Bandy will be the first one to fall, though, in this scuffle, and Mirman not landing exactly where he wants to. So 2 down for the side of Froyotech, even Ubers right now. And they might use it. No, they're not.
Blaze is trying to go behind too. Both the soldiers keep trying to go behind. It's just not working. Little guy does have to pop to spam, but yeah, Skis is going to pop here. But Witness Gaming, oh, they haven't capped it. That might actually be a wise decision if they lose a bunch of players here. We'll have to see.
I don't think it screws over their own spawns, but it might shorten the enemy teams.
Yeah. They want to get their players. Yeah, they know if they cap here, it's just gonna their throw is just gonna immediately recap. So they have to, not cap, wait, and just kind of take this fight again. So we're back to a dry situation. This is still a mid fight.
Yeah, and Laz isn't there, and Yite just
Froyotech's
so it's
getting
4v6.
so aggressive. Look at this aggression.
They're using the 4v6 window to try to push forward, and they're able to catch out Artist. But
here comes Laz for a salvage.
Getting some damage on Habib will eventually surf his way out at like 60 HP. Bransam trying to follow up to get some damage.
Here comes Ash for the play. Can Ash salvage? Skis action. Skis, it's a really good surf.
Oh, he lands on the side, lands and like slides down, doesn't take any fall damage whatsoever with that surf. This is still a mid fight. And enough players have died where it's still slightly Froyo favor, but Witness Gaming are still here trying to spam. They have the demo here. A lot of damage onto the people on Froyo that are actually trying to get this cap in the middle of the mid fight to just get the clock ticking out. But the Uber will eventually come out.
The Uber, they block the point. Froyotech did not get it. Skis is caught out. No, he lives.
Barely, they're chasing really deep though. Branson's gonna not be able to find it. Uber will come out, able to collect that kill, and 2 dead for the side of Witness. Losing him Beep though, Yite able to collect that kill and is Pestersome behind. Trying to draw some eyes is gonna prevent the rest of his team from dying to the better Froyotech Uber. So a long and fought mid with a lot of casualties, but at the end of the day, Froyotech will take it. Yeah, they're gonna take it. They're waiting for Habib's spawn.
That was the longest mid I've seen in a while. Alright, so Froyotech won mid, but basically it's a dry fight again, so here we go, round 2.
Yep, clock ticking down in Froyotech's favor, but Witness Gaming are trying to apply themselves to make that not the fact.
On the flank.
Yep, both roamers are actually really weak, honestly. They had to go back and get packs, but pretty much roof control is the story. Artists trying to control the enemy team's roof. They're not necessarily trying to corner cap quite yet. There's a lot of presence from Froyotech actually to prevent that from happening. Got to push him back with some damage. Some fake bombs coming in from the Witness Gaming soldiers.
Ash is getting bored.
Oh, he got headshot rocket. Ash is just dead. But Ski's actually took a lot of damage. He gets forced. Trying to run forward. Yite takes an arrow, so he's going to live through it. But Bransam and Laz might not be so lucky. Laz actually almost escaped. Actually, Blaze dies.
Habib is so hurt. Habib just barely lived there. But Lil Guy does have full Uber to work with here. They only lost a minute on the clock here, so this is definitely... They were in a worse situation last round.
Yeah, both teams down 1 soldier. Clock very heavily in Froyotech's favor, though. But the Super could turn the tides. The question is when will they exactly use the only really losing Laz here. He's rolling out. So maybe a little bit of spam is gone, but the Uber eventually come out. Trying to chase down Habib. Habib will almost surf out, but not quite.
Too. They 2-shot Bandy, so
and Mirman's going for a counter initiation onto Loga, but he's still Uber. The timing is off, and Mirman will just accidentally feed. Timing just slightly off, unable to find un-Uber targets. That's true.
Okay, I know this totally ruins the attention, but Blaze keeps spamming his spray, and I keep hearing the sound, and it's really funny.
Are you not like super high in the skybox?
Constantly hitting his spray.
I mean, it's a habit. It's a habit.
Yeah, it's a habit.
Well, this Uber is going to eventually come into play. Skis has and Logai still 40% off building, trying to work their way up the slope, the side of Froyo, but the rest of the team is going to barrel through the house. So approaching the point, trying to take back their own roof from the enemy team, and Witness Gaming trying to spam them as much as possible to keep the clock ticking down. It's going to be Mirman jumping behind, and the Uber eventually coming out and catching Artist, so pretty good pick from them. Dropping a lot of people low. Banny is going to fall as well as Habib, so they traded 2 for 2, but if they want to get this cap, it's going to be a bit. They've lost Mirman as well, so they're just going to elongate your own spawns.
Oh, Blaze going to go for the pick, though. Logai gets the pack. Oh, just barely. I think Logai was solo. And Ash is onto the Froyo combo, and he's not going to die.
Lives? I think Slum just missed one too many shots, and Ash is going to get a little bit of freebie there and survive with his life.
That's insane. And that was a big turnaround for Witness Gaming, because now they have Uber and they have the point, and now it's Froyotech fighting the uphill battle, and Skis is back in the unfortunate position of, do I play close? And it looks like they are going to play close. They don't think Witness Gaming is going to use this Uber.
Yep, just trying to play off the roof and lock them out. It got stickies on the floor, so they're trying to jump
Witness
out
Gaming's
there.
rotating. I think they know now.
Yeah, they're getting outside so they can spam it. They've recognized the situation there, and initiation from Laz going behind Uber.
Here comes the Uber.
Launching themselves
Danny's
forward.
instantly dead.
Yep, trying to. They got both scouts. No scout speed for
Skis is getting walked out by a scout and yet hits his shots, and Blaze is actually, he gets Blaze too.
Mirman up in the sky, almost gets lucky.
That's a wipe.
How did that rocket miss? That looked like that rocket should have hit from my screen. I guess that was a weird angle.
I think that was a splash bug. I don't know what happened, but there's a lot. There's okay,
Fence
it's a lot of typing in chat now.
Screw the typing.
Yeah, screw the typing. I agree. Looks like as we're going, Witness Gaming do have Uber and they're holding the point against Froyotech.
Yep, this is pretty much a Witness Gaming show right now. Froyotech have not a mountain, but a hill to climb up against if they want to take this. They got some cap time to work with, getting a little bit more, but this Uber is going to come into equation if they take a little bit too long. Just nearly there, but Blaze will die to a trap over on the enemy team's pill, so going to be down to Soldier. Banny trying to initiate, able to clean up the guy, kill the last initiating on him as well, and counter-initiating, able to clean up that frag. The cap will go in favor of Froyotech, but it only elongates their spawns and gives Witness Gaming an even bigger window to use this one player out to get back onto the point themselves, putting a lot of damage on Mirman, locking him out pretty much inside the shed. Brings him trying to a trap of Habib though, so gonna be a little bit more time to allow Skis to get his Uber, but the air pipe and Mirman immediately melting. That's another player added to the Witness Gaming collection. A nice directs from Laz on Habib to make sure this cap goes in their favor.
Habib was one. Habib gets bowed with one.
It's only a matter of time before we see an Uber here, honestly.
We have this. Froyotech is going to feel the pressure at some point. And here it comes. They feel the pressure. They have to make this Uber work somehow. But look at this. They're just walking forward at the non-Uber players. Grant might be a little aggressive here, but Froyotech still have to cap at this dry time. This is all coming up with this gaming here. It's only 14 seconds left. They are getting good point time, but the health is might not work. Here comes the bombs.
Oh, Mirman is so weak. 43 HP. He's gonna ask for an arrow, but they're trying to launch him. He's the shot. What? How do you do that with 2 seconds left in a grand final? I guess that's just a sack wave for you, but hey, if it works, it works. He collects his man, the sack wave, playing the long con to make sure, just get overtime, just get our Uber ad, will be smooth sailing to try to net yourselves as the invite champions. This is a very sticky situation to be in for Froyotech. It is not impossible, but boy, do you not want to be the red team right now with Uber disad, with the other team having overtime in the what could be the very last round. If you lose, they have to play out of their mind right now if they want to be in this game.
And even then, there's still a halftime. So they have, then they're kind of back to square one. It's win and in. So we'll have to see what happens here, but Witness Gaming, do they want to take this Uber? Do they want to edge the point? We have to see here. They're just gonna, here comes the Uber, they're bombing.
Remember, if they cap, they win, and they know this, so they don't have to go too deep, and they're not actually going deep.
Away.
They know,
yeah.
They know they can't go deep. They're stacking on
the
top of the cap.
The kills!
There are 3 left alive for the side of Froyotech, one of them being a medic who can't frag, and it's just Mirman able to apply the damage. A lot of them weak, though, but he will eventually fall. And this was quite the match, but Witness Gaming come off and are your Season 6 invite champions. This is gonna be this is one for the history books, I think.
That's definitely one for the history books. Yeah, we'll have to see back to the drawing board for Froyotech. I'm curious to see where they go from here. This is uncharted territory.
I mean, realistically, I think a lot of people look at Froyotech and they see the accomplishments that they've made, and you think that, maybe there's some weaknesses, but you just have to take them on the right day. We've seen teams that look crazy good in comparison to their counterparts all throughout Invite. And there's moments where, the team that's the lower seed will have their moment to shine and pull an upset win. It just has to be the right map, the right day, and boy, did the stars align for Witness Gaming, able to pull off their first map wins versus Froyotech this entire season. They've had some rolls against them. They've had some close ones, but they take 2 down with one with a map bracket advantage. from having to go through lowers and losing 2 weeks ago. They get rusty on Viaduct, unable to win that because of a lack of practice, even though they do a decent amount of damage. But boy, do they pull out some close games in the next 3 to
There were
make sure
some
that they come
miracles
up on
that
top.
happened for that to happen on both sides, really. But there were some real miracles on Witness Gaming. I think Lolguy played out. I think the highlights, the MVPs of that, I would say, are Lolguy and the 2 soldiers of Witness Gaming had the best synergy I've seen from soldiers in a long time. They played perfectly. It was like there was one person controlling both people.
That was some of the best soldier synergy I've seen in the past few years when it comes to soldiers deliberately playing off of each other's distractions. That was extremely good.
Yeah, and I had a thought. I totally lost it, but
I mean, it happens. It's way past midnight.
Yeah, it is. It's 3:49 a.m. on the East Coast, and looks like we have some interviews coming in here for our new champions.
These are the spokesmen
Shut
for.
the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Okay.
Let's fucking go!
Oh, and there's so many people joining.
Fucking move them in right now.
We can't have an entire party here. I gotta ask questions. If you bring in 7 people, how am I gonna get a word in?
That's why I told you to shut the fuck up already.
I mean, it's not on me. It's Dolphin's call. It's not mine.
Okay, but why did you move me and Zillion though? Like what?
That's a good question. How do you know if they're real?
Keep us in there. Keep us in here.
Ban
Keep
Caps
us
from the fucking Mumble. What the
Dude,
fuck is this kid doing here?
if you ban me, I'm gonna freak the fuck out, dude.
Caps, you are literally dog shit. Shut the fuck up. Get
If
Artis
you
in here
ban me
right
from
the
the
fuck
Mumble,
now.
I'm going to cry,
Alright.
dude. I'm literally gonna cry. Get the witness people
Are any of you
in
guys
here,
the
dude.
Witness Gaming
Okay,
coaches?
get
Do
the
we have
witness
Coach
people in
Silly?
by
I'm
default.
literally a coach. I've been
Yeah,
here
are
in
you-
every fucking
Cap-
interview. You know who
Cap-
the fuck I am.
That's true.
Capson is a loser.
Caps, are you Coach?
I just took
Caps?
over the division,
Caps
and you're gonna
literally
like
got
shit
like
talk me,
7
dude.
fucking plays, dude. You got
I
fucking
just took
jumped
over
out
the
of him
division.
in a
You're gonna shit
row.
talk me, dude. You get.
Yeah, Zilly can say he has been here.
Yeah, Zilly is the coach.
Get the
Caps
witness
has been
people.
Caps has been exiled. Goodbye, Caps.
Thank
You will
fucking
be
God.
missed.
Yeah, if it's too big, it's gonna be crazy. So just get Zilly
Alright,
witness people.
move Lolguy
Yeah.
in,
Get the champs in
Blaz,
here. Yeah, get the champs.
Artist, Ash. Lolguy.
I think if we add any more, it's gonna be too insane. Probably our limit.
Yeah.
Start
Just get the people who played and Zilly, Coach Zilly.
Brand Slim's also coming.
All right, Jerry, that you can lead off.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and start. Even though we're waiting for people, there's a lot of questions probably. Let's start very beginning. I guess this can be to anyone. I'm probably the person who did the map bans. Let's talk about the map pool.
I would like to take this away, honestly.
The triple cough as well as forcing it to that way.
So honestly, I knew these guys were dog at cause, so it was going to be a free win either. Like, if I CP cough, it didn't matter. We just need to be on blue team. That's why we lost product or run red.
That's actually true.
It's team diff.
Sure, maybe blue's just the more powerful color.
Yeah, just
Blue
the powerful
it's
color.
better.
It is.
Also, can you move Capson?
You just really
Do
want
not
Capson.
You're not move Captain.
If you bring in Capster, it's gonna bring in all the other people.
That's the chaos.
Yeah, we gotta have a limit somewhere. Okay, so first map, Viaduct, was a map that you guys. I don't think you played a match on it this
We
season.
banned
Right?
it. We first banned it every single match. I'm pretty sure.
We just
until
wanted to
this.
chat up. We just wanted to chat up and give them confidence, Like, I don't know, keep the viewers interesting.
Well, we got jugged on Villa, so we just first banned Villa.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Wanna play
Villa was
that?
definitely you had to get that one out of there.
Just
Yeah.
stuck between a rock and a hard place. So just try to do the best you can. And did you think there was going to be a moment where things were looking good? I mean, you got 2 rounds. It's not bad. It's not like you guys got rolled, but where you think things went wrong, and were you able to apply any of what went wrong on Viaduct to the later maps?
No, not
we
not
just suck
really.
at Villa.
Honestly, we're just bad about it. Yeah.
That just sucks, I don't know.
We never play it, so not applicable to the other maps.
And every time we scrim it, we try to fix stuff, and it just doesn't get fixed. But
Yeah,
the other
I
maps
should
we're
have
more
soldiered
confident
on that.
Probably.
How do you guys feel about Froyotech picking Bagel when you saw that? Were you guys happy for that, or?
I was
Easy
fine with
win.
it because we've had close games with Froyo on Bagel like the past 2 seasons, honestly. And I think the more we play it, the more we figure it out. So we're just better at it.
I think they expected us just to do the same stuff and not, like, try anything else. So they just thought they would get a free win because they won already. I
What
don't
do you
know.
guys change that made it so different? Because last time it was a nail biter and wasn't able to quite take it away like 2 weeks ago, but this time that was the one map that was the most convincing out of all 4 of them was the Bagel result. So,
Usually, when it's so much easier when you're the ones like aggressing. It's so much easier to just like play off of that instead of being like aggressed on.
We were basically
So-
just we were rushing Mirrorman on the flank like over and over again. It kept working, so we just never stopped.
It's kind of a free. I don't know.
I
We
think
did
we
notice
noticed that.
Move
Yeah.
Branslum in. Move Branslum in.
Yeah, Branson's gotta be.
Yeah, we also noticed a lot of times your bombs on skis were going very, very well. But it wasn't even. I don't think it was even that skis wasn't like, surfing. It was just that he was just
Yeah.
in situations where you would just die instantly.
We were really synced
Yeah.
up on the rounds we won, and the rounds we lost, it's because we were so out of sync, and
Yeah, we
We
were doing like
noticed
solo
that.
plays and shit like that, and it was awful.
like especially on Clearcut when we were like up
Yeah.
rounds, and we just kept like chain
Like I
beating
would,
one
I
by
would
one.
die. Like I would die when we have points and stuff like that, and people were just like, "Yeah, fuck it, we're just gonna fucking fade bomb and to try and kill someone." And it's just like, no, just fucking let
Just
them
wait, yeah.
exchange. But it's fine though. Fucking utterly destroyed them. Fucking Habib, Mirman.
So we skipped Sunshine, which was your guys' pick. Do you have any insight to why you picked that map and what you were thinking when it was as close as it was going down to a golden cap?
Because we had like a new mid we invented. It's called the jug spam mid. I don't know. It's pretty simple.
It's new tech, new technology.
Is it
Yeah,
patented?
jug spam. Yep.
Yeah, it was pretty easy, honestly.
Okay.
But then they
But that-
started countering it and rolling out Valley.
Yeah, it was kind of fear, honestly.
I mean, it worked out enough to get the match at the very minimum, so I guess it did its job, huh?
For real.
Uh huh.
All right. Well, do you any special thoughts about the going into a golden cap? Because it's not often that you are like down to the wire like that hard and get the ability to actually talk about what you want to change for like what could be the very last moment.
It honestly felt pretty good. Like the whole Sunshine felt good. It felt like we were getting them on their last where we wanted them to be, and then we just kept throwing and throwing, like just feed players, and they would get out of last, pull us to our last. And I think the golden cap, we just tried to play it a little slower and just like hold our ground and not let.
For Sunshine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Sunshine was just fucking like, we lost mid, and then we re-pushed, and then like we were literally like, I think we had a pick, so it was like either 5v5 or 6v5. Rolling out choke. I think Laz gets through Valley, gets on the demo when I'm like shooting him, kills the demo. They're like looking at Cafe. We get on Habib, we roll off that, we get Habib, I think we get another pick, and then we just keep rolling like 4v6 or like 4v5 with numbers, just rolling and rolling, like mid,
Honestly,
second to
bro,
last.
When it was 3-1, we did a little bit of trolling. I'm not gonna lie. We had to do a little bit of
Yeah,
trolling.
we were throwing.
We had to keep it a little
You have to get it
interesting.
out
I don't know
there.
about trolling, but it was just
You
like,
were trolling, my guy.
with what, the running into traps and shit?
Cheating.
Yeah, I was like taking lobby and just like dying to traps.
Somebody's gotta find him.
No, it's just like really bad. Like you're just doing it without even having second capped. It's like you're not even like, even if you like die or do damage, no one can follow up. So it's kind of bad, but I don't know. It sucked, but we won.
All I gotta say is, Artis' first season of Invite, easy dub.
Yes, artist
Easy
first season of
dub.
Invite.
Go.
Step
Artis
aside,
wins.
step aside,
Wins.
everybody
Wins
else.
first
Step
season of
aside.
Invite.
Artist, it's been 4 fucking months. Can I hear your voice for the first fucking time ever?
Artist,
Please,
say
God.
something. Say
I
something
bubble
after
every day with you.
That's my move.
Artis is definitely the MVP for that entire series.
Oh my
I
god.
agree. Artist is so humble. Just
Hmm.
absolutely just tries to do anything you tell him to do. He's just really flexible. It's amazing. He's honestly like the perfect demo.
So going into Clearcut, it was definitely down to the wire. It's a tense moment going into the last map. Do you guys try to do anything special or crazy, or did you just play your own game? Because I noticed that coincidentally, as these maps went on, they were maps that you practiced more and more throughout the regular season. I think Clearcut is the map that you played the most. Correct me if I'm wrong, or at least tied with Bagel. At the
I
We
think we
always
have
liked
two
Clearcut.
maps on that. Yeah,
I
we've
feel like
always
we barely
Clearcut.
scrimmed it in
Yeah.
like preparation for this though.
I think we
Yeah.
did
Yeah, we didn't.
either
We
one or
didn't
two
think we were gonna
matches.
get there.
We felt unprepared for that map, definitely.
You did.
I did, yeah.
Well,
That's
we already
phrasing
felt
up.
comfortable on Clearcut from like this
Compared to Bagel, at least.
Yeah.
More prepared for
Yeah.
Bagel.
did it during the season.
We were like, oh, we're good on clear cut. We play clear cut. Or like, oh, we suck at clear cut. Let's play Bagel. And then we play Bagel, and it's just like, we're getting better. We were so bad at Bagel in the beginning of the season. So awful.
Yeah,
Even
we just
before,
played
like
it
last
completely
season.
wrong.
Last season was so bad.
And 2 seasons ago.
So, you know, we got new players, absolutely just rape with new players, so kind of just an upgrade.
All right, well, at the end of the day, you guys are able to take it away in what was a very, very long night. So congrats on your victory, and excited to see what is going to be happening next season. But it's late. Interview probably shouldn't go on for too long. It's probably time to move over a little bit to the shout-out phase. We'll start from the top to the bottom of the mumble. For the players and Coach Zillia, I guess, if you guys have any shout-outs before you wrap up the stream.
Dude, shout out Witness Gaming.
Yeah, shout out for Ian.
Shout out for that awful server for putting me on training wheels.
Yeah,
up until this point. Shout out Honey Bacon Club. Shout out Degree. Shout out Doom. Shout out everybody, dude. I'm just so hyped. I can't stop smiling.
Yeah.
Aww.
Oh, that's so humble.
You're the
So
fucking show,
wholesome.
dude.
So wholesome.
Anything from you, Ash?
Just shout out 20B Gang, the Cafe Mumble. Everybody knows. I love them. That's it.
Brand Slam?
Shout out my team. Shout out Froyotech for putting up a good match. And shout out RGL for casting.
Zilly?
Oh, these guys are goats, dude. Actually, like, watched them put so much work in the last few weeks, leading into this match, dude. They actually deserve it so much.
Laz?
Shout out to my team, except Brand Slam, and
Okay.
shout out to Froyo, putting up a good game.
Low guy?
Shout out to my fanboys in Root, Caps, Logan, Soapy Meister. Shout out Perfection Yuna. Love you.
Yay?
Shout out to my goated team, just the viewers, you know, all the people watching and shit.
Space
and
Ghost?
Froyo. Oh no, sorry. And
Froyo
Froyo just are like super good to play. Like I don't know, they've made me like better. They're just like really good competition. So use them.
Yeah, shout out to Froyo, shout out to production, shout out to Skis. I'll say shout out to Froyo for being like the first three of them to say GG at the end there, which is, you know, there's been a lot of
like.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, good sportsmanship from Froyotech. So yeah, those are my shout outs.
All right, well, definitely shout out to the teams for playing, everyone for hanging out and watching. I think we broke 2K, which is pretty hype, and shout out to everyone hanging around for the interview. That's gonna be
2K.
It hit 2K at some point. I think we're at.
It did, yeah.
I think we're at a.
At the end, it did.
The notification.
2,000 people watching me feed.
But for the most part, we're going to be done. The last few things to note is if you've been a little bit late, there is still merch like T-shirts and stuff. If you have any interest in that, it'll go to RGL staff and I think casters, and I don't know, it'll go somewhere good. But that's something available. It's all TF2 themed. If you have an interest, it'll probably be a little thing on the screen that you can look at, or you can just go back in the VOD. There's been plenty of in between maps where we promoted that, so if you're curious, you can take a peek at that. Also, for more TF2 stuff, the last TF2 I think that we're going to be seeing this season is the Highlander. Next Monday is going to be in that and the grand final, so that's going to be cool to see. But I think that's pretty much it. If you're looking for more TF2 stuff to watch, you're going to have to wait until I think mid-September, like the week of like the 13th to the 20th or something like that. Get a little bit of a month break here. But for tonight, that's going to be it for us. Thank you for staying up late with us. It is time to depart and go to sleep. I've been Jarrett, casting with Space Ghost with Dolphin on production. Thank you, good night, and see you next season.